Billy was probably busier than the on-field umpires in the first test at Cape Town with a number of reviews that were asked for.
Quite extraordinary, wasn't it? That period of play. Was there 8, 9 referrals to the DRS that Billy had to refer and go through the process? He'd probably be looking forward to just standing out in the middle and watching the contest develop from there.
I've noticed, Alan, that sometimes when, Graeme Smith's had many opening partners, Herschel Gibbs and others, and now Jacques Rudolph. I noticed that sometimes Graeme Smith takes first ball, and other times the other guy takes first ball, and I'm led to believe that what they do is they toss a coin as to who's going to, do it. Your openers, Hayden and Langer, did they have a system? Can you remember as to who's going to take the first ball?
I always thought it was Matthew Hayden liked to just take the first ball, so he took that out of the equation. But yeah, they can get a bit superstitious like that. I think I'd like to take the first ball. You'd more like to get a loosener and get off strike first up. But look, yeah, different partnerships have different methods. They just take it alternate test matches to take the strike. It's a tough job, the engine room, the top of the order.
End of the over, a maiden. The South African side unchanged from the one that won the test match in 2.5 days down in Cape Town, only 4 days ago. Something that the whole of South Africa has really been waiting for. We saw this young man making his debut today, the second youngest debutant for Australia ever, behind Ian Craig, who was only 17 years and 62 days. This lad, Pat Cummins, 18 years and 193 days. And this morning, a very special moment, Alan.
It certainly is. It's become a tradition with the Australian cricket teams in recent years. It didn't happen back in my day, to have a presentation ceremony and congratulations all round out on the ground. Very special moment. And the butterflies will be certainly churning around right at the moment because he's been given the new ball and he'll be bowling from the call-it drive end of this ground. First ball in Test cricket. Oh, and it's been a false start.
Well, it was nearly the first ball in Test cricket. Is there somebody wandering around in front of the side? Yeah, there you go. He's playing in his 4th first-class cricket match. I mean, it's actually extraordinary how many debutants there is in the modern game that haven't really served a first-class apprenticeship of any kind. This is a very short period of time, just 3 first-class matches. But he's impressed, and now he's out there to impress further.
Jack, as we're just sort of contemplating who's made a test debut in short amount of first-class games, I'd say that's got to be up there. Just the 3 games.
I would think so. I would think so. I've heard of sort of 6 or 7 reasonably recently, but not 3. This, you read 4 there. This is his 4th first-class match. First class being a cricket match of anything more than 3 days in duration. Smith off the mark. Very full delivery, and he's just stabbed it out back to the square.
And if you look at Paddy Cummins' stats, they don't suggest that they're not outstanding, aren't they? Just 9 wickets in the 40s, strike rate in the 90s, so nothing to write home about. It's all potential, what this young man can bring to the table in the future.
I've got to ask you about, I mean, there was talk after this ball. There was talk that he might well make his debut here at the expense of perhaps even Mitchell Johnson. That name was bandied around, or maybe Peter Siddle. But Ryan Harris didn't come into that equation. He's in fact replaced Ryan Harris because he's come up crook. He's not fit. But is that something that's happening with Harris a bit too often? That he's not playing the next match after a long test match?
You're right there, Jackers. It's a real worry because he's been one of our better performers, but has trouble putting back-to-back games together.
Especially given that the game in Cape Town was only 2.5 days. He didn't exactly bowl a whole bunch of overs there. Have a look at this lad's action. Very powerful run-up. Good gather. Gets in reasonably close. Gets off the pitch nicely as well, which is all important because they can give you, suddenly get warm for running on, you get your thought processes disturbed, and a beautiful presentation of the seam. Look at that.
And that action will refine itself as he gets a little bit older and more cricket under his belt.
There's a half an appeal here. I thought I heard two noises. It might have just been a little inside edge. Appeal getting stifled. Nothing much from behind the wicket.
Good seam, and yes, clearly off the inside edge onto the pad. Young man got a bit excited, as you'd expect. But nothing happening. Clearly shown off the inside edge.
There's a short leg in there. He was quite lucky that it didn't get past his thigh. And lob up as a gentle catch. 2 overs gone, 1 without loss. Now, was that a leave or was that a play and miss?
I suspect a play and miss. Very good delivery, just holding its line. Very, very close to that edge. Maybe Graeme Smith did try and pull the bat away just at the last moment.
That's a leave. And without a shadow of a doubt. They talk, Alan, about batsman's nightmares being not quite sure of where your off stump is and therefore what you can and can't leave. Is that something that sort of happens for a spell during a career or during a season? It suddenly just, you don't quite know what to do, and it makes batting a lot more difficult?
It definitely happens. I don't know a player it hasn't happened to. You get leaden feet and you're not picking up the ball well, you lose your off stump. It's just all part of the downward spiral that you go through, and it can be a real battle to get yourself back. And it might be just as simple as something that you're not watching the ball. You're not watching the ball out of the hand. That's the first thing to go back to as a reference point as a batsman, in my view. And then things tend to fall into place from there.
Albeit defensively, a couple in the middle of the bat. It's always a nice feeling as well when you're starting out on an innings. You don't really want to be forced to leave 4 or 5 deliveries on the trot. If you get one that you can even just defend solidly, there you go, right in the middle of the bat. A little bit high in terms of the meat of the bat, up near the splice, but certainly dead centre. Driven well, down the ground.
That is a wonderful sign for Graeme Smith, coming off the 100 in Cape Town. Started to get his back swing back nice and straight, and that is a good example of that. Thrown up there and just really met. And nice straight bat, straight down the ground. Beautiful shot.
Feel mid-off can be a lot straighter for Graeme than the average player, because he does tend to shut the face on the bat The ball goes very straight. I reckon that mid-off could be another 2 yards to his left. End of the over, 5 without loss. Usman Khawaja coming into the side for the injured Sean Marsh, and Pat Cummins coming in for the injured Ryan Harris. Otherwise Australia unchanged from Newlands. South Africa unchanged altogether. That'll be 4. That's very sweet timing from Rudolph. Just beating mid-off, but no point in getting up to chase it.
Yeah, very good shot again. Rudolph will be very happy to get one out of the middle of the bat. Just absolutely perfect. Really good placement, just wide of the man at mid-off. And excellent power. And this fast outfield here, you're going to get good value for good shots like that.
More runs. Only a couple this time.
He's just getting back to that Mitchell Johnson. He has shown some fragility at times during the Ashes series. Had a well publicised spat with his mum, and he's a wonderful young man, and he has got better, a lot stronger in his makeup. But yeah, it's not Dennis Lilly, but he has his moments. But I think he's got better at coping with the pressures and the expectations, etc.
It's an interesting subject because these guys are gladiators, if you like, and they're out on display and they're professional sportsmen and so on. It doesn't mean to say that they're any different to any of you sitting at home. And some of you cope with problems in the office better than others do, and that's precisely what happens with sportsmen as well. We've seen situations where, you know, Marcus Trescothick, his Test career is over through the condition whereby he finds pressure too much and travel too much, and so that they're no different to any of you. Yes. Couple here for Smith now, so a useful over for South Africa this. Oh, it'll be 4. Goodness me. It's not the longest boundary, but it's a very quick outfield. 17 without loss. Oh, was that in the air? He's got 4 for it. We'll have to inspect this closely.
Yes, there were cries of catch it. I'd say that shortish delivery was glided wide of that man, Michael Hussey. A little bit of bounce and, yeah, clearly wide of the gully, but, well, first signs of maybe a little bit of extra bounce in this surface if you bang it in.
But it's strange, there could be a couple here. I said that last time, we went for 4. It's strange how England, for instance, don't have a great record at Lords, because I think that that reason, there's no ball signal there by Billy Bowden, is that I think touring teams, and you'll be able to help me, tend to lift their game at what is described as the home of cricket.
Very much so. It was only in recent times that, you know, from an Australian point of view, we had an incredible record there. Lost once in 100 years. You know, playing test matches there, regardless of the outcome of the series, we always did well at Lords.
Out! Caught it second slip. Johnson gets a wicket. That will do a great deal for him.
Excellent piece of bowling from Mitchell Johnson. Maybe a little bit of away movement. Graeme Smith walks off as a result of this very good delivery, just pitching and going away from the left-hander, and Michael Clarke takes a very comfortable catch at second slip. Mitchell Johnson celebrates, and just what the doctor ordered for the Australians. The end of Graeme Smith, he made 11. The score now 1 for 24.
Hashim Amla, the other Centurion in the first test match down at Newlands, he makes his way to the crease. His 4,000 runs, he went past 4,000 during that 100. Averages 47 with 19 50s, 13 hundreds. The best of a double, 253 not out in last year at Nagpur against India. Three slips in a gully, pretty similar field but just the other way round for the right-handed Amla.
We have a look at why Hashim Amla's out there. A very good delivery from Mitchell Johnson, comfortable catch for the skipper, and just a very good delivery. Nothing much Graeme Smith could do about that. It did just leave him fractionally off the surface, caught the edge, and as I said, a good piece of bowling from Mitchell Johnson. And yes, he's a confidence bowler, so that will help.
Amla off the mark. 7 overs gone, 25 for 1 now.
In the air, catch was the call, but it's raced off to the fence for 4.
Just a little bit of width offered to Jacques Rudolph, and he does like to play the ball square of the wicket on the offside. No second invitation required. Goes at it hard, that's the key.
It was hit very hard and too high for the man at gully. No chance of a catch really. Superb. A fantastic cover drive for 4 to follow up the cut. Takes Rudolph on to 20.
This is the exact problem that Johnson had in Cape Town, is that his lengths were too inconsistent. This time he's just a little bit full. But accolades for Jacques Rudolph. That's beautifully played. It's just timed. That's all you have to do at the Wanderers. The outfield is so true and so quick. Magnificent stroke.
Right out of the middle of the bat. Big shout from Cummins. Nothing doing from umpire Gould.
We only have to look at Jacques Callis, Polly. That he was hauled in at a pretty young age, and I think after 6 or 8 test matches he only averaged 6. So can you imagine if those selectors had decided, well, you struggling young man, we're going to get rid of you and go to the next guy? Well, South Africa would be poorer for that.
I think they still would have got it right at some stage, because he would have got the runs that we needed. There you go, you saw that seam position again, just over to the one side, full toss, appealing. And what you'd love for a little first test scalp, get him nice and settled, feel like he belongs at this level.
For him, it's all a work in progress, and you say that sometimes a bloke turns up on the test match scene and has played a few games first class wise, but it still takes the step up to then belong internationally, and you only discover what you need to do when you turn up at this level. For him, he's discovering full stop. So all will change as he goes along. There's that canted seam you're talking about. You want it to be more upright. Good shot, just a push through the offside by Rudolph. And he'll get a couple. Add another, good running.
He's been much better today as Jacques Rudolph in getting forward. At Newlands he got a little bit caught in the crease. He played some good shots, granted, but he just gets a little bit caught in the crease, that his right foot doesn't get past the popping crease. But today, good body position, nice and positive. Maybe, just maybe, it's because the surface in front of him is nice and brown, whereas the one at Newlands, well, it had a little tinge of green to it. And there was a little bit of seam movement, a little bit of inconsistent pace and bounce. Today he looks confident.
37 for 1. Well bowled, that's very well bowled. It may well have shaped back as well. Nothing doing from the umpire, Billy Bowden, straight away. Michael Clark says, let's go upstairs.
Well, no surprising after all that happened down in Cape Town that we go to DRS again. This one has got to shape in if he wants to trap Amla LBW.
It did just a bit. It seemed to from up here. Does it pitch on line? Yes. Does it shape back enough? That's the question. Yes, it is pad first. The question though is, does it shape back enough? Bear in mind the angle as it goes down the wicket. Is it clipping the off stump? I think it may well be. There's also a question of, there you go, pad, then back.
Well, that's normally what makes the umpire decide to give it not out, is he hears the double noise. Has it done enough? Umpire's call.
There you go. According to Billy Bowden, when he gave it not out, he'd have been thinking of two things perhaps. Was it in line as far as pitching is concerned? And did it hit him in line? And is it going to hit the stumps? He felt not. The decision stays. Fair enough though from the Australians for reviewing that, because it had all the right ingredients. It seemed to shape back a bit.
Well, they'll argue that they've got it right, because there were two decisions, Mark Boucher and Michael Clark down in Cape Town. Very, very similar thing. But on those occasions, the umpire gave it out. So it stayed with the umpire, so it's out. So, I mean, the debate's going to go on forever, isn't it?
It's fair enough, though, because from a cricketing logic perspective, you can see why it's given not out. So had he given it out in this case, you'd also understand why he'd give it out. The human element you can't really get rid of. 40 for 1.
A reminder, South Africa won the toss, elected to bat. This first session is always going to be interesting.
It should be the best time to bowl on day one anyway, this first session. As the ball gets older, the pitch will get flatter and it'll become better to bat on in the second and in the third session and on day 2.
I had quite a lengthy chat to Chris Scott, the groundsman here. He's been here for 40 years, so he should know what's going on at this magnificent stadium. He was saying that, and you heard Robin Jackman say at the pitch report, that he gave it 9.5 out of 10. He was very happy with the track. Very happy with the track because it will deteriorate. He was saying that a test match track will be good, obviously on day 2, generally on its best for batting. However, I must say that he said, Kepler, this is going to be at its best, he thinks, from a pace point of view, after lunch on day 1. It won't get much quicker on day 2, so he was happy with the hardness. But he thinks the spinners will come into the game later on. The natural deterioration of the deck will no doubt cause a few issues. But he said he couldn't really be much pleaser than more pleased than what is prepared for this all-important second and sadly final test.
Well, it makes sense for South Africa anyway, because they 1-0 up in the series, so there's no point in taking a risk on a surface that's going to be very lively, because that just brings both sides closer together, and it means anything can happen. It becomes a toss-bound game then as well. So it makes sense. This pitch has definitely been prepared to enable the game to last 5 days. Now, whether it will or not remains to be seen, but that was the intention, to get a result somewhere on day 5.
It's always heavily weighted, this surface, to the seamers. They're the guys that tend to do most of the damage. They've gone up for that one, and Jacques Rudolph was on his way. Billy Bowden didn't have to stick up that crooked finger. Watson again, goodness me, what a terrific job he's doing with the ball. Jacques Rudolph, who looked pretty good, nice and aggressive, is now starting that long trek back.
He played well, Jacques Rudolph. He'd be disappointed to get a start and not go on with it, but that was a good delivery, just short of a length, outside off stump, went across the left-hander. I suppose if you want to be critical, you can say that perhaps Jacques Rudolph should have got that front foot further forward, but he didn't. He's on his way for 30, 43 for 2.
1 hour and 10 minutes into this test match. South Africa have now lost 2 wickets. Jacques Kallis is striding out to the centre, and just sit back and absorb those numbers. Extraordinary.
Doesn't get better than that. So that's a wonderful record. Under pressure again today, Jacques Kallis at 43 for 2. South Africa don't want to lose another wicket before this lunch break, because that'll mean that the session will belong to Australia after they lost the toss yet again.
Be handy if he could bowl a bit, of course, and just back up those numbers. Goodness me, what a player. Right, the Australians are vocal. Watson with his tail up is always dangerous. Terrific shot through the covers to get going.
He's very strong there, Jacques Kallis. Square of the wicket through the offside, and he got into excellent position.
That shot now equals Brian Lara, 4th highest scorer of all time, in tests, that is. It's a good follow-up from Watson, and a good over. 47 for 2. I expected around about 31 degrees Celsius today. We might get the odd shower throughout this test match, thunder shower that is, late in the day, but the forecast is looking pretty good, so we should be okay. Cummins, 5 wickets, none for 9, rushed the odd batsman. Johnson and Watson, the 2 men that have struck at this stage. Certainly Johnson on the expensive side. But Peter Siddle's found himself a nice little groove. Unless he's bowling to Kallis.
2 full. Jacques Kallis won't miss out on that. That was a long half volley. Very strong through that extra cover area.
Well, you can understand why he's got this field. He is swinging the ball, as Peter Siddle. He has got some catches, 3 catches in the slips and the gully as well, inviting Kallis to drive through that cover area, but his skill level's too good.
It's the last 2 overs. Siddle and Watson just lost that good length they've been bowling. Siddle in his previous over bowled too wide of off stump, and so did Watson to a degree. Prior to that, they were in that 4th stump channel and they looked pretty dangerous.
Just a quick look at Patrick Cummins. I witnessed something quite nice, Kepler, and I guess it will go back to some memories for you as well. He was awarded his cap. Looks like he's not far away from another spell. He was awarded his cap, I guess, about 45 minutes before play started today. He did the warm-ups in the cap. He wouldn't take it off. It was a nice little touch. I thought most guys would go and put a baseball cap on or a training cap, but there he was running around with his new baggy green on his head and wearing it nice and proudly. Good to see.
Such a treasured possession in Australia, that baggy green. That's what every young cricketer aspires for. And what a moment for him after only 3 first-class matches.
He is a very special individual too, Patrick Cummins. Enormously talented bowler, but terrifically mature. In the air, past the outstretched hand. The boundaries are not the longest in the world at the Wanderers. It's not going to reach it, due to a little bit of tag teamwork.
Just a fraction early on the shot, Jacques Kallis. So fortunately for him, it didn't go to hand. It was safe enough in the end.
Jacques Kallis seems to have just done something a little bit here. He just jogged up and down the pitch. And now he's striding back to the business end. Just pulled up a little bit short. He's obviously just tweaked something, I guess.
Good delivery. It's a good shot as well, but even though it's going to the boundary, it was in the right area, that's for sure. Just swung away, just short of a length.
It's the difference these good bats make these days. This isn't that close to the middle, but it's good enough. Not that far away, I suppose. Beautifully bowled. Nice back up from Siddle again. The big bat has bunted that towards the fence. Is it going to go for 4? It is. Wow. Mark that down to the willow. 14 off the over, 62 for 2. He's got that away for 4. That's going to get the butterflies flying in formation.
Excellent shot by Hashim Amla on the up. Again, showing what a good surface this is. So a good period of play for South Africa. This is an excellent stroke. Not a lot wrong with the delivery. Maybe it's a fraction wide. But that is a top stroke.
I tell you what, there's a few drives going through the covers at the moment. This is the last ball of the previous over. Just a little bunt, really, for 4.
Movement away from the right-hander. So still something there for the bowlers through the air. A little bit off the seam as well. That's what you like to see in Test cricket, a contest between bat and ball. So this surface at the moment offering something for everybody.
Not that long ago we saw Jacques Collis just testing a muscle or two. This is what happened actually. Siddle was down and Jacques Collis decided to join him quite briefly.
Just took a tumble, the big fella, on that greenish grass next to the pitch. It does get pretty slippery there, so hopefully no harm done.
Inviting the drive, got the drive.
Not a great delivery, too full and too wide. So Hashim Amla jumping all over that one. So runs flowing for South Africa now.
Yeah, since Jacques Collis arrived, which is now, what, 20 minutes ago, boundaries have been coming thick and fast. 27 runs since Jacques arrived at the crease. He looked like he was lying. Let's hope this isn't any injury concern.
No, that'll be a worry. Very much part of this 4-prong seam attack, Watson. So if he gets injured, that'll be bad news for Australia.
Michael Clark trotting up. We know he had those back spasms, had a bit of a hip problem as well. Mitchell Johnson also. He doesn't look very happy, that's for sure. People have been talking about the fact that he may go down the order in the batting lineup. Personally, I think he should stay at the top because he's such an outstanding opening batsman, although he's only averaged 13 in the last 7 knocks for Australia in tests. at altitude, 6,000 feet above sea level. That can also take it out of you a bit, but surely not just 2 balls shy of 4 overs. Craig McDermott is bowling coach, watching intently. Doesn't look particularly well though, that's for sure.
He's got a couple of deliveries to get through in this over. Yeah, not much coming out now, 131 k's, so not operating at top pace.
Clark's called him again. He really has had a few problems throughout his career. Stress fractures of the back, hamstring strains, calf problems, hip complaints, dislocated shoulder. At one stage, I thought he had a heart attack, which was quite severe, and that was very concerning for a lot of people. Also some food poisoning. Here's a look at the last delivery just before he's decided to take the walk to the change room. This is bad news for Australia.
Well, it certainly is. Not walking very comfortably. Bit of a limp going there, so hard to know whether it's his back or his hamstring or what the problem is.
Of course, Sean Marsh has gone back with a back problem. Replaced by Kawaja. He's a left-handed top order batsman. He'll bat at number 3. Like Husham is doing for South Africa. Mitchell Johnson's been asked to play an extra role. Just the 1 ball left in this over. And that's a nasty one. 70 for 2.
Driven through the gap, that'll run away for 4. Good response from Cummings. 145 k's. Well, that'll be 4 byes. Hadn't unable to gather that in. I don't think it's hit a pad. No, it hasn't.
I think from an Australian perspective you can understand that Cummins is going to have the odd bad delivery. He's pretty young, still new, only his 4th first-class game. So I think Haddon will be disappointed in himself. It's never easy down the leg side, and particularly at altitude, that ball tends to fly down the leg side when it is misdirected by the bowler. But he would have still thought he would have got a hand on it.
And the 2 wickets that have fallen, in case you have only just tuned in. First of all, Graeme Smith. Decent delivery this from Johnson. Just held its own. And a sharp catch to Clark at second slip. And then a lack of footwork, a slight lack of footwork from Rudolph there, and Watson finds the outside edge. Another 145 delivery.
Jacques Kallis doesn't miss out on half volleys. He must almost feel like it's a bit of a throwdown session out there for him. He's been fed half volleys all morning. There hasn't been many deliveries in the in-between area. There's been bounces and half volleys. He hasn't missed out on one half volley as yet. He's placed them perfectly as well. As we talked about, he's raced to 32.
This partnership now 45 from 43 deliveries. That might go for 4. It just might go for 4. This is so quick. Oh, well fielded. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
So 18-year-olds, quick jackers, they get around the boundary pretty quickly. Cummins doing a fantastic job there. Well, the last over, but still had enough energy. Tucked off the hip here, but Amla very strong in that area. To the shortest part of the ground. Tongue out. Good effort.
Just like me in my heyday, Paul. Just like me in my heyday. In fact, I probably wouldn't have had to dive. No shot play. Took a blow.
You might not have had your tongue out, but I think you would have had to dive. Looks like I might have hit him on the arm. Oof, that could have been nasty. That missed the arm guard. Got him on the elbow. We'll know about that in the morning.
Follow-up delivery in the same area. This time he punches it down.
Just think the Australians, I mean, it's not often that you criticise bowlers for bowling too full in Test cricket, because in general it's back of a length that most of them tend to concentrate on. But if you just have a look at this pitch map, you can see the wickets have come from a really good length, and the boundaries, there's been too many half volleys on offer. 9 half volleys that have been put away by the South African batsmen, and the wickets have fallen from a really good area.
Just thinking back to the successful tour of Australia when South Africa won the series, as well as Kallis played in that series, the way Johnson went about getting him out was to bowl the sort of delivery just bowled now, which was just length and across him. Every now and again just get it up there and a little bit wide and ask him to drive. Got him out a couple of times, caught in a slip cordon. Ooh, that's out. That just looked out. Oh, Kallis says no, I'm going upstairs. Now, is he going upstairs? What do you think, Sean? Has he gone up because he's hit it, or does he think it pitched outside?
I think he's thinking that it's got a scratch, because if he was worried about the pitching outside leg stump, he might have consulted Amla first before he had a chat. But he must feel he's got a good scratch in it. No ball, that's fine. He seems quite convinced. He went up very quickly. Yeah, big edge. So Kallis is safe. He knew he had got the inside edge. That's why he indicated to Billy Bowden that he wanted to refer the decision upstairs, and a good referral.
He didn't need hotspot for that decision. He's just smashed into the bat and then into the top of the pad, and in a minute Billy will change it. The Aussies know it already.
I know a bit's been discussed about the DRS, but close of play today, if Kallis was given out for that, he would have felt disappointed. Billy Bowden would have felt disappointed that he missed the edge. The right decision's made, and the Test match continues, so I think the review system's been good.
In real time, but that celebration was short-lived. Johnson again, regroup and bowled. 91 for 2. Well, there you go. full leg stump. Smashed away through mid-wicket.
Yeah, that's the way he started to play, as I mentioned later on when I used to play with him at the end of my career. An off spinner who's just got a genuine off spinning delivery. He loves to attack now. He realizes it's an island of opportunity to get some runs on the board. And on the first day, there's not going to be much assistance for him. Not going to be much turn. Hits it with whatever turn there might be over the vacant mid-wicket area.
This time it's driven wider mid-on. You'll get one, or we might get two. No. Brings up the South African 100 in just the 25th over.
Have a look at the splits there, Jack. Is 43 deliveries for the second 50. Ever since Jacques Kallis has been in the crease, he really has upped the scoring rate. Over 4 and over now. And notice there, Amla turned that ball down to backward square or fine leg, and as he did it, he almost gave the impression that he had a bit of a dead arm after playing that shot. So it's obviously bothering him, that blow that he received from Mitchell Johnson on the elbow.
Big appeal, but on his own. He's done it again. This might go all the way, does. Billy's on his toes.
I told you he might not play for the break checkers. He's definitely going to look to attack line. They realise that they have to try and play a holding role, so they're looking to put him under pressure, maybe targeting him. Maybe it's been part of the team discussion. Jacques Kallis is doing it very effectively, just walking across onto off stump. There's no one at deep mid-wicket, and the ball does fly in Johannesburg. He's clipped it firmly and it's gone all the way.
That's full and squeezed and pick up a boundary.
Like most of the Australian bowlers that participated in that first test match, it's the consistency that's been a problem for them. They bowl a good ball here and a good ball there, but in between, long half volleys.
It changes the dynamics dramatically for Australia. So they've got 3 seamers now instead of 4. Previously they had 3 seamers and Watson, obviously. 3 quite brisk, 2 particularly brisk, who could have bowled in short spells. Now there's a situation where these guys have got to do a holding role, because Lyon, as you quite correctly said, is untried, well, not untried I guess, but untested. Only played in 2 test matches. So there's going to be a little bit of doubt in operating him to hold up one end for a session, if you like, because that enables the seamers to rotate. So the whole dynamics for Australia have changed a lot. Rather than short bursts, aggressive bursts. Whip that away on the leg side, cries of catch there, that's gone for 6 runs. Thin air in Johannesburg, and what a nice way to bring up the 50. A clean blow for 6, another 50 for Jacques Kallis.
Over the last couple of seasons, South Africa have seen a very, very different Jacques Kallis to the way he's gone about constructing an innings. He obviously has a lot of belief in his middle order, because he's been a lot more positive, a lot more aggressive. And this innings, well, he's been magnificent.
One shy of 12,000 runs in Test cricket. That's well left. Beautifully bowled as well. A loud shout from Ricky Ponting at second slip.
I think Ricky Ponting probably thought he heard a noise. If it has clipped something, I was about to say it's elbow, but it would have been nothing.
Now Siddle has found himself a nice little spot here. He knows he let the captain down and the team down when he first bowled after lunch. But he seems to be just asking the odd question now. was the shot that brought up the 50. Two very good deliveries after that. Can he back it up? 55 Test 50s for Cullis. Got an edge, but found the gap. He'll be disappointed, Peter Siddle. Cullis will bank it. 12,000 runs now for Jacques Cullis. 12,003 to be precise.
The South African change room and the public appreciate what Jacques Cullis has done. 12,000 test runs. Absolutely magnificent. Average of 57, and what's not included is the amount of wickets and catches he's taken as well.
To mid-wicket. Peter Siddle says politely, or not so politely, time for you to depart, and Cullis will be disappointed with that, I'm sure. He looked at the track afterwards as though it just stopped a little bit.
Looked to just working this on the leg side. It may have just held a little bit in the surface, but Cullis looks to go over mid-wicket. It's safely held. Siddle has struck. He's deserved it. He's bowled a good over to Jacques Cullis. And South Africa's premier batsman is gone for a very aggressive played 54. And South Africa are 123 for 3.
AB de Villiers, Australia have struck. They've got a wicket inside the first half hour after the break, which would have been the team chat. 27 years of age. Hasn't had much cricket at all because of that break. Became the first bloke in the history of the game to have given out, what's the description of that? Obstructing the field, what is it? When he was, he changed direction when he's running between the stumps in a one-day game, domestic game, only made 12 in that innings.
Cullis would probably describe that as soft as far as he's concerned. He sets such high standards for himself.
Khawaja in the game with the catch. Have a look at him, look at the track. Cursory glance. Wow, that's a beautiful drive. Magnificent shot from AB de Villiers.
There's just something about a cover drive that is just so beautiful. And de Villiers has got it spot on. Right off the middle of the bat.
So a couple of concerns straight away. If you look at the bowling card, Watson, not 4 overs. He's in the change room at the moment. Lyon, 1 over for 12. Jacques Cullis took a fancy to him just before the break. Siddle's going at 5. Johnson also going at 5. Picked up his first wicket. Brilliant stuff from Cummins. That's a moment he's going to remember for a long, long time. 18 years of age, and he's got his first test scalp.
On debut, he's been the pick of the bowlers. There's Cummins. It's full. Amla looks to attack. Ponting takes a fabulous catch because it really went quickly and high to him. And why should he not be happy? Amla's gone for 19. Good catch from Ponting off Cummins. South Africa 129 for 4.
Ashwell Prince has arrived in the middle, and this is a brilliant performance from Australia. They've now got 2 wickets inside the first half hour after the lunch break. He's averaged 40 in his career. He averaged 40 against India last summer, averaged 40 against Pakistan in the Middle East as well. There's no doubt his pressure will be felt a little bit right now in this situation. And I think it's fair to say with JP Duminy around the place, he needs a few runs.
There was a little bit of swing there from Cummins. But I tell you what, if you want your first wicket to be caught by someone, who better than Ricky Ponting? That's a wonderful catch.
Outstanding catch. Nice visuals too of Pat Cummins enjoying his first big moment in Test cricket. Brilliant stuff from Ricky Ponting. He has a great pair of hands. It's a good catching ground, the Wanderers. The ball carries a long way in the slips, but it carries pretty quickly. The length will generally be a little bit shorter than that to Ashwell Prince. From the quicker bowlers, you can bet your bottom dollar that they've got some strategy to Prince.
Most of his success for South Africa has been when South Africa have been in a spot of bother. And let's make no bones about it, they're in a spot of bother right now at 130 for 4. Boucher in next, then the bowlers. So this needs to be a big partnership.
Now that short leg is now moved out. Where's Michael Clark in a position here? He's going to strengthen the vultures behind. Three spaced out slips, and I mean that in the nicest possible sense. He loves the pull shot and smashed that for 4.
How to make a statement early on in your innings. It's never easy to play these strokes, for the very reason that picking up length is never that easy at the start of your innings. He picks it up in a flash and absolutely middles it. I'm not sure that Cummins got everything behind that one though.
He looks in pretty good form for a bloke who hasn't batted much. No. Amazing the shots we see these days. Ultra motion camera. It's one of the greatest things I think that's been introduced into a television broadcast. Let's have a look and see how much it alters. Wow, look at that. I guess it was at 146 k's per hour. Imagine that in your ribs, HD.
I'd rather not. There's a very good reason why retirement came early for me.
Slight bit of a fumble, and AB decides to retain the strike. End of an over that Pat Cummins is going to remember forever. 135 for 4.
Well bowled, well directed. Had to wear it. Nashwell Prince.
Excellent delivery this. It was pacey, very skiddy sort of delivery, and Ash Prince, only new to the crease, wears one on the shoulder, and doesn't look like it hurts, but it does. That's like Mike Tyson, big left hook in the shoulder.
Coming back into the Test match side. It's up the edge, all along the ground. Byrne will go for 4.
Yes, frustration for the bowler. Not a convincing shot, but as a batsman you take them all. Just a thickish outside edge, and raced away, despairing dive in the gully. But it's such a fast ground, fast outfield, and races away.
Oh! Wow! How about that? Decided to run down the wicket. The bowler saw him, dragged it a little bit, so he flat batted it through cover for 4.
It's very positive, but there's an element of luck here. He was nowhere near the pitch of the ball, and really good shot. You know, good execution at the end of the day, but high risk. But powerfully struck through that offside.
Yes.
Come and enjoy some really good Test match cricket. Yeah, the news for Watson and the Aussies, and they'll know this as far as the rules are concerned. AB just clearing it up for you. It doesn't cancel out because there's a new day's play. It carries on into the new day. He has to serve the amount of time that he has been off the field.
Okay, so that's a rule I wasn't aware of. I thought it would cancel out after one day. You'd start afresh from the next day on, but yes, that's a worry for the Australians.
Shot, very good shot from Nashwell Prince. It was on the stumps, and with the angle worked it onto the onside for 4.
Super shot this. was full and drifting into the left-hander, just whipped it beautifully through that mid-wicket area. Just great timing.
.150 out for South Africa with that shot. If a player is absent from the field for longer than 8 minutes, the player shall not be permitted to bowl in that innings after his return until he has been on the field for at least that length of playing time for which he was absent. Such absence or penalty time absent shall be carried over into a new day's play.
Did you say bowler though then? Is that the same with batting?
Shot again. Beautiful. It'll go for 4-2.
Oh, this is good from Ashfield Prince. We thought the whack on the shoulder might spring him into action. It certainly has. Full delivery, but you've still got to hit it out of the middle of the bat and pick the gap, which he did perfectly.
Anguish for Mitchell Johnson. I'll carry on with that rule, that law. Such absence or penalty time shall be carried over into a new day's play, and in the event of a follow-on or forfeiture, this restriction will, if necessary, continue into the second innings. I'm talking fielder there. The player shall not be permitted to bat unless or until, in the aggregate, he has returned to the field or his side's innings has been in progress for at least that length of playing time for which he has been absent, or if earlier, when his side has lost 5 wickets. Shot. Some leg side play from Ashwell Prince earlier in the over. Now the offside. Superb cover drive for 4 to end the over. 160 for 4. Beautiful shot.
Great use of the feet. The long on is up, inviting the shot over the top, which A.B. de Villiers is quite happy to do. Great use of the feet. Absolutely perfect. Straight to the pitch of the ball. Hit with the slight spin.
Shot, sir. Beautiful. Opened the face of the blade to make sure it went offside and also to get the gap. And that he did. 4 runs. 168 for 4.
Cut away by de Villiers. 4 more.
A.B. de Villiers will punish you every time if you bowl short and wide. So this was an excellent square cut. Got himself into good position right on top of the ball. Very good timing as well. And Siddle again just too wide of the stumps and too short as well.
Played it very late, tell by that picture there.
Well, there's 4 more, and that'll bring up the 50 partnership.
Well, less convincing than the previous boundary. That came off a thick outside edge, but A.B. de Villiers was in control. It went along the ground. That was the main thing. So frustration there for Peter Siddle. The first delivery was short and wide, but this one, not too much wrong with it. Coming off that outside edge.
And just 68 deliveries. There's 4 more. So 18 dot balls has now suddenly given way to 3 consecutive boundaries.
Well, this one was the least convincing. That was too wide to drive. AB de Villiers got a thick outside edge to that. He was not really in control of that shot. It could have gone to gully or to third slip, but it picked the gap. Frustration there for the bowler.
Cummins. Makes a lot of sense, Sean. I mentioned this before. He's had numerous injuries, back stress fractures, hamstring strains, calf problems, hip complaints, a dislocated shoulder, suspected heart attack at one stage that turned out to be only food poisoning, so that was an interesting original diagnosis.
I'm glad it was the latter.
Exactly. It's away nice and fine. Banks another boundary.
Yes, with his action as it is, Cummins is always going to have to fight this delivery to the right-hander, the one that just slides down the leg side. And de Villiers just getting a faint edge down the leg side and cash in on the boundary. There you can just see the push of the wrist. So we've seen a few deliveries go down the leg side and create a bit of trouble for Haddon today. There you go, just a nice inside edge. Fine leg is pretty square. So de Villiers moves on to 41.
He fancied that. Back-to-back boundaries.
Cummins taking a bit of a while to get into this spell of his. Only the third delivery. Now another boundary. Short and wide on the offside, and that is a strength of AB de Villiers. He cuts it, he actually has to reach to it, but places it perfectly on this outfield. You're not going to track it down. Cummins has impressed so far, but he's going to have to get back in on the act, tighten things up if he's going to be effective.
Brings up the 200. Oh, he's gone now. Or has he? No. I thought that was a bit of bat or glove involved. Clearly not.
Yeah, that was very odd. It's obviously made contact with something. I think de Villiers' suggestion has hit his helmet.
Yeah, it might have been just on the grill of the helmet. Let's have a look. This will show us. Yep. Just the side of the grill. I actually saw an interview not so long ago with Greg Norman, and he was saying in his playing days, obviously as a #1 golfer for a long time, he was saying that he never believed in psychologists, thought they were a complete waste of time. He looks back on it now and he wishes, gee, I wish I had one in my camp, which was, he didn't have a camp, if you like, he just had his caddy, that was it. He really wishes he had a backup team to get his frame of mind right, to get his preparation right. He had the wrong impression totally about psychologists. Eased away for 4.
Streaky 4 here for de Villiers, the outside edge, but he'll take it. Only 2 slips in place, and it's found the gap between the second slip and gully. And South Africa move on to 207 for 4.
Just watch this bat turn. Shows he's got a pretty firm grip on proceedings. AB moves to 49 now. Good start from a bloke who hasn't had much cricket. Lots of nets, of course, of late, but not much time in the middle. He's going to come back for the second. That'll bring up his 50. He'll be absolutely delighted with that. He said he felt in pretty good form in Newlands in the first Test match, but wasn't there for long enough. Of course, he plays more of a leadership role these days, vice captain in the Test team and captain in the shorter format. End of the over, 209 for 4 now.
Yes, there's South Africa scorecard, 209 for 4. Everyone's got a bit of a start. Kellis was looking in phenomenal form. Raced to 54 for just 41 deliveries, and now AB de Villiers has reached his half century.
Back to the square. We've seen that before. Another boundary to Prince.
Is Ashwell Prince strong in this area? Any width that's offered, most left-handers are pretty good this occasion. More of an outside edge than he probably would have wanted, but he was still going to play it very square on the offside. And Prince moves to 34.
A little bit quicker that time from Cummins. Short and straighter to Ashwell Prince. He seems to be not having too many problems with the short delivery since he arrived. I'm not sure they quite got in the right areas initially. But now he's off. He's away. 34 he is. And providing, in fact, they're dovetailing very nicely, these two at the moment, Prince and de Villiers.
Ashwell Prince has got a very good record at converting 50s to 100s, so I'm sure he'll be very focused on, first of all, trying to get to that half century and then to continue his wonderful record.
His arms aren't long enough, Ashwell, to reach that one properly. We've seen quite a few examples of technology used today. DRS used well twice so far, enhanced DRS. One of the most important tools is hotspot, and you can see that that's A.B. de Villiers, by the way, from the back, and you can see that the whiter areas are the hotter areas, if you like. Straps are obviously quite hot with all the perspiring that he's doing. We're showing you a little insert about hotspot at the tee level, which hopefully will be able to educate you a little bit more about what I think is an amazing tool.
Cummins deciding to change his angle of attack coming around the wicket. He's just been pushing the ball across the left-hander from over the pitch, over the stumps. And I think this is a very good option. If he can get the ball just to straighten at Ashwell Prince from around the wicket, I think he could have him in some trouble. Starting to show maybe signs of a little bit of cramp as well. He would have been nervous coming today. There'd been a lot of energy wasted on what to expect. And there we go. It's a good delivery, starting from straight. It's the kind of delivery that Glenn McGrath used so wonderfully over the years to the left-handers. And he's got that natural ability from around the wicket just to push it across the left-hander. There you can see it just straightening up enough. Well combated by Ashwell Prince on that occasion. And there we go, once again stretching the calves. When it's your debut, you're a lot more nervous than you are normally, and you spend a lot more energy. And that's probably why he's feeling a bit worse for wear.
3 or 4 loud shouts of no from Prince. 213 for 4. Couple of wickets inside the first half hour. The Australians were cock-a-hoop when that happened. It's been a bit of a hard graft since then. Last over, this will be before the tea interval as well.
Yeah, Hayes, I think the best time for batting would probably be now, and maybe early tomorrow. So South Africa would know it would be vitally important to get a big first innings score, and a lot of it will depend now on de Villiers and Prince. Partnership of 84 so far.
Just a reminder that we finish at 6 o'clock local time. Weather is good. I don't think we're going to have too many problems with any thunderstorms, which is always a bit of a chance this time of the year in Johannesburg. We won't get the full number of overs in. We've got 37 overs to go after this one. We won't get 37 overs in that last session. Probably end up around about the 33 mark, I think, before we get to about 6 o'clock, unless Lyon bowls a great deal. bit of extra bounce, unless he bowls the line share.
Yes, it is. Yeah, Callis took to him when he first came on. So it'll be... That might be similar when Jacques Callis got out. He looked at the pitch and as if it had stood up on him and got a bit bigger than he thought it was. Bounced. It must have been something similar like that. It almost looked like Johnson cut his fingers across it slightly. I don't know if it was intentional or not.
I think there's something we could look forward to with this pitch as this game unfolds. This is a very good test wicket. It's done a terrific job so far, the groundsman, Chris Scott, so far, and you'd expect that at this venue on day one. It'll be very good as well tomorrow. And then I think it'll start just deteriorating a little bit, which it's supposed to do. Let's not forget it's meant to do that. There'll be a bit of variable bounce. I think you'll also find that the spinners will come into play as this test unfolds. So I think we could be set up to do playing this test match on a terrific surface.
I think Imran Tahir would have been very happy with South Africa winning the toss this morning and batting first, knowing that there's a good chance he'll be bowling in the latter part of the test match, day 4, day 5, and there'll be a little bit more assistance for him, and you'll receive on day 1 or 2.
Did you always call tails?
I was a heads. Malcolm Marshall always said to me, "You don't have a tail on your body? Call heads."
Do you think you should mention that to Michael Clarke?
Does he call tails?
Every time. 16 he's been in charge of.
They used to have sayings like tails never fails.
Always fails, I think, at the moment for Michael Clarke. Been in charge of 16 games as captain of Australia. Has only won 3 tosses. It's a good over. It's a good finish to the session from Mitchell Johnson. He's got some work to do. Billy Bowden just tells us where the players are going to disappear for 20 minutes just to put their feet up for a little bit. This session has been a very good comeback from the South Africans. A.B. de Villiers has been terrific. 10 fours in his 51. Ashwell Prince has provided terrific support as well for his 34 runs. The Australians started brilliantly. I would suggest that the South Africans will be the happier group at tea on day 1. But again, another absorbing session.
Yeah, very similar sessions. 107 in the first session of the test match, second session 106 for 2, and I think South Africa will be feeling a lot better after losing those quick 2 wickets after the lunch break. Callis went for 54, a sparkling 54, and Cummins dismissed Amla for his first test wicket. De Villiers standing tall, 51 of 76 deliveries, and Prince and him have put on a partnership of 85.
Welcome back, everybody. It's the 3rd session of day 1 of this second Sunfoil test match between South Africa and Australia. South Africa lead the series of 2, if you can call 2 a series, by 1-0.
Come on, Cliffy.
We are ready to play. 15 minutes lost to a sight screen. Ridiculous.
Good start, bud.
Well, before we talk cricket, I'd just like to commend you, Robin, on talking for 15 minutes about a sight screen. That is an achievement of note.
Catch it, catch it!
Catch it, catch it's the cry, but it's going to fall very safely. Albeit there was still a top edge there.
And Lionel certainly preferred to bowl to Prince. That we remember a few years ago, Graeme Smith from England giving Ashwell Prince a very hard time, especially from this angle, from around the wicket. To A.B. de Villiers, Michael Clarke's going to have to probably place an in-out field. Don't let him get too many. See if he may take a risk, take on. There is a long one going back.
Long on deep mid-wicket at the 2 out with a deep backward square. He's got that fine, he'll get a couple. Deliberate, very exaggerated movement to way outside the off stump. Make sure you miss it.
Gotta go!
Square now for one.
Right, so to Prince, Clark will attack a little bit more. A few close infielders, or a few more close infielders, I should say.
Oh, down the wicket. Oh, dear, what was he doing then? He's got away with it. That's turned a little bit. 218 for 4.
He's a little bit more comfortable against the seam, Ashwell Prince. Likes the ball coming onto the bat.
Two beautifully struck shots for nothing. Ashwell Prince, just looking at the bowlers that have dismissed him in Test cricket over the years. At the top of the list is Shane Warne, hardly surprising, he's done a few. 11 times. Dinesh Canaria 5 times. And Anil Kumble 4 times in the top 4. Harbhajan Singh is next, and then Swan and Muralidharan. So it's not a bad ploy to play the slower bowlers against Prince. Chris Gale 3 times. Got 4 for that. Almost deserved a boundary, having struck the ball so sweetly prior. Takes the score on to 222.
Key is he hasn't tried to get the ball square, Ashwell Prince. He's tried to hit this in front of square on the offside, and he's got quite a thick outside edge. It's gone through the air, but with the partnership blossoming, Clark only has the one gully and the one slip in place. And catching on the offside at extra cover.
And 4 more. 226.
Well, this time he is lucky. It is wide, it's not a half volley. He gets a toe in, and it flies through that vacant cordon. No third man.
I think that was leave aloneable. So briefly after the tea interval, just 5 minutes in fact, although it's 20 on the clock. And 4 more and brings up the 100 partnership. Not in the most convincing way. 230 for 4.
If you're the knee, guess. Good boy.
One down the ground to long on. Leaves 1 ball of the over to be faced by Prince. this. He can get himself to 50. He does. His 11th in his career. His second against Australia. 2:33 for 4.
It was a good innings from Prince. He came in at a difficult time. Australia had struck, they had dismissed Callis, and de Villiers was new at the wicket. So he needed to knuckle down. He does have a reputation of scoring runs when South Africa are in trouble. Johannesburg, he hasn't got a test 100 yet. But he does have a good conversion rate altogether.
That's a top shot, especially for a little fella. Off the back foot, through extra.
One of the toughest shots to hit in cricket. Short from Siddle. De Villiers waits, hits it right underneath his eyes. Places it beautifully. He does have all the shots, doesn't he? Ashwell, A.B. de Villiers. I beg your pardon.
You might think he's missed out there. Put that down and through the gully area. He had 4 more. Whether Siddle bowl getting a little bit slower, seemed to confuse de Villiers from him. It was very short, very wide. No, seam up, no slower ball.
Well, it wasn't a slow ball, but we saw Charles Callis's dismissal a little bit earlier when he looked down at the surface, and there have been 1 or 2 mishits, so you just start to wonder, is the ball starting to hold up in the surface a little bit? Is it drier than what we think, and are the spinners going to play a major role in this test match as it gets further and further into it?
Has changed in nature over the years as well. I remember South Africa playing England here, and all of a sudden England were 1 for 4 or something. It was ridiculous. And also India. When you look at this surface today, you never thought for a minute it would be. Fast bowlers over history here have taken 57 deliveries per wicket. Playing a miss. Whereas the spinners taken a lot more, 82. 2:38 for 4. .238 for 4 then. De Villiers 60. Prince has moved on to 50. Nathan Lyon continues.
Like it, mate. Like the reset, like the reset, boys.
I'm the wrong person to ask that question because there is no reason.
There you go. One down the ground. Oopsie. The dreaded light meter came out at the end of the last over. It's never a good sign if you're a cricket watching public.
One mistake, guys.
So what he's trying to do here, Lion, is he's got the sweeper back on the offside. He wants Prince to try and knock the ball into that gap with an open face. If it turns, it can go to slip. And if it goes straight on, he can get the left-hander out LBW. At the moment, Prince not falling for it, playing nice and straight.
Open for a bit.
239 for 4.
Came in at a difficult time, Ashwell Prince, but he knuckled down. He was a little bit streaky at first, but the pressure was there for him. He soaked it up, played some delightful strokes in the middle of his innings. And a few peculiar ones against Peter Siddle in 1 over. It was well played and it was much needed from a South African point of view.
There's been something in it for everybody throughout this first day, so it's been an excellent surface for Test cricket. But just right now with the ball pretty old, it's just dying a bit from a bowling point of view. Also, the bowlers, as we mentioned, pretty tired now, so it's slanted in favour of the batsman right at this minute. And that's why AB de Villiers and Ashwell Prince need to try and be ruthless in the way they execute their plans and in their concentration. Give Australia nothing.
Bounced a bit more than he expected that. Maybe de Villiers, but did well to control it.
Just looking at this last delivery, it was a short one outside off stump, and whenever you and I are on, or quite regularly, we talk about that deep point. That bloke is there for the bad one. Now, what I want to know today is how many runs have gone through the old traditional third man position, because there's been plenty of them.
I think he was called the forgotten man by somebody. It might have been Jackers. When in one instance in Cape Town there was a third man put in place rather than that deep point, and he fielded a few.
On this ground, it's a very important position, third man, because you can also use it as an attacking position. I can remember at a crucial time in a test match against Australia, Michael Slater went on the cut and held out, caught third man. So it's both a run-saving and an attacking position, but on this surface, it's an important one.
Yeah, many will wonder why you say on this ground. Up in the Highveld here in South Africa at the Wanderers in Johannesburg, and also at Supersport Park in Centurion. The ball tends to fly further than at most other grounds, certainly more than at grounds on the coast here in South Africa. So it will carry further.
If you put that third man in, what you can do is you can keep the batsman under pressure for longer periods, because instead of getting a boundary down there, it's just a one.
It's a super partnership, this. 111 now from 166. I remember a time, 2008, South Africa were going particularly well in that period. Went over to Australia and won there, but they were in England and won that test series as well. Ashwell Prince and A.B. de Villiers at Leeds, at Headingley. Partnership of 212. Got together at 143 for 3. And they bat well together. 32 innings, 1,526 runs, an average of 52. 300s, 500s and 350s. 240 for 4. 240 for 4. South Africa won the toss and batted. And batted quite positively right from the start. Rudolph up top in partnership with Graeme Smith. And then Amla and Cullis got together, certainly.
Come on, Gary!
Cullis being the aggressor there. A.B. de Villiers, since he's come to the wicket, has been aggressive. And Ashwell Prince too.
Good boy,
They transferred the pressure well onto the Australian bowlers. They never really allowed them to settle down or to form any sort of strategy or pattern. I think Jacques Root will probably be a bit disappointed. He started pretty well again today. When he was there, the ball was still decking around a bit, but effectively, I suppose, it's his third start in the series. He's normally very good at converting starts into bigger scores, but it just hasn't quite happened for him. He was better today. He got to 30, so that was solid enough, but he would have liked to have gone on and got a bigger one under these circumstances.
That's a couple of deliveries in a row now where Ashwell Prince has looked for the cut. Not quite short enough for him to do so. I think it's a case of being in a positive frame of mind, looking to try and score all the time. Catches the call straight to the man. Didn't quite get under it. Didn't get under it at all. South Africa lose number 5.
Well, that's a dreadful stroke. When Ashwell Prince looks at this again, he'll be very disappointed with himself. There was no need for this. He was well in control. He just got overexcited, trying to hit it over the top. And what for? The rate is good. Everything is good. He was in control. So an opportunity for him went begging. Gone for 50, 241 for 5.
South Africa 241 for 5. Now Ashwell Prince, man to depart. A partnership that Australia needed to break. Gifted to them, one would say. And it's Mark Boucher who's come out to the middle. Been around a long time, 141 matches. More than 5,000 runs. This is why he's out there.
Well, at best, I can describe this innings by Ashwell Prince as a restless one. He played some very good shots, but also some very ordinary ones in between. It just looked like his concentration, he was battling with that. And delight for Australia. They know how important that breakthrough is.
Oh, how about that? Where's that come from? It's gone sideways a long way away from the right-hander.
It was a good one. He played at that's for sure. Pulled the bat out after the ball had gone through. So good delivery, moved sideways off the seam. So if that was a bit further up, it would have been real trouble.
Good change of ball.
It's amazing how often that happens, isn't it?
That change of ball, change of luck, some say.
Suddenly you get a different ball and start swinging or start bouncing more. Can have a pronounced effect on the state of the match.
Yeah, what he'd have liked would have been that ball a bit fuller, actually, with it going that far sideways. And the length of the Australian fast bowlers, certainly something one would examine and say, how well have they gone? They've not quite managed to get it consistently on a length that's troubled South Africa. As a bowler, you turn up and you try and find the ideal length. And you look at that, it's perhaps on a good length or just back of a good length. That's a grouping of all the seamers today. And on a pitch such as this one, where it's going to bounce true to the batsman and they can play shots sometimes off the fuller side of that good length and play through the line. You'd want to go just a fraction back, but there's just not quite enough just back of that good length.
Well, consistency for Peter Siddle has been the problem. He's bowled some excellent deliveries, but he just hasn't strung enough of them together. So more attacking field now, third slip going into position, which is a good idea. Another wicket now, and Australia will be, I wouldn't say in a great position, but certainly in a lot better position.
Off the mark straight away. Bowling teams, after toiling for some time, love this. A new batsman comes to the crease. Renewed vigour, renewed belief. The field that was set to Boucher, 3 slips, a gully, they're in the game again. You said ruthless not too long ago.
Well, that's what Test cricket is all about.
Oh, that's gone a long way up in the air. A couple of fielders going towards it. The catch is taken. That is a fantastic catch from Patrick Cummins.
That is sensational, Patrick Cummins. There was nearly a collision. They weren't sure who was going to go for it. He called for it. I didn't back him initially to get there on time, but what a catch. Maybe de Villiers' loose pull shot. That got it right on the front end of the bat. But Patrick Cummins, what a catch under pressure. So David de Villiers, he played pretty well, but he'll be disappointed to go right now. 64 for him, 243 for 6.
243 for 6. And Vernon Philander walks out to the middle. He's played 70 first-class matches. He's got a couple of hundreds and 650s. Best of 168. And this is why he's out there.
Well, we talk about Test cricket being a patience game, but no patience there from either Ashfield Prince or David de Villiers. That was a terrific catch. So back-to-back breakthroughs for Australia. They're back in this one. We've seen fortunes fluctuating throughout the day's play. So there's been action all the way. It's been a good day's cricket, but a strange day as well.
South Africa have let Australia in. They'll know that sitting in the change room, all of them at the moment, and the ones who will know it best are the 2 batsmen to just depart. Have put together a partnership, fantastic one, of 111 from 241 for 4. It's gone to 243 for 6, and both are back in the hutch. Look at South Africa's scorecard at 129 for 4. That didn't look too good. A partnership came together at 241 for 4. It looked much better, but now at 243 for 6. These bowlers, the Australian bowlers, will be much happier.
Well, they've got a sniff at the South African tail, that's for sure. There's one more wicket and they're into the bowlers, so that will inspire them.
The way South Africa have gone about getting their runs confirms the thoughts of Graeme Smith at the toss, that it's a good deck. It looked a good deck to him. That's why he decided to bat. And the fact, though, that nobody has gone on into triple figures, having got really good starts, is going to be disturbing to that South African change room.
I'm all for a positive approach. There's nothing wrong with that. But Test matches are still about occupying the crease constructively and batting for long periods, forming partnerships that go on for a session or 2 sessions. That's what Test match batting is about.
Having to start again here, South Africa. Oh, big shout, huge shout, and the finger goes up straight away. Lion into proceedings, and Vernon Philander's got to go.
Trying to play too square of the wicket on the leg side, Vernon Philander. He would have been better off looking towards Murdon, but he tried to work that through square leg, and I'm afraid that is stone dead. That would have hit middle and leg 3/4 of the way up. So Nathan Lyon, he gets a couple. Hit him in line, would have hit middle in fact, so nothing wrong with that decision. So disappointment for Vernon Philander. South Africa now 243 for 7.
Dale Steyn has walked out to the middle. 28 years old, 48 test matches. He's got a 50 in test match cricket, and it's against Australia. Oh, gone straight up. Has that come off the bat? No. Lots of excitement behind the stumps from the Aussies. They've got their tails up now. 243 for 7. Didn't go on. And so South Africa have their lower order into bat and looking to try and get a respectable total.
Well, two things with this dismissal. Vernon Philander probably should have been forward, and he should have been playing straighter. So he went back and across his stumps and looking to work that through the onside. So umpire Ian Gould in no doubt.
Looking for a few runs from Boucher and also from Steyn. Didn't refer it, Vernon Philander. We spoke at lunchtime, and Jackers was on about batsmen feeling like they were out. Oh, Philander would have felt out there. And the reason he didn't refer it, oh, whatever it is, it was a good one. Because it's all red all over the place.
That's an easy decision if there is such a thing for the umpire. Mark Boucher's done some work with Duncan Fletcher on his batting and on his trigger movement, so he's got a 1-2 shuffle across the crease where he moves his back foot across the off stump and then slightly opens his front foot up. So Duncan Fletcher enjoys that type of trigger movement, so Boucher has been using that for the last year or so.
Yeah, a bit of a discussion between Billy Bowden and Ian Gould. It'll be about the light at the end of the previous over. Michael Clark had a bit of a chat also to Ian Gould and would have just suggested something to him. Nicely played that, well in control. Mark Boucher, and he'll get a couple of runs.
There's a relay throw, so nearly a bit of confusion there. For a moment they wanted to go for the third, but it wasn't on, so Mark Boucher played this very late. That's the secret. So that went straight down. It was good delivery. So there's a relay throw we talked about.
Oh, that's gone up in the air. Will it get there? Yes, easily. That's Boucher gone.
Well, this was another very good catch. Ball was in the air for a long time, but Nathan Lyon had to make a lot of ground to get there. Mark Boucher not in control of the hook shot. He does play it. It is one of the shots that he enjoys, but this time it came off the top edge. Went a long way in the air, hadn't pulled out, he wasn't going to get there, but an excellent catch. So Australia now right back in this test match.
So he's gone, Boucher for 3. It's 245 for 8. South Africa have capitulated to 245 for 8. The lights are on here at the Wanderers, and Morne Morkel has walked out to the middle. Since tea, 32 runs, 4 wickets and 9 overs. gone from 241 for 4 to 245 for 8.
Well, disappointing from South Africa's perspective. They're in a very good position when AB de Villiers was batting so well with Ashwell Prince. They've just lost their way in this last session.
Inside edge. 245 for 8. On day number 1, would you be happy? Bowling first, they'd have been ecstatic.
Especially after losing the toss, and that's why Morne Morkel's there. So Mark Boucher never in control of this hook shot. Morne Morkel has got some ability with the bat, and so does Dale Steyn. So can they get South Africa close to that 300 mark? This would not be the position that they want to be in after winning the toss today.
If ever you needed the tail to wag, this would be that time. And look at that shot again, but more importantly the catch. It was a really good catch, and we were talking earlier, Kepler, but the ball carrying a long way. That's a good shot for none.
What made the catch a good one in the end was there was a bit of confusion as to who was going to try and get it, because Hatton was steaming back for it, but he couldn't get there, so he pulled out. And Nathan Lyon kept his eye on the ball and kept his composure, so that was good. Sometimes all it needs is a slight distraction if you see someone else coming for the ball as well. And that moment where you just take your eye off the ball is enough for you to drop it and not get your hands in the right position.
In outfield set for the right-hander. Just 2 off the over. 247 for 8. Time for a change in voice. 247 for 8, and it's Michael Hazeman and Alan Border.
Thanks, Pommy. Yeah, there's no doubt this is about the light. The umpires, if they're asked, and of course they would have been by Michael Clark, they would have suggested, I guess, that perhaps it needs to be a dual spin attack, because these days it's the umpires who make that call, and also it's all about danger to the players. So surely we should go on for some time yet, although they surprised me, of course, in Cape Town. They came off early on day 1, which shocked a lot of us.
It's an interesting decision by Michael Clark. I commend it that he wants to get more cricket in, but could be to their advantage, I would have thought, the Australians to go off now. Finish off a good day, freshen up your bowlers, start again in the morning. 8 for 247.
It's been a warm one. That's almost snuck under the bat. Lyons picked up 2 for 39 his return. I guess Clark is just going to try and keep it as tight as he possibly can. Been a few captains for Australia in their heyday, AB, who have picked up a few wickets with a bit of left arm. Do we call it spin?
Left arm straight breaks.
What'd you get? 7 against the West Indies in one innings. Is that right? 7?
And don't forget the 4 in the second innings.
Sorry, I did. My mistake.
Yeah, they're starting to call that the miracle of Sydney.
I'm not surprised.
Well, Michael Clark's got some extraordinary bowling figures at times. I saw him get 5 for 9 in a game in Mumbai at one stage.
That's right. He's got a few cartoons on him these days, Dale Steyn. Just 1 off the over. 248 for 8. So at 4:14 p.m. South Africa were 241 for 5. In fact, let's go even to 4:09. They were 241 for 4. 7 runs for the loss of 4 wickets. That's what's really put South Africa on the back foot.
It's been an incredible day as far as the pendulum swinging to one side then the other. The Australians getting braces of wickets throughout the day. Just when you thought one team was getting on top, the other side has bounced back very quickly.
Interesting to have a look at these wickets, actually, because you'll notice as we go on there's been some soft dismissals. This is the first one to go down. This is Smith early today, and that just jagged away a fraction. Bit of movement from Johnson. That was a good delivery from Watson when he was fit. Took the edge, and Haddon took the catch. Back live now. So those two were okay. That happens at the start of a test match, at the start of an innings. Cummins' first test wicket. So the first two are okay. The next two were soft dismissals.
It's not in the spirit of the game, boy.
Ashwell Prince. Soft. A.B. de Villiers. Soft. Brilliant catch, mind you, by the teenager. Back live again now with Lyon. Single brings up the 250 for 8.
The fall of wickets for the South Africans on day one, and the telling stat for me was those 4 wickets in just 16 minutes of play from 409 down to 425. It's really turned the game back probably in the favour of the Australians. They'd be very comfortable with their day's work on what has been a very good surface.
Well, at 241 for 4, Alan, at 408 if you like. I mean, South Africa were looking at batting the rest of the day, batting for as much as tomorrow as they can. Oh, that's gone through the first slip. He swings hard, Morne Walker, when he does have a bit of a go. He's picked himself up a boundary.
Yeah, swing hard, but Shane Watson just nearly hit him in the face. Maybe he's standing too close, but he had absolutely no chance of stopping that one.
I'm with that, he's too close. At the Wanderers, you can always go back a little bit deeper. Okay, it wasn't a bit straighter. Quicker that one. We've looked at the first 6 to go down. Identified the last 4 to be soft dismissals. Number 7 was Vernon Philander. Absolutely plumb. And we've got 1 more to go. Mark Boucher, who needed some runs, didn't get some runs. Another soft one. Again, a good catch from Lyon. Back live now.
Good ball, Michael. This is good, Greg.
How long Michael Clarke will persist with the spin options before he says, right, well, look, we'll get the game settled one way or the other. End of the over, 8 for 254.
So they've got themselves in a bit of a spot. Everyone said, in fact, Graeme Smith said at the press conference yesterday, they're expecting Australia to bounce back, to come back fighting. They've done that and done it very well this afternoon.
Well, that's been very evident that they've just kept hanging in there, the Australians, and when they've got wickets, they've got 2. 1 brings 2 is an old cricketing catchphrase, and that's exactly what's happened throughout the day.
Shane Watson, of course, who's been back on the park for some time now, will take up his normal spot at the top of the order. I presume he's going to bat at the top of the order, AB. There was a lot to talk about him sliding down.
No, that won't happen. He'll continue open in the short term. What happens going forward, that will be interesting to see. But at the moment, firmly entrenched up number 1.
so he should be. Had a bit of a lean time of it from the start of the Sri Lanka tests. He's only averaged 13 in that little time, but he's due, and he's a fine player, we know that.
He'll be up against this fella who's battling away with the bat in hand, but quality in the highest order fast bowler. And his partner in crime at the other end, trying to get a bit of a partnership going with the bat.
Might have picked himself up a boundary. He has. These two will be loving scoring runs. That's what they'll want to do. Stretch this total as long as they possibly can. Give themselves something to bowl at.
Well, this is a very good shot. Just worked the off spin. No man down there, and the pace of the outfield, as we've said all day, just flies away.
1 and 3 they are in the ICC Test bowling rankings. Staying at 1, Morkel 3.
Bowl, Gaz. Nice shape there, mate.
258 for 8. So someone's got to help me out a little bit here. The umpires are chatting, and it looks like they're going to continue. If the players are in any danger, that's when they're supposed to go off. AB, help me out. Spinners on. Any danger there?
Well, the danger is you might get out, but it's not because you can't see the ball. I've rabbited on about this for the last few years. I think we need to be playing cricket in dimmer light than we do at the moment. And the reason I say that is that I know in my career that I don't know how many times it happened, maybe half a dozen to 10 times, where I was offered the light at the end of the day, which used to be the case. You came off not because you couldn't see the ball, you came off because you didn't want to lose a wicket at the end of the day. So that's not the reason for the light rule, is it?
Correct. Sneaky these keepers these days. They're trying for those stompings as the foot's dragged. Out. There's a wicket. Michael Clarke, the captain, has struck. He's got into the party as well now. So 9 down. South Africa have really got themselves into a hole here. Australia will be absolutely delighted with this afternoon.
Interesting tactics from Michael Clarke. Got the edge bowling over the wicket in the previous over, and decides to go round, creates more angle. No turn there for the Australian captain, but produces the edge. This time Shane Watson takes the catch in the end of Morné Morkel. He's made 6. The score now 9 for 258.
Michael Clarke's just had a little bit of a chat with the umpires, obviously just to assess what the situation is regarding the light, exactly what they're thinking. 9 down South Africa. They'd love to wrap them up. Of course, as soon as Steyn or Morkel or Philander had the ball in their hand, I'm sure the umpires would offer the light to the batsman. Imran Tahir has arrived at the crease, 32 years of age, playing in just his second Test match. And there's no doubt that the fall of Morkel's wicket, that Steyn will look to play some shots. Well pouched this time by Watson. Elementary, that one.
I was waiting for you to just go down that pathway, Michael. That's a shocker. Michael Clarke's got 4 deliveries left. He probably fancies his chances picking up 2 for not many. Imran Tahir, not a renowned number 11.
Big back left that time. Bit of a smile. Here's a look at the drop catch earlier and the catch. You can see the Watson has certainly gone back further. Just a bit of a half shot that time. Shake of the head from Clarke. With the catch, Watson had gone back at least 2 paces.
Ricky Ponting in at bat pad. It's keen, his age. Yeah, definitely Watson has moved back at least a metre. Give himself a bit more time. The ball would have carried another 2 metres or more.
He's kept it out. Done the job. Wicket maiden for the skipper. 258 for 9. South Africa's slide has been dramatic. They've lost 5 wickets for 17 runs in 9 overs. Two men back. One at long off, one at long on. Man at cow corner, also one at deep backward square.
Oh, guys, nice shakes, mate.
Cat and mouse, is it? He'd be busting, wouldn't he, to have a big mo at one.
Yeah, he's the man that's got to try and get runs. I think we can all safely say that Imran Tahir won't be able to do that. He'll have to just keep the ball out as much as he can. Obviously he's counting. There's 3 balls left in the over now. Generally they bring the field up after with 2 balls remaining. He's gone for it. Cries of catch it. Has it gone all the way? It has. Terrific blow from Dale Steyn.
Yes, it was just a matter of time before this shot was on. Dale Steyn, he's a powerful strike of the ball. Picked the right one and got plenty of bat on that. And in the thin atmosphere here, that has gone a long way back. In the deep, forget it.
Still back, by the way. They haven't come up. 1 ball to go now. I guess they will come up. Nope. Staying back. So what Steyn should be doing here is just finding a single. Down. And does that easily. 265 for 9. Lost a couple of wickets inside the first hour this morning. Hour and a bit actually did South Africa. Then they lost 2 wickets after lunch inside the first half hour, which put them on the back foot a little bit. And then a bit of a collapse. Playing under artificial light at the moment. Lights are on. It's common sense, I think, that teams have agreed to play under the lights when they can at the stadiums. That's pretty much what should be the norm, I believe, around the cricketing world. May not get the full time in, but at least you're going to get at least another 45 minutes, I guess, than you would normally get, certainly in this situation right now.
I suppose, Michael, that the issue is if there was a change of innings now, would we play cricket with fast bowlers operating?
Is this the number, AB? Number 4 of this over? Is this the one he's going to try and dip? That's how they think, isn't it, these bowlers?
That's generally the rule, but he's a bit smarter than that, I think. Maybe he doesn't fancy the left arm orthodox.
Just ease that away for 1, trust his partner. Very good 70, of course, against Australia a couple of years ago.
Yes, I think I was down there watching that particular game. He did a great job. There it is, versus Australia down in Melbourne 2008. And that basically turned the game around. Australia were cruising, and a really good partnership with JP Duminy. Just turned the game around.
Last ball of the over. Could be out. I think there was some bat there. Yep, all out. Finger went up very quickly indeed. All out for 266. Goodness me, I'm going to remind you. that they were 241 for 4 at one stage, and this has been a dramatic collapse.
Let's have a look at this last dismissal. Yes, clearly off the inside edge and just lobbing up to Phil Hughes, who's in at the bat pad position. Comfortable catch, diving forward in the end. And 25 runs for 6 wickets. Quite extraordinary end to the South African performance. Very happy Australian captain. And will we play some more cricket now?
After South Africa won the toss and elected to bat. So this is going to be quite interesting, because I don't think, I'm with you, AB, I don't think there's any way that the seam bowlers, the quick bowlers, can bowl. I'll be suggesting that Tahir might be out straight away. Who knows? We'll have to wait and see what the strategy is. Maybe South Africa will open with the quick bowlers and be content to go off the park and start tomorrow against the top order for Australia. Hughes and Watson are both under pressure. They'll want their best bowlers running in, steaming into them, and also Philander. Let's not forget his performance in the last Test match. But that's a look at what happened today. Smith won the toss, batted. He batted for 11 runs. Rudolph was quite sparkling for his 30. Umla there for some time for 19. Cullis played well for 54. De Villiers also very good for his 58. And that stand of 112 really got things back on track for South Africa. But look at the partnerships, AB, after that.
Yeah, well, that's the tale of the day. Just getting the noses in front and then losing a brace of wickets throughout the day, and then just so many wickets falling in that last hour of cricket. Brilliant partnership between De Villiers and Prince, but there were some soft dismissals from that point, and that really exposed the tail.
So if we have a look at the bowling as well from Australia, they can be pretty pleased with the performance, with Watson only bowling 3 overs and 5 deliveries. The other guys had to carry the load. Johnson, 16 overs, only picked up the 1, but tried hard. Cummins, very good in his first outing in the Test cap, 15 overs, 1 for 38. Siddle tried really hard. He was the man that really tried to step up, 3 for 69. And Lyon did a job with 2, and also the skipper Clark with 2 as well. So that's the story. South Africa in the first innings, all out for 266.
So day number 2 then, here at the Bidvest Wanderers, South Africa versus Australia. As at 10:03, that's the start rather than 10:30, trying to make up that time. 97 overs will be bowled tomorrow. If possible, we'll be on air half an hour before that. South Africa looked set for a big total with 50s. First from Jacques Cullis.
Done it again. This might go all the way, Daz.
Put that away on the leg side. Cries of catch here. That's 1 for 6 runs. Another 50 for Jacques Cullis.
Then from A.B. de Villiers and Ashwell Prince.
Wow, that's a beautiful drive.
Beautiful shot. Shot. A familiar batting collapse saw South Africa lose 6 wickets for just 25 runs. Oh, that's gone a long way up in the air. A couple of fielders going towards it. The catch is taken. That is a fantastic catch from Patrick Cummins. Oh, big shout, huge shout, and the finger goes up straight away. Oh, that's gone up in the air. Will it get there? Yes. Will Australia drive the advantage home on day 2? Or will the South Africa bowlers come to the rescue once again? We are at the Bidvest Wanderers in Johannesburg. It's the second Sunfoil Test match, day number 2, South Africa versus Australia.
Australia will come out here and look literally to bat for 2 days, which will give them clearly a huge advantage in this test match if they can manage that. South Africa need to get amongst wickets quite early on and see if they can't keep Australia to somewhere near the total that they were bowled out for. Philip Hughes, left-handed opening batsman, 15 matches, 932 runs, averaging under 40, 2 50s and 3 centuries, but 2 centuries against South Africa in the same game, so they know all about him. There's no doubt about that. Shane Watson suffering from a slight hamstring strain which kept him off the field for quite a while yesterday, and meant that he couldn't bowl, but what a wonderful record. 2,047 runs, also just under 40, almost the same average, but hasn't been opening. Didn't start as an opener, started down the order, number 6 as an all-rounder, and now has made this a permanent slot for himself. With me, Sean Pollard for the first half hour as we look at Dale Steyn there, Sean.
Yeah, wonderful record there by Dale Steyn. Just under 23 average, 244 wickets in just 48 games. Man, hasn't he been hot property for South Africa over the last 4 or 5 years. And South Africa will be looking to him once again to try and make some early inroads. Ian Gould standing his 23rd test. And the other umpire is Billy Bowden, who's going to start us off here this morning from New Zealand. Reminded me about how they are the World Cup rugby champions when I saw him the first time at the test match. And here's Dale Steyn, first delivery to Shane Watson.
And on target straight away. I've got to ask you straight away, Sean, having been an opening bowler yourself and a captain, that when your team has underperformed with the bat on day 1 and you've got a total similar to this, 266, it'd be really nice if that helicopter would go away. Did you feel, as a bowler, or all the bowlers, did you feel sort of extra pressure that the pitch looks pretty good to bat on, and is it easy to go out there and perform absolutely normally?
Yeah, well, I think, Jack, that's the thing about Test cricket. It is a team game, and sometimes the batters will let you down, and sometimes the bowlers will not perform too well. But you have to try and pick up the slack where the others have left off. And I think the way the bowling unit operated in Cape Town, they'll be feeling full of confidence coming into this match. The pitch, I think, is a good one. I think there'll be some good carry for Dale Steyn. They did roll the pitch last night before the close of play, before bad luck took over, and it was rolled again this morning. So it might be a little bit flatter. But I think Dale Steyn, as I say, he's been a spearhead for South Africa, and I don't think he'll feel any more pressure. I think the person who might feel a little bit will be Vernon Philander. He had a wonderful game in Cape Town, and he'll be wanting to build on that momentum. There's Dale Steyn's stats so far for the series. Wonderful game down there. And he really does bowl well at the Wanderers, doesn't he, Jackers?
Yeah, well, I think he bowls well everywhere. I just think he's such a good athlete, for one thing. And there's such an economical action. There's nothing awkward about it. As Alan Border said just before the match started, he will end up, I think, as one of the all-time greats. There's those are Steyn's wickets in the first innings at Newlands. Very full, Sean.
Yeah, when you bowl it at 140 clicks and you get it some shape, you can afford to be a touch fuller than maybe the other bowlers. You'll see someone like Vernon Philander's wickets were more of a back of a length. we're watching Hazy talk to Alan Border and just having a look at where Philander picked up his wickets during that Cape Town test. And notice that would have been more like my kind of length, on 7 metres, just back of a length. You can't afford to get too full because you don't have as much pace as Dale Steyn, and you're not getting as much shape as well, so you need to be on a slightly back of a length. They complement each other. That's often what makes good partnerships in Test cricket, is bowlers bowling different lengths with different kind of actions.
Maiden over. South Africa bowled out on day 1 for 266, rocking along at 4 runs and over, but all out. Day was curtailed with bad light. The bowlers have changed very much how they bowled at Philip Hughes over when he got the 200s against South Africa. He got a lot of runs behind square on the offside, and by and large bowlers were bowling a little bit too wide to him. Since then, countries have stepped that up, and you can see the majority of runs that he scored there, 34% in fact, against Sri Lanka in that test series, were through the mid-off area, which means that everybody's bowling a great deal straighter to him than they have in the past.
Yeah, Jack, he does get very square on when he looks to play the delivery, so it's not surprising he scores a lot of his runs behind square on the leg side and square on the offside. But as you mentioned, it's probably a part of his game he's had to work on, because the bowlers tend to study the videos and work out what line to bowl to, and Philander's been very good so far in the series, nice and straight at the stumps, mixing up with the odd short delivery. Hasn't bowled into his strengths.
Is that a wide? He signalled a wide there, I think, Ian Gould. And Graeme Smith's asking him if he's a bit stiff this morning. Stifled appeal.
Yeah, Vernon Philander, another good delivery. He's carrying on where he left off in Newlands. Nice and straight. The bounce he bowled was called wide. It might have been a bit of a tough call. Hughes isn't the tallest batsman. And there's Gunner stretching his arms and Graeme Smith asking if he's feeling a bit stiff.
Four. First half volley of the morning, and dealt with beautifully.
There's nothing wrong with this from Philander, getting it slightly fuller than the normal length he's been bowling, but Hughes more than equal to the task. Times it perfectly, doesn't even move out of the crease, he knows he's hit it well, and that's the area we're talking about where he's definitely improved since the bowlers have learned to bowl a tighter line at him.
Good adjustment from Philander. Now then, here we have I'm a superstitious old cricketer, and here we have a situation where South Africa did not agree with Ian Gould's call of a wide, so there will be an extra ball this over. They might agree if it were to take a wicket.
And it's 13 without loss, which isn't the luckiest number for Australia.
It remains the same, 13 without loss. Both these opening bowlers have been pretty tight, 13 without loss from just 6 overs. Philander 0 from 7 for 3, Steyn 3 overs 0 for 5. One play and miss so far. Ball hasn't swung all that much. And, I just wonder, Sean, whether a non-swinging ball is conditions, or is it sometimes to pick the wrong one out the box?
Yeah, I was always a firm believer that you had to pick the right one. I went to great lengths to make sure that my ball was going to stay on its axis and that the seam was going to be nice and balanced. And then often used to go for the darker coloured one because you thought that was something that was going to make it more swing a little bit more, but it hasn't done much this morning. It hasn't been much lateral movement. Good to see some young kids in the ground. Jackers, what do you think they're making of the Test cricket? I think they're more concerned about finding their best hero player and getting his signature. They've got their bats, they've got their pens, and they're off.
So it's good to see so many youngsters here. Pulled away, and pulled away very well indeed. 6 in front of square. Now Dale Stein's no slow coach with the ball, and Watson has hit that beautifully.
Yeah, he's put that way comprehensively. South Africa have got a man back on the hook in front of square. Imranta here, quite a way in front of square. And no, Watson's strong on the pull shot, and he's hit that out of the middle. The ball does fly a big distance here in Johannesburg, but that wouldn't have mattered what ground he was playing on. He's middled that one, man back, he's taken him on and done it convincingly.
Makes it quite an extraordinary shot, that's the fact that there's a man back there. Here we go again. Straight to that man, but along the ground.
Yeah, this time he's rolled the wrists, but this does tend to suggest to me that South Africa feel that the ball is not swinging and that they're going to try and change up a bit of their tactics. Steyn was very patient in his first few overs, looking to bowl good line of length, but now he's decided he's going to go to game plan B, get a few short deliveries in at Watson. He likes to take on the short ball. They've got 2 men back and hoping that he'll make a mistake.
Another stifled appeal. Hasn't come back enough. He's got a little bit of a nick on it as well. No wonder the appeal was stifled.
Yeah, Hughes is one of those batsmen you just feel at some stage you can get past that defence and knock him over LBW, but if you lure him to bowling too straight, he will cash in all day long, flicking it square on the leg side.
That's off the back foot. So an expensive over for Steyn, a good one for Australia. 24 without loss.
So there's a look at David Warner. He's got his Australian cap on. He's second from the left. Long trip for him to come in and carry a few drinks. Of course, he zipped in as a replacement for Sean Marsh, who I'm sure is watching this. He's had a few back problems. He was one of the Australian players. He played beautifully in Newlands in the first innings. Good partnership with Michael Clark, the captain. He will be missed, I'm sure, because he looks a very organised player, just brand new at his Test career. Sean Marsh, unlike this guy, nearly 150 Test matches for Jacques Kallis, just over 12,000 runs, holds down the number 4 spot now. Most runs in Test cricket in the history of the game, just gone past Brian Lara.
When he went to 10,000 runs, Jacques was asked, how much longer you got? He said, I've got a few more years. He's now gone past 12,000, as you point out, and see, reading this morning, he says he's got a few more years.
Chatted to him last night. He said, with a smile on his face, he'll take every day as it comes. What I like about Jacques Kallis is the way that he seems to be very calm about his game. He always has been. I think we all remember, actually, when he first started, he was picked as a very young cricketer to play Test cricket.
That was against England.
Found the outside half of the bat. He's going to pick up a boundary. They all count, of course, for Australia at this stage. And he missed out first up, didn't he? He had a horrible trot first up, Jacques Kallis.
Just goes across Hughes here. Runs it off the face of the bat. Safely down at the vacant third man area again for 4. Yeah, Kallis, I'm not sure of the exact statistics. We'll ask Keith Lane for them, but I think his first 6 test matches or 8 test matches, he averaged just 6.
I think you're right. I think Australia might have been involved there as well. He's got that away for another boundary. We all know, any of you have watched Philip Hughes bat, we all know that is the areas, his scoring areas.
What makes him a difficult guy to bowl to is that the ball only has to just be missing off stump, and he views that as width. Other batsmen may just play a backward defence into the cover region, but Hughes is able to just give himself that little bit of room, and he plays that shot beautifully.
England were very tight to him, and he didn't score a run. Hotspot will show that he's finding the middle of the bat quite nicely. Cullis was 20, by the way, when he first played for South Africa. That's tighter, that's better.
And I think Philander got it right too at Newlands. He got the ball over off stump, just over off stump. Anything wider than that, and Hughes feels that he can put it away square of the wicket.
Gee, that's beautifully played too. Again, it's backward a square on the offside. So 9 runs from this over at the moment. So they've got themselves a start, these two. Watson and Hughes, stand of 49 at this stage. $49 for none. Khawaja at number 3. He's been sitting on the sidelines for a while. Not his debut, of course, today. His 4th test match, this one. But that's a big responsibility. He's a left-hand batsman. He's a qualified pilot. Not sure if that helps the cause at number 3.
Sorry, go.
One of those blokes who's worked his game out apparently very well.
Qualified pilot, I wish I'd known that earlier. I'm very fortunate enough to sit next to him on a Qantas flight from Johannesburg to Australia, so I would have felt a lot safer if he'd have actually told me that he was a commercial pilot.
Well, I've got another story for you as well, because apparently, I don't know how long ago this was, but I don't think it was all that long ago, he was flying solo in a small plane. And I don't even know if my piloting knowledge is extremely limited, thank goodness. And he was flying in this small plane, a Cessna perhaps, I'm not sure, and the throttle, if it's called a throttle, I don't know what it's called, came out in his hand as he was trying to land or something, and he just had it snapped off, I understand. He just had enough left in the machinery to be able to move it with his fingers so he could manoeuvre a landing. So yes, he would have been good to have next to you, HD.
And he's a quick thinker, so he'll be perfectly suited for the number 3 position.
The co-pilot, so to speak. So we talked about Shane Watson and the way that he gets well forward. He's on strike at the moment, just doing a little bit of gardening down the track, and it's very different, these interception points between Watson and also Hughes. Look at that, that's a nice illustration. Shows you where Watson is meeting the ball compared to where Watson going forward, Hughes holding and staying back. He's got a glove on that, and he's got it away nice and fine for 4.
Callis just gets his line wrong here. He tries to dig it in. It doesn't get up as much as he would probably have hoped for. That's the line that just allows Watson to help it on its way.
He hasn't got a right shot, Cullis. Supposed to play a holding role. That's the job he does these days. We know in the old days he was quite brisk. But now he just comes in for 4 or 5 overs just to do a job from one end, to give the boys a bit of a breather. Generally swings the ball HD quite easily. That's 137 k's per hour, so that's hitting the bat reasonably hard.
Well, he's nearly played 150 test matches, so the one thing about him is he knows when he's needed to bend the back and when he needs to just hold the game. He does have the ability to swing the ball. He can bowl a very heavy ball. He was certainly quicker than medium pace in his formative years.
Another look at the fairly relaxed Khawaja with the skins on. We mentioned the fact he's a qualified pilot. Apparently got his pilot's license before he got his driving license. Was born in Pakistan. Moved to Australia with his family when he was young. And in the 2011 Sydney Ashes Test became the first Muslim. Beautiful shot. Absolutely superb. Magnificent shot from Shane Watson to finish the over. First Muslim that was to play for Australia. 65 for none.
Australia 66 without loss, and these are the men to come. Usman Khawaja, Ricky Ponting, great player. Michael Clark, one in the making, and Michael Hussey, huge impact in this team since he came in. And Haddon, Mitchell Johnson, Peter Siddle, Pat Cummins and Nathan Lyon. Bit of cloud overhead. The expectations would have been that the ball would swing around a little bit, or quite a lot. That more from a hope, really. As far as the South Africans are concerned, hasn't done too much. The pitch is a good one. Some in it for the bowlers, but the batsmen able to play shots as well.
At the moment, it looks like Morné Morkel is the man most likely to succeed if he can string some good deliveries together. We saw him the previous over bowl an absolute ripper group of 6, and he's followed up with a very good first ball to Shane Watson. So just to me it looks like one of those pitches that you need to be really precise with your length, and you've got to be, as you said, Pommy, really patient.
Nicely played, he's got it away. Piece of fielding here, important. He does well to save one. Not particularly fleet of foot. Imran Tahir.
Yeah, awkward looking shot, but well played. Didn't bounce as much as Phil Hughes expected. Then Imran Tahir putting in for his side. The dive and the save. A little bit awkward looking, but effective.
I said the piece of fielding would be important, and I was thinking mainly for the little battle. The previous maiden over from Morné Morkel was to Phil Hughes. He was on strike. He managed to get a set of 6 at him, and if that could have been kept to 2, and then Morkel would have still been going at him and still been with tail up and thinking that he can get through his defenses somehow. Now, because they've taken 3, there's a rotation of strike, and he's got to start again at Shane Watson.
Subtle change in field as well. The bat pad coming in, still maintaining the 2 men in the deep for the mistimed hook shot, but because Morkel's getting that little bit of awkward bounce, we'll put a bat pad in, so you see the 2 men in the deep waiting for the skied hook shot, but also the bat pad for the one that you just bend down, or bat pad type. So good thinking from Graeme Smith.
He's got a good thing going. That over you were talking about and now he's talking about as well, AB. That's how he started. And down the leg side, a shout that wasn't, and then that sharp chance. And one to keep him back, and that to just finish it off. Fantastic set. There's a reaction time of that catch. In the air, but in the gap as well. Really good shot that from Shane Watson for 4.
Slight frustration from Morné Morkel. The ball was in the air for a long time, but comfortably in the gap. He's playing his shots, Shane Watson. On the rise, but not many fielders out there. A lot of fielders in the slips and gully. So a bit of a free swing through that offside. I suppose if you swing hard, your chance of being caught are minimal. So even if you get an edge, it will fly. So yeah, not a bad method.
It's off his head. It'll be leg byes for 4. Good bouncer that was, and Shane Watson knows it. 78 without loss. Australia in their first innings, responding to South Africa's 266. It's drinks. Look at South Africa's bowling figures. Steyn none for 16, bowled 4 overs up front. Philander in a spell, a second spell. Morkel none for 26. Looked lightly. And Cullis into over number 5, none for 23.
Just checking his guard. He's been told that he's had his bouncer for the over as well. He's looked quite good, Phil Hughes. He's worked very, very hard on that technique that, as you've said, is all his own, but he's looking quite solid.
Nicely done, they'll get a couple. Yeah, there's always the talk of technique and how to do certain things. At the end of the day, I mean, I want to not so much compare him, but talk about Simon Katich as well, who was the incumbent prior to Hughes. Didn't look particularly pretty, but was mightily effective. Catches the call and they've gone up. No, says umpire Ian Gould. There'll be thoughts of whether to go upstairs or not. Not sure, they're not sure. They're thinking about it. 10 seconds gone by. No, he's not going to go upstairs. They would have had to be going upstairs for the catch. And there were 2 noises, by the way. Oh dear. From that looks like an edge to me. Gotta wait for the hot spot. What are your thoughts, AB, from those 2 views?
Salmon trout.
Oh, there you go. Here's a look. From that angle, you can't quite tell the edge. Oh, there's hot spot. There's the edge right there. Like I said, 2 noises in my ear. Simultaneous, because it was so close to the pad. And there's the thought, should we go upstairs, should we not? And the end skipper said no, everybody was in agreement, don't waste it. Well, wouldn't have been wasting it.
Well, there was no one that had any confidence, the bowler or the keeper in particular. So you can understand the skipper being reluctant to waste a a challenge, but yes, on that evidence, and we get a chance to look at it in very slow-mo, and then the hot spot basically confirms just a little inside edge. So the rub of the green going definitely with the Australians at the moment.
That's well bowled, but scant consolation for Jacques Kallis. It's gone for 4. 96 without loss.
So a wonderful start there by Australia. 106 without loss, just trailing by only 160 now. And Vernon Philander will continue from the golf course. And Imran Tahir, in fact, made his way to the popping crease. And then Graeme Smith said that he wasn't going to bowl and that Philander was going to continue.
Both batsmen on 49. Full News has been under pressure and needs runs. Missed out in Cape Town, that was understandable. It was tough for an opening batsman there. Average of 39, not too bad. 300s and 250s, so it's all good, steady stuff. But he's trying to establish himself at the top of the order in the South African side, in this Australian side, beg your pardon.
And there's the stats against South Africa, very impressive. 2 Test hundreds in 1 match in Durban. He got off to a good start in his Test career, and then obviously things went a little bit awry. Obviously, having had a taste of the game, would have gone away and worked on his technique a little bit and what he had to do to be successful at this top level. And if he can continue in this vein and have a good innings here and then head back to Australia to play against New Zealand, it's the kind of catalyst in a person's career that can really take you to the next level.
Well, he's taken Simon Katich's place at the top of the order. That was a controversial selection. But if he gets through this Test match well, there'll be a real opportunity against New Zealand, and then later on against India. There'll be good series to be involved in from an opening batting point of view. So that's how it's unfolded for him. Started off well, 2009, average of 52, so that's excellent. Then it fell away a bit in 2010 and in 2011. But back in the fold now.
And there he brings up his 50 with a classy shot. Bit of width offered by Philander, and Hughes doesn't miss out. He smashes it backward a point. The Australians are overjoyed. Hughes, his 3rd Test 50. Just the start the Australians were looking for.
Gutsy innings, so good performance by Full Use. Good conversion rate as well, so 3rd Test 50 and 300s to go with that.
The square of the wicket is Phil Hughes' strength, so his eyes would have lit up when he received that delivery and put it away confidently.
Four runs this time on the leg side. Yes, you referred to those 200s he got in Durban in that Test match, and his scoring area behind square was phenomenal. South Africa fed him there. And then at Newlands it was evident that they changed the line to him, bowled a lot straighter, and that was more successful.
Yeah, Philander in particular bowled well to him on that occasion. He edged him off in the first innings, and in the second innings he actually had him dropped at first slip by Graeme Smith with a similar delivery where he attacked mid and leg stump and then moved it away towards the slip cordon. But South Africa gone pretty defensive now. Ball's only 22 overs old, but with this partnership been put under the pump. 112 without loss.
So some good shots played through the offside, both on the front foot and on the back foot. Favourite area, square of the wicket on the offside. A lot of runs going down to that 3rd man backward point area, but a good solid innings from Full Use.
And there's Hughes' wagon wheel. Doesn't score many runs through the mid-on area. If it is straight, he tends to work it behind square in the leg side, but there's power on the offside. Any width on offer and he will punish you.
Good lead. Just a hint of away movement. Shane Watson also on 49. He's done really well since he's been promoted to open the batting for Australia.
Kibler, what do you think the plan will be with Watson going forward? I mean, I did see an interview where he said he would be prepared to move down the order. Obviously, they need him to do a little bit more bowling. It does help with the balance of their side. Strange to hear an Australian say he's happy to go down the order. They usually like to get as much time at the top as possible.
Well, I think he's done really well at the top of the order, so I wouldn't like to see him go down the order because he's got a good basic technique for an opener, and he's worked hard on his technique, and he's made himself into a very effective opener. But I guess if he's going to be required to bowl 20 overs or 15 overs in an innings, it's inevitable that eventually he probably will move down the order. But I'm not sure that his bowling is going to last that long because he gets injured all the time. And I think his batting is probably his prime discipline. So it makes sense to keep him at the top of the order as long as possible. I mean, you bowled a lot of overs. Would you have been comfortable opening the batting?
Better believe it. Any chance I would get to go up front? No, I think Jacques Ellis has been remarkable at the effort he's put in over the years. But he bats at 4, so there's that little bit of time. And I know when he has some batting to do, he would often say, if they were looking to turn to him for a spell, listen, can we not get away with someone else, because I want to try and relax a little bit and make sure I'm mentally prepared and got enough energy for when I have to bat.
.50 for Watson, short and wide, and he's not going to miss out on that.
Yeah, another good shot here by Watson. He's been in good touch, scored all around the wicket. It's been an important innings for him. Him and Hughes have put on a good partnership here, set the tone for Australia. And Watson has been key. 9 for 74 deliveries, and that one pulled in front of square 6 off Dale Steyn. 16 50s. Doesn't really convert them as often as he probably want to, but he's got another opportunity today, and he's played very well so far.
It's been a very valuable innings and a good opening partnership. So first 50 for Watson against South Africa, first one at the Wanderers as well.
Yeah, there'll be a bit of concern in the South African camp as to what the tactics need to be going forward. It's just 2 slips in a gully. But the premier fast bowler operating, and there's Shane Watson's stats against South Africa. This is his best performance, so he'll be wanting to build on that. He's only got 7 other runs besides this innings.
Rock solid, good delivery to finish off the over. 24 gone, 116 without loss.
And here we have a look at the Shane Watson 50. That was the one in front of square of Dale Steyn. Being prepared to go after the bowling when it's been in his area. Hasn't been scared to hit it slightly airborne. And being very strong on the front foot. Driven well through the cover region. And played well square of the wicket as well. And there's Watson's wagon wheel. Scored very strongly through the cover region. A lot of those have been drives, and the ones behind square have been any width that's been on offer. And then that massive 6, which was a fantastic shot, picked it up in front of square with the man back on the hook off Dale Steyn. It's going to be a change of bowling. Imran Tahir is going to get his first look at the Wanderers test venue. Only bowled a few overs in Cape Town. He'll need to play his part here for South Africa if they try and, or are going to pull things back. This is a second game. His first class career. He's played 140 games, so he's got plenty of experience, 32 years of age. It'll be interesting to see if he can get some purchase and help South Africa make a breakthrough, which is definitely required.
We're talking about tactics going forward in the game, so what Graeme Smith will be hoping for is that Imran Tahir bowls well, so he can keep him on for a long spell at the golf course end, and then maybe rotate the quickest bowlers in shorter spells from the corner drive end, so that way you'll get a nice pattern going. It was noticeable in Cape Town, as soon as Imran Tahir came on, Australia took a very positive approach.
And they've given Imran Tahir a bit of protection as well this time. Bit of an in-out field. got the short leg and the slip in place. And then there's a man back on the offside, and back on the leg side, as you can see, and a man at deep mid wicket. So they've given the protection. They're going to try and get him to settle down as quickly as he can and try and play his part.
Well, that's too wide. It's going to run away, or should run away for a boundary. Maybe not. Jacques Rudolph doing fielding. Imran Tahir doesn't really spin his leg spinner a lot. He relies on a slider and on a googly on the wrong one. So just another look at that piece of fielding on the boundary by Jacques Rudolph. So from a batting point of view, you're almost looking more for the one that just slides into the right-hander or the googly than you are for the real leg spinner.
Yeah, it'll also be interesting to know what the tactics are and what was discussed in the Australian change room as to how they want to approach Tahir. Too straight again on this occasion and worked in for one. Because, I mean, I think they would be more concerned about making sure they played good test cricket and batted well, rather than focusing on which bowlers to target. But now that the foundation has been laid, I think if they do get an opportunity to put Tahir under pressure, you might find they do just that. And I think Shane Watson would probably be the man they turn to take the attack to Tahir. He pulls well, so anything dragged down short from the leg spinner, he'll put away. He also drives well down the ground, and there's not going to be too much turn. Big day in Imran Tahir's test career.
Well, that's over mid-wicket. He pulls very well, Shane Watson. He's very strong on that shot, and that was a gift. Imran Tahir dragging that one down. Watson's not going to miss out.
Yeah, not a great delivery here by Tahir, but a bit of a risky shot. There was a man back, and he didn't get all of that at all. It was on the bottom part of the bat, but still enough contact, as you can see here. I'm sure Prince thought he was in business for a brief second there, but he's made good enough contact to send it over the boundary. 125 without loss.
"31 overs, almost 5 runs and over. No wickets." Morkel now to Watson. 2 slips in a gully. Worked away on the onside for 1.
Jackers, would you call this a turnaround? 47 one week, none for 155 the next.
I call it cricket because that's exactly what happens in this game. I just want to get back to Morné Morkel's reluctance to... he's going around the wicket now to Hughes. Because, as I say, he nearly always bowls around the wicket to left-handers. And Cook, Strauss and Hussey are the top 3 batsmen that he's dismissed the most times in Test cricket. And then Chris Gale's a little bit further down there, and Gambier in the top 10. So it's not that he doesn't enjoy bowling at left-handers. Knocked over Cook 6 times, Strauss 6 times, and Hussey 5 times. There aren't many bowlers in the world can say they've knocked over Hussey 5 times. It's taken all this time for him to go round the wicket. If he knocks him over now, I'd be asking questions.
Good first up delivery though, around the wicket. He found some good rhythm. That ball was best part of 145 clicks. Probably the fastest ball he's bowled today. Just got that rhythm round the wicket.
Forward short leg slip. It's going to give Mark Boucher a bit of work to do. And there's a huge stagger from first slip to second slip. Jacques Kallis at second slip. Jacques Kallis must be 6 metres closer than Graeme Smith. Not quite 6, maybe 3. You don't want to buy any land from me, Alan.
There is a gap there, Jackers, yes. And Graeme Smith's giving himself every chance. First slip to cover a fair bit of ground. Yes, but be interesting to see if one goes down the middle. That's the way the session's gone, isn't it?
Yes, to a degree. Yeah, you see, that's the line that he bowls at left-handers, and that's just held its own a fraction. Glenn McGrath was probably the greatest exponent of bowling round the wicket to left-handers, of the seamers I'm talking about. Just managed to get it to pitch and hold. Given the angle that it's coming in from, it must be like batting against an off-break.
Yeah, it's a genuine tactic against the left-handers, because most left-handers are used to the ball going across them rather than the ball coming back at you.
Well, that's just a beautiful sort of forceful block that's flown through the covers for 4. Very vacant area cover, I'll tell you. It's the end of the over. 159 now without loss.
And then a dramatic collapse. Morkel around the wicket again, nice and direct. We remember, of course, Morné Morkel last summer in South Africa, the way he was devastating against the likes of Gambhir from around the wicket, similar stature to Hughes, but he's now on 85. He hasn't quite got it right today. Morné's first over was very good. Dale Stein's the one that's concerned me a little bit, HD. He was certainly well below pace at maybe 135 at best, nudging 150 in Cape Town.
It's always going to be a concern when Steyn is below that 140 mark.
Good scrambling from Mark Boucher.
And I don't think that's because he's not a skillful enough bowler. If there's swing on offer, he is still more than capable of taking wickets. But he is such a danger, as we see a wayward delivery from around the wicket from Morkel. Steyn is such a danger when he is bowling it at 140, 145 and swinging it. And then is the perfect foil to Morkel. But Morkel's he was a little inconsistent from over the wicket. He's reverted to his favourite around the wicket now.
Philander's been tidy, opening with Steyn early today. It's protection out there. It's an indication of how proceedings have gone in that first session, and that run rate of just a little bit over 5 is very impressive. The other thing about this ground, HD, as you will know only too well, is that 266 that South Africa scored yesterday on a normal surface, a normal ground, might be 220. Travels quickly along this outfield, and that's why Australia have got off like they have as well.
Well, I think the sponsors, Sunfoil, have made a bit of an error in donating all that money to charity for every boundary hit. They've chosen the wrong ground because there's so many that are managed at the Bidvest Wanderers Stadium. And the charities will be smiling.
So, of course, there could have been a wicket down this morning. If you've just joined us, there's Graeme Smith. He decided not to send it to Billy Doctorow. This is a Jacques Cullis to Hughes, the inside edge. The fact that the angle was back towards the keeper, to me, made a lot of sense. There was connection. You can see that there was a bit of jamming as well, perhaps. And certainly a bit of pad and also some bat going back towards Boucher, confirmed by Hotspot as well. So that wasn't reviewed. It's going to be such an important part of the game, this review, as we go forward, HD.
I know this is something very close to your heart, Mike. And so what I can't understand is that when we saw that replay, Graeme Smith was probably the most animated of all when the appeal went up, and he has the responsibility of calling for that. So you wonder if someone else swayed him.
I think it was Jacques Cullis. He had a bit of a quizzical look on his face, and that's why Graeme didn't go to Billy Doctorow. I'll make a point or two about that in a sec. I think is a way to go. Maybe a vision towards the future. That's the end of the over for Morkel. It was a reasonable start from him, 171 for none. Big shout. Last ball, the last over. Smith deciding not to send it to Billy Doctrove eventually. Perhaps didn't want to risk losing the last review, which is exactly what you were talking about before, HD. We'll have a close inspection after this first delivery as to what that story was with that ball. I guess you've always got to consider a couple of things when it comes to Morné Morkel.
Height, we've been talking about it over and over again. He bowls from such a great height that the bounce, and with Watson getting such a big stride in, you would think that it was going over the top, but there might even have been a little scratch.
It's hit him on the roll. Right on the roll. That's where it's. Oh, there you go. Okay, so the original decision is not out. So it would have ended up being the umpire's call. Let's see if there was a little bit of a scratch. No scratch from hot spots. I think it was just on the roll of the pad. But it was the big stride that helped him. He's one of the few guys, actually, if you really want to think about it in world cricket, I think he's one of the few guys, if he is hit on the roll of the pad on the front foot because he gets such a good stride in, that he's going to be generally okay.
That goes back to the original decisions that original things that umpires base their decisions on. If there's an element of doubt, the doubt goes to the batsman. And on this occasion, that's what would have been decided. There was a little bit of doubt. Big stride. Was there an inside edge? No, there wasn't.
Look at that stride. That's a massive stride. Edge. And terrific stuff. Wow, it was almost a bluff there. Almost a double bluff. It looked like there was some action in front in the sledge cordon, which in the end resulted in de Villiers taking the catch. Hughes gone for 88, but a couple wanted it.
Well, Philander bowled a superb previous over, and he deserves his wicket. South Africa have been much better since the luncheon interval, and Philip Hughes has gone in a very similar fashion to the previous test matches for 88, and Australia are 174 for 1.
So one down now. Khawaja has arrived at the crease. Qualified pilot, very talented cricketer. Someone who doesn't normally get in too much of a rush in the middle, we understand. Just playing in his fourth game, average of shade under 30. Best of 37 against England, so he'll be pretty nervous, even though he's smiling on that shot. Philander. Nice and solid first up. South Africa will be delighted to see the end of Hughes. He's played well.
Philander's got his line right. It's just bounced a little bit. You know, Hughes always tries to get the ball behind square on the offside. It's a good catch from de Villiers, considering Callis probably, well, that's probably Callis' catch.
That's an outstanding catch. Have a look at AB's reaction. He can't believe that Jacques Callis hasn't gone for that. It is an absolutely brilliant catch from AB de Villiers. Magnificent stuff. Very important, of course, as a slip fielder, that you know what your area is. Jacques Callis has been standing in that region for a long time. AB, of course, doesn't often field at first slip. Jacques Callis knows his area. Let's have a look and see if Jacques should have gone for it. Of course, he's got the confidence of AB behind him. In a normal situation, you would think second slip would have probably gone for that one.
I think the critical thing, though, is that Callis doesn't really move. Sometimes what happens is the second slip can go to take the catch and then withdraw, and that can put the first slip off.
Absolutely, it can. Nice forward defence, but a terrific over from Philander. That's a wicket maiden. Brilliant. Wicket maiden, I should say. Brilliant for him. 174 for 1.
Watson not out 78. Hughes recently dismissed by Philander. Wonderful catch by AB de Villiers at first slip for 88. It was a well played 88 as well. And Khawaja in just his fourth test match now at the crease.
Just a quick little look at the law books, actually, in respect to what we were talking about before, HD, about a professional spotter, if you like, in the change room, regarding the player review. It's law 3.2D. Last part of it says, if the umpires believe that the captain or batsman has received direct or indirect input emanating other than from the players on the field, they may at their discretion decline the request for a player review. in particular. Signals from the dressing room must not be given. So that would need to be changed if it was to develop as I'm suggesting that maybe it could and follow the American football platform. We'll have to wait and see. I guess the first thing we need to do is get standardisation in the review so that every country's using it. Or every country agrees to use it, let me say that, and it's probably the best way to put it.
A window of hope for South Africa. A man on strike now with Morkel, who's just a baby in Test cricket.
Good stuff from a flying Belcher. Bit of exercise for Ian Gould, some might say long overdue.
There's still some life in the old man. In cricketing terms, I suppose he's not an old man.
In the firing line now, Kawaja. This is going to be interesting. He likes bowling to left-handers. We know that. He will step up a gear too. Sliding leg side. This is exactly what we were talking about at the lunch break, HD, where you've got a batsman who's been in the change room. He's been sitting on his backside for a long, long time, nearly 3 hours today. He's seen the batsman going at 5 and over all day. He hasn't had any looseners, no throwdowns, not like a tennis player, a nice warm-up for a couple of hours before a game or an hour before a game, a golfer, a rugby player on the sidelines with a training cycle. Time trial cyclist, of course, gets on the cycling machine as well. Baseball pitchers are in the pitching pen. For example, these guys are supposed to come out straight away, face someone who's bowling 142 k's per hour and be at his very peak right from the word go, from cold.
Tough ask. I mean, if you think about it, a tennis player actually gets to knock up with his opponent for 15 minutes before they start.
Hardly fair, is it?
Can you imagine? Morkel saying to Kawaja, well, I'll just bowl you a few to have a few sighters and then we'll get things underway.
We'll start off with a few underarms and build you up, like they do in tennis, a few lobs. Then I'm going to bowl a couple of really quick ones, but you can stand away from the stumps because they don't count, as I practice my serving in tennis. Not sure I can think of any other sports, actually. In fact, let me just invite our viewers, wherever you might be, use the hashtag when you tweet. Hashtag best of enemies, and let us know if there are any other sports that you can think of, some professional sports that you can think of where players actually don't start from cold. Boxing's another one, of course. They warm up in the change room all the time. Punch bag, do a lot of work with their trainers. Not forget the verbal abuse of the weigh-in session the day before.
That punch bag doesn't hit back.
Formula One, of course, have a bit of a warm-up lap before they get underway. And then they just try and smash each other off the course in the first bend. Three from it. Correction. 4 from it. 178 for 1.
Gotta make sure you get the drink on board. It's a hot day. Must be a tiring day when you come out and watch the game. Yes, lovely to take it all in, but out in the sun and burnt. Oh, past the outside edge. It was there for the cut. Perhaps just bounced a bit more than Watson expected.
Tried to hit it too hard as well. He threw everything at that one, Shane Watson. Short delivery, very wide. Really tried to give that the treatment.
when there's a sustained period where bowlers manage to keep things quiet and bowl a lot of good balls, you get batsmen anxious to get a bad one, and when it does come around, sometimes they make an error. Oh, hello. Where's all this coming from?
Well, he slipped himself there, Jacques Kallis. That was 142 k's an hour. Terrific delivery, steep bounce, good aggressive short ball.
That's a great phrase. He slipped himself. He's been operating around 136, 137 kilometers an hour. Jacques Kallis. What a miss over his run up and a couple of deliveries. That'll be 4. A good effort from Dale Steyn. Was misdirected from Kallis, and Watson able to just collect runs.
Well, it was such a pity because the follow-up delivery after that good bouncer was so important. But it was too much leg side by Jacques Kallis. A lot slower than the previous delivery as well. And this outfield is very quick. Dale Steyn can do nothing to prevent the boundary.
Taking it on, there's a man out there. Oh, what a catch! What a fantastic catch by Imran Tahir. He hit it really well, did Shane Watson, and would have felt it would be off to the boundary. But Tahir intercepts, and to good effect. Australia 2 down.
Watson took it on. He's taken it on a few times today already. He didn't hit this one too badly, but what a good catch. Tahir making good ground, showing good catching technique, and Kallis strikes 2 valuable wickets for South Africa now after the lunch break. So Shane Watson gone for a well-played 88. Australia 192 for 2.
$192 for 2 now, Australia. And it is Ricky Ponting who walks out to the middle. Fantastic player, has been throughout his career of 156 matches for Australia. Nearly 12,500 runs at an average of just over 52. There's the shot, and there's the catch. It went really quickly. And Imran Tahir anticipated and moved nimbly. A look at this for a celebration. He's not done yet. There we are. Come on. Super stuff.
A lot of relief there. He dropped a very easy one in Cape Town, so he would have been very happy that that one stuck.
Yeah, the relief also will be about getting into the game somehow. Didn't bowl well, hasn't bowled well in the time that he's been given the ball by his skipper. And a look at that spell. Was back of a length and shorter. Feet stuck at the crease there.
Nervous, anxious moments for Ricky Ponting under pressure. We said that Kallis gets important wickets, and he hasn't disappointed. Got the important one of Watson this time. He's done it so often for the side.
You'll find his average is pretty good against most. 800s and 1050s against South Africa in 23 matches. Successful over from Jacques Kallis, and it was needed by South Africa. 192 for 2. 88 and 88. The top 2 both back in the huts now. 192 for 2. Steyn will continue. In the commentary box, Sean Pollock and Robin Jackman.
Thanks, Bowie. Couple of bingo prizes. How's this for a catch, though? Real time. Absolutely. Now we don't know where to go. He's just scored the winner in the World Cup. Go, beauty! And again. He does celebrate well, does he? Squeeze that down. There was a bit of back before the pad. Dale Steyn's starting to swing this ball all of a sudden. Sean?
Yeah, starting to get a little bit of shape. He's probably got his tail up now. He realizes that there's two new batsmen at the crease. There's the presentation of the seam, just angling back. Roger wouldn't want to be playing them too fine on the leg side from that kind of line. But yeah, Tahir had reason to celebrate. It was a very good catch. The ball came to him quickly, was dipping. It's not the easiest viewing ground here at the Wanderers. Can be pretty dark in the background, particularly when you're on the boundary.
Steyn to Ponting, 3 slips and a gully. Smith back on the attack again momentarily. Oh, that looks out. That looks so straight. Yes, he's done it. It looked out from up here. I think it looked out from square leg. But Billy Bowden was in the best position.
Dale Steyn knocks over Ricky Ponting once again. No review on this occasion. The finger goes up from Billy Bowden. Dale Steyn, he's shown much better rhythm and control in this current spell of his, and there it is. Just nipping back at Ricky Ponting. The delivery's had some trouble with over the years, and early doors, Dale Steyn's right on the money. Going on to clip leg stump, and if it had been referred, he would have still been given. Ricky Ponting is on his way for nothing. Australia 193 for 3.
193 for 3 then. South Africa going through a nice little spell here. What crowd there is back into this game. Michael Clarke, the Australian captain, comes to the crease, averaging 46 in Test cricket, just over 5,000 runs. 16 centuries to his name, one of which was quite brilliant down at Newlands in the first Test match. And nobody else could get any runs till the second innings, and then 2 South Africans at their hundreds. There's Ponting. Alan Border was telling me he's playing brilliantly in the nets. He gets in the middle and the situation is what it is. Suddenly falling over just a little bit. His head was way over the offside of the ball there. Here's Steyn to Clarke.
Dale Steyn now has his tail up. He's got the crowd behind him. He's sensing this is an opportunity for South Africa. They picked up 3 wickets relatively quickly after Australia dominated the morning session. And the kingpin for South Africa, the premier bowler, has knocked over Ricky Ponting. And he now senses that if he can just get the wicket of Michael Clarke, all of a sudden South Africa are right back in this Test match.
Scream of no from Clarke. ...244 Test wickets, Dale Steyn. ...245 now, yeah. Add that one of Ponting's. Oh. 193 for 3. Steyn continues from the golf course end. Ooh. Hands on heads from Boucher and de Villiers at slip. Good timing, 4 runs. Just a little bit full and straight from Steyn.
And you can understand that he's going to venture up a little bit fuller and try and knock Clark over. He did it against Ponting. He had a decent delivery of the ball before. But this occasion, just getting too straight, too full. And Clark equal to the task. He's in good touch. We saw that in Cape Town. And he doesn't miss out if you get too straight to him.
He gave him a hard time with a short ball in Cape Town, but this ball's 48 overs old. Still getting it up there.
Come on, Dale!
The short ball, and it's put him down momentarily. Whether he'll take the 8 count or not, no, he won't.
This could be interesting on ultra motion.
Just as painful.
Yeah. Oh. Some would dare to say bullseye.
It's on the big screen as well. Will it show up on Hotspot? It's up on the big screen. You just heard the whole crowd. Brings tears to your eyes.
Or to his.
Whether he's threw the shot too soon on this. Oh no, he's inside edged it. Makes it more unlucky.
Yeah, I think Clark hasn't quite worked out the bounce on the surface as yet. He had one ball, the last ball of the over before, of Dale Steyn, that he also went over the top. Billy Bowden found it amusing. It won't be amusing for Michael Clark.
It's amazing how everybody laughs, and they all know exactly how it feels. 199 for 3.
88 for Hughes, 88 for Watson. They'll be disappointed, both of them. They left the arena 12 shy of that magical 3 figures. However, a very good start. What an opening stand of 174.
You play a bit of bingo, Hayes. 2 fat ladies. 88?
Yeah, correct. No, my answer is no. You do, obviously, though. I mean, I'm too young for that, AB.
You answered in the affirmative, Baseman.
Very briefly. 20 minutes, we've got to go. Skipper's not very happy at the moment. He's having a go at the boys. There's people running all over the place. No one seems to know what's going on. I picked in the stop mics that he's saying, come on, boys, it looks like a shambles out here. He's a good judge right now.
Oh, I like it.
He'll have a little bit to bowl into from around the wicket.
Yeah, not a lot of footmarks at this stage of the game, but just a little bit of assistance. Get it into that rough outside the left-hander's off stump.
Shorty's got that away. He'll dine off that. Well, Kawaja, I would suggest that he might have needed that boundary.
Well, his first. He's been out there a long time. He's really had to work hard through some really good South African bowling, and then he got a freebie, and you're not going to miss out on that. And that's the position you don't want to be fielding when leggy bowls the half tracker.
2 positions in the game of cricket you don't want to be too good at. Short leg or 12th man. You might note that he's got number 419 on his shirt, Kawaja, 419th player to play Test cricket for Australia. Cummins, he's got 420. There is a bit of protection, but you might have heard Kawaja's call of 2 initially in a loud scream of no to finish. There's that 419. It's the short one on the leg side. A couple of balls ago. What number were you, AB?
299. So I've had quite a few since 1978.
Now help me out with this, Alan, our good mate, and I'm sure he's watching this telecast at the moment, Michael Slater. What's the story about his number and a subsequent tattoo?
Yes, true story. I don't remember the number, but he and Brendan Julian debuted at the same time. And the numbers were actually allocated on alphabetical order, Julian being before Slater, and Slater assumed that it was because of the batting order, and which he batted 1. And he subsequently got a tattoo on his back or shoulder somewhere, the wrong number.
Well done, Slats. It's not as though it's permanent, though, I suppose. Oh! It's the wrong one. To end the over, 6 from it, 207 for 3. Now, Michael Hussey is due to come in next. It was very rare to see him miss out in both digs and drop a catch in Cape Town, so he'll be very keen to put that in a distant memory by performing well in this Test match. There's no doubt that Haddon as well will want to perform. Morkel again. Gee, that's a beautiful shot. It's got to be one of the most pleasing shots you can play in the game of cricket. Line and length was very good from Morkel, but just have a look at his positioning from Clark.
Yeah, textbook stuff. Quickly onto the back foot. Nice straight blade. And just playing through the line of the ball. And if that's in the gap, that's going to go to the boundary. Unfortunately for Michael Clark, straight to the fielder.
Eased away into the gap on the leg side. That's where he can't bowl. Of course, every now and then there's a bit of a release, and it's going to go for 4. Goodness me. An extraordinary piece of willow, one would suggest. Brilliantly timed as well, though. It's a quality act in its hand.
And again, the lesson to all you youngsters out there watching, didn't overplay the shot. Just worked the ball onto the onside. No real flourish. Just kept the ball down, worked it into the gap, and with the timing, picks himself up 4, minimum of fuss, right out of the meat of the bat.
Of course, it's a long day in the park at the moment for the South Africans. There's a couple of applicants.
Just finishing off that Michael Slater story, Hayes, there is a happy ending. Australian cricket allocated the correct or the reverse numbers to Slater and Julian.
Huge sigh of relief for Michael Slater, I'd imagine. Got an edge. Has he taken the catch? Yes. This time he's gone. A couple of catches went down in Cape Town. A.B. de Villiers has got that one too. He's taken a very good catch earlier. That is a massive wicket. The captain is a very, very hard taskmaster. He won't like that at all.
Again, banged in short, a little bit of extra bounce, catches the edge. And A.B. de Villiers, what good hands he has. He doesn't make mistakes with those, and that is a big wicket for the Proteas. Morkel celebrates. The Australian captain departs. He's made 11. The score 4 for 211.
So Michael Hussey has arrived. As I mentioned, didn't get going at all in that first test in Cape Town, but look at those figures. 5,114 runs, 64 games now, average of 52, 26 50s, 1500s. We know he's a fine player, but 1-0 in Cape Town, dismissed both times by Morkel.
And this is the reason he's out there. Just a little bit of extra pace and bounce. Flying away to De Villiers at slip. Had plenty of time to have a look at that. Is very deep there at first slip. And they've been bowling that line outside the off stump. And it's got the results.
Good hands, AB De Villiers. Off the mark very quickly. Bit of a knock on, but no extra run.
He's always a busy player at the crease, Michael Hussey. And that's a good example of that. Just knocking the ball into the gap, taking off for the single. Always busy at the crease. Always things happening.
Morkel in action at the moment. Hussey has just arrived. Let's have a look at a bit of a pattern to see if there is one in Cape Town. That was the first one. On his way. And then caught in the gully by Ashwell Prince, a sharp chance. The pattern is Morkel. One from around the wicket, one from over the wicket. Oh, that's a nice little blow as well. Have to rub that one when the bowler's got his back turned. 213 for 4.
The Australian scorecard dominated by Watson Hughes at the top of the order. A fantastic opening partnership, but in the face of some good South African bowling since the luncheon break, we've seen 4 wickets fall. And Khawaja has been made to really battle. And Michael Hussey's just arrived at the crease. So a really good session for the South Africans today.
Michael. That's middle stump, mate.
Really has been a terrific comeback from South Africa. We saw that yesterday when Australia were brilliant, picking up their last 6 for 25. Khawaja seems to have recovered okay. He's the non-strikers in now. It's intelligent batting. You might have heard the call of 2. Khawaja, I guess, could do a little bit of a trot up and down at the moment. After this,
yes, angled in and copped it. Nasty blow. That hurts.
Bring a tear to a glass eye.
It certainly does.
It's through and it's going to go for 4.
Well, as we suggested, Michael Hussey very busy at the crease, and straight away only faced a couple of deliveries, and that's a bit of a signature shot, the Michael Hussey cover drive. Good placement, good power, especially early on in the innings. He doesn't miss out too often.
Game it.
Absolutely no doubt he's going to be one of those leg spinners. We know that he's experienced at first class level, but this is a different step up. He's going to need a couple of early wickets to feel comfortable. He's going to need lots of encouragement as well from the South Africans.
have a look at how the ball comes out of the fingers.
He's got about 4 different deliveries that he bowls. Pretty impressive stats. 585 wickets. Average of 25, 140 games. Played a great deal of English, or county cricket I should say. Born in Pakistan. Second player on the pitch at the moment, if you like. That is of the batsman and the bowler. The 2 batsmen and the bowler born in Pakistan. 220 for 4.
Something that doesn't happen very often at the Wanderers. Once the ball's nicked, not carrying. Twice Hussey's been fortunate. And this one going down to third man for 4.
Do you know where that's gone? That's gone almost exactly where they released that extra catcher from after he got driven down the ground off the first ball of the over.
Something nice for the bowlers. He's covered nearly 10 kilometres in the day so far, Dale Steyn. Just a kilometre sprinting, but they certainly do get through some work.
I think I might have walked around the world in my career, you know.
Something I'm a little bit surprised about here is, I know that the ball's 59 overs old, but there's a cover in place. Khawaja's got 12 or 56 deliveries. He's struggled to get the ball away. Your main fast bowler, strike bowlers on. Maybe Graeme Smith would be thinking about Amla at cover, going into a catching position, trying to force Khawaja to try and penetrate that cover region.
That is so straight. Yes, Mr. Gould. Wow, that's straight. But it is being reviewed. The review didn't come quick enough to indicate that he's hit the ball. He's just saying to the umpire, I think that might have been what? A bit high, a bit down the leg side, a bit what? It just looked perfect from up here.
Well, it's a legit delivery. It does swing back into the left-handed Khawaja, so pitches on. Oh, I'm afraid. I think he might be on his bike.
They'll look for hotspot, but he would have gone upstairs straight away if he'd hit it. Didn't have to ask Mike Hussey what he thought. I think he's going to be very fortunate if this proved not to be hitting the stumps from what we've seen so far.
Unless he's asked for this to be referred because they feel that they've still got 2 available to them, so they might as well take a chance with Haddon and the tail to come. But by all accounts, umpire Ian Gould has got this spot on.
So Khawaja goes for 12 then, a patient 12, 228 for 5. Brad Haddon, his best score is 169 against New Zealand. He averages 36 in Test cricket with 2,000 runs and has not enjoyed a good time of late.
Straight after tea, Graeme Smith turns to his premier fast bowlers, Morkel and Steyn. He needs them to strike. South Africa are in the game. Steyn does just that. A little bit of swing back into the left-handed Khawaja. Umpire Gould had no hesitation. It was hitting halfway up middle stump. It was referred, but there really wasn't any need for it. It just looked perfect, and so it was.
I just wonder what the conversation was with Michael Hussey, you know. I mean, I thought it was out. 2:28 for 5. Here's Steyn. Just looks as if he has beautiful rhythm from the call-it drive end. I find this often with Dale Steyn, that he starts and then when he never really starts all that badly, but he starts and sometimes he's like an end bowler. He suddenly changes ends and he finds a better rhythm at that end. I've seen him do it in lots of different grounds.
He also tends to just get better and better as the day goes on, which is tough for a batsman, because normally you feel that it's a bit difficult against the new ball, and as he gets into his third and fourth spell, so you can capitalize. But Steyn's pace seems to increase, his discipline gets better and better. Not that it's that bad ever, but he just gets better as a bowler as the day progresses.
Well played. Got a little bit big on him. He played it very well.
Got out to a peculiar stroke in the second innings at Newlands, Brad hadn't, and I'm sure he will have been saying to himself, I need to show some courage, number one, against the pace of South Africa. Some discipline in the way I hang around. It's my responsibility as the number 7 to, if I'm with a batsman, to help contribute a partnership and then shepherd the tail. He's done it before on a number of occasions, but he has struggled of late under pressure.
How far did you say Dale Steyn had walked today? Did you say nearly 10 kilometres? Over my first-class career and List A career, it's not nets, not club cricket. Not in the field, not walking back to bowl, not following through, just a run-up. 1,654,240 yards, which is 1,513 kilometres. No wonder I'm only 5'8".
And you still take the lift up here.
Yeah. Is pumped.
Another superb delivery from Dale Steyn. He's getting a little bit of swing with the ball. That's 62 overs old. Hussey caught a little bit in the crease as his stumps rattled. Steyn has struck for South Africa. They've certainly turned it around. From lunch they've been magnificent. Hussey's gone for 20. Steyn strikes. Australia 233 for 6.
Mitchell Johnson, the man in. His best is 100 against South Africa. 13 runs, 2 wickets since tea. And Mitchell Johnson's made his way out there as a result of this.
And the world's number 1 fast bowler is getting it right in the afternoon. He's swinging it He's got his length right. He's troubling every single Australian batsman. And along with the rest of the South African attack, they've brought this test match together again. What a contest we have on our hands here.
6 for 64 Australia have lost. Staying 14 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 51. 174 for 1, 233 for 6. And this will be, this will start that Australian dressing room going a little bit, saying, well, can't tell me this is happening again, surely, you know. What an unbelievable test series between these two countries it's been so far, with the ebbs and the flows. It's just such a shame there isn't a third test after this one.
Well, with the amount of time that the tests are taking, they could always squeeze one in somewhere along the line.
It's such a good delivery. Hussey, I think, will probably say maybe he should have got forward. He was back to quite a full-length delivery.
.242 for 6. Haddon on 10. Johnson yet to get off the mark. Mrs. Bevan out on the grass embankment.
Good delivery going across the left-hander. Vernon Philander in obvious discomfort.
The phrase "bite the bullet" comes to mind.
For the team, that's what it's all about now.
Yeah, and for himself as well. It's a case very much of, you get an opportunity, as he did in Cape Town. He made full use of it, and then you want to make sure that you cement your place. So you want to make sure you're there. Well bowled. Good effort in that. Back into the 130s, which is normal pace for him.
Another good delivery again, going across the left-hander. They've got this ball going nicely.
Absolutely no question as to his skill. Vernon Philander, he can bowl in those good areas. He showed that in Cape Town. He's done so domestically for a long time and gets bags of wickets. When the going gets tough in Test match cricket, you'll hear many a bowler say, you don't find too many days where you go out there and you feel no pain at all. Up in the air, just over. It's Morne Morkel who's at mid-on, so if he can't get to it, then nobody would, really.
It was a good bouncer, the surprise bouncer. Mitchell Johnson didn't hit that in the middle by any means. Could easily have gone straight to Morne Morkel. He was dismissed like that as well. The first test match when he miscued a pull shot, but this time gets away with it. So good work there by Morne Morkel. Yes, as a bowler, resilience is what you need to survive in the harsh environment of Test cricket. One good performance doesn't make a summer. You have to be able to back them up.
No surprise, really, that Vernon Philander had a go at bouncing Mitchell Johnson, because that's how he got him out in Cape Town.
It's nearly a carbon copy. This time Mitchell Johnson just got a bit more on it, and also with the altitude the ball just travels further.
It certainly didn't go in the area he wanted it to. It's a moral victory for the bowler. In the air, catches the call, it's in the gap, and it'll go for 4.
Living dangerously, both batsmen at the moment. There's been some opportunities, but they just haven't gone to hand. Australia now trail by 17. Brad Haddon continuing to play shots and chance his arm. This ball was in the air for a bit. but he picked that gap at extra cover.
He said he'll continue to play his game. He's by nature aggressive. That's the way he looks to play. Thinking of two. Comfortably back. 2:51 for 6. Imran Tahir into the attack again for a third spell. Oh, much better in his second spell than he did in his first. Looked out of sorts, well out of sorts in that first spell. Probably a bit nervous as well, it seemed anyway. And Cape Town struggled. He needs to get it together, really. He needs to get it together so he can contribute to the group. Very important, that.
A few issues with Imran Tahir and his technique and his bowling and his strategy. He's been running in the danger area today, so that wouldn't have helped his confidence. His run-up, in my opinion, is far too much on the angle, so that means he can't get off the danger area quickly enough. Also, that inhibits his lines to the target. He's closing himself off a lot, so that means his leg spinner won't spin as much as it should. But yeah, I agree with you. He's got to try and impose himself on the game and make a contribution.
Great start, fantastic start. The finger goes up straight away. Brad Haddon looking across to his partner. This could be #1 wicket for Imran Tahir in Test match cricket. DRS requested.
Well, he's made his contribution all right. This was a good delivery, a good first up delivery. Brad Haddon misjudging the line. Played for the leg spinner. It was that slider that just goes straight on. Let's have a look at the foot. No problem with the front foot, so that's a legal delivery.
Yeah, and then there was a look further down the business end. He expects a lot of turn there. Does Brad Haddon? He doesn't get much, so he's trying to adjust with the bat. Can't get it to the ball, and it hits him below the knee roll. Didn't turn a whole lot. Here's Hotspot, says absolutely no contact. So the question is, according to Hawkeye, will the ball go on and hit the stumps? Pitch in line, hit in line, bang into middle and leg, the top of it. So umpire's call was out. So it is out. Yep, Billy Bowden, there you go, gives the signal. Congratulations, Imran Tahir, you're on the board.
So this will help his confidence tremendously. It was a good delivery. Brad Haddon playing down the wrong line, looking for the leg spinner, but it didn't turn as much as he thought it would have. So another disappointment for Brad Haddon. His bad run of form continues. Australia in trouble, 255 for 7.
So 255 for 7, Australia, and it's Peter Siddle walks out to the middle. Best of 43 against England. Walks in at number 9. And this is why he's out there.
A good first up delivery. And what a throw.
Got to be right on the money when you start up your spell, and that's why. Batsman looking to just see what's going to happen. It's struck on the pad. And it's right in line. Super stuff. There is no tonic like a wicket.
Straight away, a little bit more bounce in the step of Imran Tahir.
Like that, tossed up outside the off stump. All of a sudden looks a different bowler. Yes, he's bowling to number 9, but the body language just changes totally.
And he's very much a confidence player, confidence bowler. There you go.
That's him. Look at him go. Imran Tahir loves it.
Well, that's why he's so dangerous to the tail end, and that was a good week. That's where he's dangerous. He bowls a very good wrong, and Peter Siddle never picked this one. turn back and turn back sharply. So that was a top delivery. So Imran Tahir, he strikes, he's thrilled. Just have a look at him. Emotion boiling over. 2 wickets in 1 over. Peter Siddle gone for naught. Australia in deeper trouble. 255 for 8.
I reckon he's really tired from the celebration. Look at him. Look at him go. He's asking the up if I got another one. He must have bowled 2 overs in 1, I reckon. Look at him. Superb stuff. Brilliant stuff. Can't buy this, I tell you. Wicket number 1 in Test match cricket. You ask anybody and they'll remember where they were. They'll remember how it happened. He's got 2 in 1 over.
And the second one was a terrific delivery. We said that leg spinners love bowling to tail-enders, particularly when they have a good googly.
And he set it up beautifully. I said a couple of balls before, like that, tossed up outside off stump, would have been showing him his leg spinner. .255 for 7. It's turned to 255 for 8. And in comes Patrick Cummins. Just 18 years old, starting out in the true sense of the word. This is why he's there.
All ends up, that'd be Peter Siddle. He never picked that googly. I mean, you don't really expect your tail-ender to be able to do that, even though Peter Siddle is quite competent with a bat. And just look at him go.
I want him to take more wickets. I just love his celebration. Superb. Double wicket maiden for Imran Tahir. 255 for 8.
Terrific stuff from Watson and Hughes today. They're going at 5 and over in the first session. They really played superbly.
Hayes, I thought 87 was the unlucky number for Australia. Not 88.
Off 111 balls for Hughes. He's bowled with a bit of serious intent today, Jacques Cullis.
Yeah, had a bit of a niggle with his back as well. And Gould has been very strict on the short deliveries from a wide perspective. That one was banged in. There's the LBW shot. Made contact, good googly, but made contact well outside the line of off stump. So no danger for Cummins.
So the spinners have got 6 wickets so far in this Test match. Clark and Lyon getting 4 between them yesterday. Imran Tahir getting a couple now. Still 2 on offer in this innings. There's still plenty of time left in the Test. It looks like we're going to be pretty good for the weather tonight. About this time yesterday, we had some dark clouds lurking. We've got an hour of 10 minutes, correction, an hour and 20 minutes of play to go before stumps today. We won't get the full number of overs in.
Can't but stress the point that it's been a wonderful fight back by South Africa. Really didn't look pretty up until the lunch break, but they've obviously had a good chat at the lunch break and discussed the tactics going forward. They built some wonderful pressure with some tight bowling after the lunch break, and it's been very effective. 8 wickets have fallen, and South Africa are right back in this game.
That is a nice shot. Very nice shot indeed. All along the turf for 4.
Yeah, wonderful straight drive here by Mitchell Johnson. He's very easy on the eye when he gets going. On this occasion, punches it straight down the ground. Knows he's made good contact. Doesn't even take himself out of the popping crease.
Has been quite noticeable that from the end that Jacques Cullis is bowling at the moment. That's the only area where they've found something to bowl into, the seamers. Just a little bit of a spot. Sliced around the offside, there is protection. It's going to be a little bit of a teaser. No, it's not. It's going to go for 4. So there's a back-to-back boundaries for Johnson. He is naturally aggressive and he's strong.
The Johnson hasn't made anywhere near as good a contact as he did with the previous delivery. That has opened the face in his hands. He's got the same result. Vernon Filland is quite wide at a wideish backward point, more third-manish position.
The spot that I'm talking about is just outside the line of leg stump, if you like, when the left hand is on strike. So it's going to be easier. It's a good shot and nicely fielded. Whoops, he might have got a bit of cramp as well. That'd be a big hamstring to cramp up, I'd imagine.
That was almost like there was a sniper. Brilliant bit of fielding by Morné Morkel. Got down, got one hand to it. Got his legs into a position where they just cramped up. That's a terrible feeling. Yeah, brilliant piece of fielding. And he gets in a position to throw, and all of a sudden the cramp comes home.
So why do you think this is happening, Sean? This has been something that's been an issue with the South African side for a long time. Back in your days as well, we saw Vernon Philander struggle earlier today.
Yeah, I think obviously the heat's got something to do with it. I know they are monitored on a session basis to find out what is going on. But the ground here at Wanderers is very soft underneath. Although it's fast over the top when the ball is hit along the ground, it is quite soft underneath, and it does take its toll on the legs. They had a long first session of 2.5 hours this morning, so they've been in the field for a while, and they've now decided to have a drinks break. 276 for 8.
Now those kids on the grass in Bakeman have had a ball today. What's been interesting is they've hardly watched a ball bowled in the middle. They've been playing their own games on the grass bank, but having a great time and full of smiles. Nice to see them at the cricket.
So you're saying when you were that age, you came to watch the cricket?
Absolutely. In fact, I can tell you what I used to do when I was that young. I used to sell ice creams.
Sell ice creams?
Sell ice creams to the public at Adelaide Oval. I used to also open the gate for all the players that came out. So I was about 9 or 10 years of age.
I used to eat ice creams when I came. Eat ice creams and play cricket at the back of the stadium. And at the lunch break and the tea break.
My dad used to sell tickets. Sell the tickets as they came in the gates at the Victor Richardson Gates, Adelaide Oval. So it was a bit of a family affair. So Steyn, 3 for 59 he's got at the moment. Just sliding down the leg side, but again, straight away, a little bit of movement in the air.
Yeah, right on the money, Dale Steyn. Let's have a look at the release here. It's coming out of his hand nicely, getting the ball to shape back into the left-hander, and that's when he is very effective to left-handers, when he gets that swing going. I saw him clean up Kawaja and Hussey. Now he's looking to do the same to Johnson.
Driving in there just over the top of Hashamamla in the covers. Big chase for the skipper, and 2 runs is all they take.
There goes airborne, trying to find the cover region. The field is spread. As you can see there, Graeme Smith back at long off.
You can see there's intent in those eyes. Again, sliding the leg side. One thing that Dale Steyn has said publicly, which has been quite impressive as far as I'm concerned, is that he said he wants to be known as the bowler who bowls quicker at the end of the day than he does at the start of the day. He is daunting, there's no doubt about it. He hasn't quite hit his straps pace-wise today. Got 4 in the first innings in Cape Town. He's got 3 in the first innings here at the Wanderers. And I think that's quite nice to hear when a fast bowler wants to do that, Sean.
Indeed, and he's done it over the years. He backs his words up with the performance. I think that's the key of a champion too, is that not every day that you play in test matches you're feeling 100% and your rhythm feels all that good, but if you can still do a job for your team, you're invaluable, and that's exactly what he's done today. Picked up 3 vital wickets for the South African team and for the country, and he's got the opportunity now to have a dart at Cummins.
Got an edge and a very good catch. Mark Boucher is taking a good grab that time. There's 4 now to Dale Steyn. He has been rewarded. That one was a pretty quick delivery at 138 k's per hour. Good gas from Steyn today. Another wicket, 9 down Australia.
Swinging ball in the right area for Dale Steyn. Cummins has only played 3 first-class games before today. And there you go. It'll do for top order batters. It'll do for low orders. Great catch there by Boucher, going low to his right, and Dale Steyn celebrates. That's his 4th wicket. And now there's an opportunity for a fifer. Cummins is on his way. He goes for 2. Australia 285 for 9.
Nathan Lyon, the off spinner, number 11. 26 runs he picked up at Newlands when Australia were in a lot of troubles. That was a good performance from him. Didn't help in the end. Steyn's got 4 and he's charging in. Spars of that one as well. It really was a very good catch by Mark Boucher. It was never going to carry to AB de Villiers.
You can see some shape, good seam position. Yeah, and you're right, it wouldn't have carried all the way to de Villiers. So low to the right, good snatch by Boucher. I think maybe also Mitchell Johnson will be thinking maybe he shouldn't have exposed Cummins to too many deliveries. He still had 3 to go in the over when he took the single.
AB de Villiers said to me this morning in the interview that catches win matches. Always very important at this venue. Found the edge on the bounce. Action-packed over that one from Steyn. 285 for 9. I would imagine that Michael Clark and whoever the new coach is going to be, which hasn't been announced yet, acting coach Troy Cooley, new convener John Inverarity, will be quite disturbed by that, or those scores I should say, after the first 2. Only Watson and Hughes doing anything of note for Australia. Tahir, 9 down.
Yeah, here's I think the disappointment from both test matches is the fact that they've got themselves into a strong position and then got themselves back into trouble. They bowled South Africa out cheaply in their first innings in Cape Town, and they were in a strong position here, but they haven't been able to cash in.
Still remarkable to think they had a lead of 188 after both teams have batted once in Cape Town. If we start to think about batting, he'll know he's going to have a bit of a terror session tonight. Jacques Rudolph looked very good, by the way, in the first dig.
Person's also got to question the judgment here by Johnson to take a single off the second delivery of the over. He's the man who's in. Leg spinner bowling into his arc. You would think he would have tried to harbour the strike as much as possible.
Well, that's almost slid under the bat. He's got himself off the mark. He's saying your call to Mitchell Johnson is to Lyon. Lyon says no, I'm okay down the non-striker's end. Doesn't mind bowling that wrong un. Lead by 21 runs. It's an edge. Running away to third man. It's going to go for 4. All these extra runs are bonus runs now for Australia.
Brings him run Tahir to his knees again. He's given this one a bit of air. Johnson's tried to smother it through the offside. He's got a thick edge. Beaten the slip, as we've seen so often in this test match so far. You don't chase those down here at the Wanderers. The outfield very quick.
Again driving nice and solid down to long on. I guess the deal right now is to make sure that Nathan Lyon just keeps this one out. Johnson will be the one who will want to face Dale Steyn. He's at the non-striker's end at the moment. And line does exactly that. 292 for 9. Session number 3 isn't finished yet on day 2. It finished with 6 wickets down for 53 on day 1. 5 down at the moment. Bound to be 6, I'm sure, to wrap up this innings at some stage. And then probably a bit of batting from South Africa.
As you can see, the field very much spread for Mitchell Johnson, just a slip and gully and catching positions. They don't want too many boundaries to come. Gives Dale Steyn the license to attack the stumps. And I'm not convinced about this. Taking one off the first delivery, the ball's shaping. Number 11 batsman leaving him with 5 deliveries to handle. Mitchell Johnson sitting on 36. He should be trying to face as many of the deliveries from Dale Steyn as possible. I would prefer Lyon to be facing deliveries from Imran Tahir than Dale Steyn.
It's got to be totally wrong, you're right. 5 balls now. Look at the work that Steyn's done so far. 13 kilometres is notched up overall. Sprinting almost 1.5 kilometres. Average heart rate isn't bad. Shows he's fit. Ease that away on the leg side just for a single.
Johnson's got faith in his partner and it keeps working out for them. Every time he's on strike he picks up a single. The marvellous performer Dale Steyn has been once again, as we mentioned, probably wasn't at the top of his game at the start of this innings, but he's come good for South Africa. Picked up 4 wickets, vital wickets, and there's what he's covered so far. Nearly 8 Ks walking, 4 Ks jogging and 1.4 sprinting.
We've got one on Robin Jackman as well, actually. It's hasn't registered yet, except for the average heartbeat, which is about the same, and he's done nothing.
On saying that, you do have to get up those stairs from the pitch to the commentary box. You sit up very high here at the Wanderers.
So here's the chance. Steyn will know. He's got half an over here to maybe disturb the furniture or get an edge from Nathan Lyon. He's on 2 at the moment. Then there'll be a 10-minute changeover. The opening batsman for South Africa will be thinking about it already, as will Hashim Amla at number 3. Allows that one to go through. Steyn was absolutely terrific to right-handers in Cape Town. Let's have a look and see where he has been today as well. Yep, very good channels. The 2 pulsing white balls around about 6 metres from the base of the stumps, and of course you add the swing factor. That's why he's got 4 wickets. That's just to right-handers. Oh, there's the end swinger. Oh, and it's down. He's grasped it. He's put it down. Substitute fielder has grasped that one. That's a disappointment for him, of course.
Yeah. It's one of the easiest of catches, but when you're a substitute fielder who just plays a bit of provincial cricket and you come onto a test arena, it can be difficult.
Steyn again. Would have had 5, not to be. He'll be disappointed. 295 for 9. My apologies, Dale Deeb. I'll have to just mention that you were the man that was in the covers very briefly. You're off the park now, just because Morné Morkel's come back on after recovering from that cramp that he had. But look at that, 5 wickets for 75 runs in this session so far. Plays for the Lions. That's why I was doing the sub-fielding. It is quite interesting if you have a look at, there's a few clouds that are just starting to build up a little bit as well, so we're going to have to keep an eye on that. Plenty of sunshine right now.
They actually had 12 on the field for that delivery, Hayes.
Oh, did they?
Paul Harris was on, and that's why the second 12th man or 13th man was on.
So that normally doesn't work, does it? 12 on the park.
And Vernon Philander and Morne Moko off the field, and now they've come back on. And you'll see Paul Harris finding his way around the boundary.
He won't be impressed.
Now they've got to meet and they've got to confer. That's obviously might be a penalty of runs for having too many fielders on the park.
We'll have to see what comes after this little discussion, but goodness me, that just shouldn't happen, should it? Sean, you might have tried that a few times when you were captain.
Hold on.
No, I'm saying you might have tried it, might have thought about it if you're allowed to do it.
We always love to have an extra guy in the field at times, but we never tried it. Okay, well, no harm done. I don't think there's any penalty runs being awarded to Australia.
Swung away on the leg side.
Although funny enough, the extra fielder was actually at short cover, and that was where Mitchell Johnson hit the ball to on that delivery. No, it was vacant for the next delivery, so anyway.
Reminds me of a story actually when Northern Transvaal were playing against Transvaal. Graeme Pollock, the great Graeme Pollock, of course your Uncle Graeme, was smashing everyone to all parts, and Gordon McMillan was bowling for Northern Transvaal, and if I'm not mistaken it was Lee Barnard who was captain, and Lee went over to chat to Gordon and said, listen Gordon, how's the field? Jeeps is playing well, we know that, do you want to change it at all? And Gordon suggested that Noel Day as keeper should move out from behind the stumps. He hasn't touched the ball. Oh, that's out. That's going to be out. Yep. Imran Tahir has picked up another wicket. Brilliant stuff from him. He's got 3 now. That's wrapped up the innings. It's exactly what the spinners have to do. Australia now all out for 296.
So here delivers a perfect googly once again. Lyon goes back on his stumps. The ball turns, traps him in front. And that's as plumb as can be. Australia are bowled all out for 296. Billy Bowden raises his finger. 3 wickets for Tahir. And as we mentioned, a man with a bit of mystery, a leg spinner, creates these kind of problems for tailenders, and that's exactly what he's done. He's wrapped up the tail, and he's done a really good job. So the drop catch doesn't cost South Africa too many runs. Australia lead by 30 runs. Australia all out for 296. Lyon, the last man to go for 2. LBW Tahir.
Amazing to think. None for 174 at one stage. Tahir can be well pleased with that work. His first wicket in Test cricket, of course. Added 2 more to that. Finished with 3. Steyn should have had 5. Ends up with 4. And South Africa have fought back beautifully. We were talking that South Africa messed it up yesterday when they lost 6 wickets for 25 runs. They certainly did that. But Australia have certainly collapsed again. And this session so far, I say so far, because we've still got play to go, 6 for 76.
Left-handed batsman Graeme Smith, 93 matches, more than 7,500 runs, an average of 50. Jacques Rudolph is his new partner at the other end. 36 test matches to his name. Average in the mid-30s. 500s and 850s, and he'll want to get going in this, his renewed career, because he's back, and he's come back after 35 tests after about 5 years. 3 slips in the gully, backward point, and it is Mitchell Johnson who's going to take the new ball. Issue of light perhaps being discussed out there.
Most definitely, it's coming in very quickly. I don't think we'll be playing for too long. probably 10, 15 minutes tops. The lights are really shining brightly. Graeme Smith taking as much time as possible.
If you look closely at the players, you'll see that their shadows, there's 3 or 4 that you can see, and generally that gives you the indication that it's the lights at the stadium that have taken over rather than the natural light. We're going to get underway though. Mitchell Johnson. Very short run up that time. Not sure why. Something new perhaps he's trying.
That may be the case. It did seem very, very short. And there are times where Mitchell does try that in the nets and he bowls quite well. Doesn't drop much in pace. Worth trying.
It tends to be the case with some blokes that you don't have to run up as far and can still bowl just as quick. Normally around the 140 clicks mark, without trying, so to speak, just runs up and get it 140, 142. So far around the mid 130s. We're talking in the first innings that he should have been the man to take the new ball against the South African left-handers. Yep, they're looking around. The umpires, umpire Ian Gould, and there is a benchmark set, and it would have been set yesterday. That have noted the reading at the time of going off yesterday, and they'll keep it in mind today. And as soon as that reading registers on the light meter, they'll say, off we go. The question here, they're going across, I think, perhaps to the pitch to take the reading there. They might go off and have a chat to Michael Clarke if it's not quite there and they think it's not too good for the fast bowlers, and say, do you want to use your slower bowlers? It was the case yesterday, certainly, when they spoke to Graeme Smith. Say you're going to use your fast bowlers. If you are, then can't go on. They're staying on.
Well, it's only a matter of minutes before we go off here. The way that the weather's come in the last 10 or 15 minutes. It was bright sunshine 15 minutes ago. Now it's quite gloomy. The lights do make a difference, but yeah, look, tough for the batting side at this time.
Tough being an opening batsman, particularly when the situation is like this, because you've got to try and keep your mind clear, don't you, and watch the ball. And you can see that change room, that South African change room, very agitated because of the way things are going. And Graeme Smith, that's a smile, but I tell you what, it's more out of relief than anything else, because if another ball is bowled, he's thinking, well, it could be the one that comes off the edge. And how often have you seen it? Nick off, gone to slip, and then you go off.
Many times I have seen that. Many times. It sounds ridiculous, but that does happen incredibly, way too often. But I cannot see much further play. The lights are taking full effect here, and the umpires have decided it's dangerous against the quicker bowlers and unfair. I think that's written in there somewhere as well. I'm not sure. I'll have to read the light rule one day. Jack, as we were sitting here yesterday at this same time, as I'm joined by Robin Jackman, just to discuss the merits of the light rule. Light meters, do you bowl spinners? Are they any easier to see? Certainly not the danger factor, I suppose.
No, the danger factor's not there, Alan. But if maybe we can get some pictures of the shadows of the umpires out there. It's very clear that there are 4 shadows per person. Okay, anyone that you want to see or pick out around the ground, just standing still, there are 4 shadows, which is quite clearly quite clearly indicates that the artificial light has taken over. And the reason why they've been spending 2 years to develop a ball in which you can play Test cricket in white clothing at night, and they're looking at this orange or pink, whatever, is because the red ball isn't good enough. Therefore, once the artificial lights take over, why are you playing cricket with a red ball? That's all I'm saying. So I don't think they should have been playing last night, and I think these umpires are quite right to have taken them off tonight. I don't know why they bowled that extra ball, but that's another story. But these decisions are made by committees that then instruct the umpires. So, you know, we can talk about it forever, but the bottom line is rules are being made which frankly don't work, because how can you be on one hand trying to find a way to play night Test cricket in white clothing with a white sight screen, and the red ball isn't good enough? How can you be playing with a red ball when the artificial lights have taken over the normal light?
And you just have a look at that sky, that probably tells the story. As we have a look at the match summary, South Africa 266, dominated by de Villiers and Callis. Fantastic performance from those two. Some good bowling from Siddle and Clark. And then Australia in response, at one stage, none for 170. Hughes and Watson, fantastic at the top of the order. But then Dale Steyn and the rest of the bowlers struck back after lunch. And Imran Tahir finished off the tail. So South Africa are 30 runs behind, and we've had an enthralling day's play.
Before lunch on day number 2, the Aussie openers put South Africa to the sword.
Pulled away very well indeed. 6.
Gee, that's a good shot. Beautiful shot.
And there he brings up his 50 with a classy shot.
50 for Watson.
Post-lunch, South African bowlers backed up by excellent catching came back with a vengeance.
Edge and terrific stuff.
Taking it on, there's a man out there. Oh, what a catch! What a fantastic catch by Imran Tahir.
That looks out, that looks so straight. Yes, he's done it.
Got an edge. Has he taken the catch? Yes.
Out. That is so straight. Yes, Mr. Gould. Bowled him out.
Dale Steyn was chief destroyer, with Imran Tahir mopping up the tail. Australia lead by 30, but it's still anybody's game. It's day number 3 in the Sunfoil Test match between South Africa and Australia, and we come to you live from the Bidvest Wanderers in Johannesburg. Well, there you go, everybody ready for the start of day number 3. The spectators are in pink and the commentators are ready as well. Let's join them.
Welcome to the third day of the final test match between these two countries. South Africa, the hosts, and Australia, the visitors.
South Africa's only won once at the Wanderers since isolation ended. That was in '94. And funny enough, this test match is in a similar position to what that one was. Both sides got fairly similar totals during the first innings, and then South Africa came and batted well in the second innings, posted a big one and had enough time to bowl Australia out the second time. So that will be the intention today as well. It'll be difficult for Australia. The momentum is with South Africa. Australia collapsed yesterday afternoon after they were going so well. They were dominating the game. So from a mental perspective, they'll have to bounce back and bounce back strongly today. So Graeme Smith, he played very well in the second innings in Cape Town for that match-winning 100. And then, of course, Jacques Rudolph with him, who needs a big score. He played well for his 30 in the first innings, but he's had a few starts in the series, and he needs to try and go on and get a bigger one today.
Looks as if, well, there was one ball bowled, wasn't there, of the over, so it'll definitely be Mitchell Johnson to bowl to Graeme Smith. It's all a bit of a mystery how the light could have changed in 30 seconds, but anyway. South Africa have only beaten Australia once at this ground in 5 tests since 1992. That was in 1994. And a win or a draw in this game will see South Africa win its first home series against Australia. Mitchell Johnson, bit of an enigma. On his day, deadly. When the radar's not quite right, he can be disappointing, but he's one of those guys who you always want in your team because he can just turn games round. Billy Bowden from New Zealand, standing in his 69th test match. And alongside him, Ian Gould from England, standing in his 23rd. We seem to be a little bit late starting. I had the start time down as 10:20. It's now 10:25. I'm reminded that 10:22 was the official start time. It's also a strange time. So as you would have heard earlier, and if again you weren't tuned in at the top of the hour, as it were, the black armbands are in memory of Basil D'Oliveira, who passed away yesterday afternoon at around about 12:30. The first runs of the day. Basil had an illustrious career for Worcester in England. I played against him for the whole of my career for Surrey against Worcester, and he was a fine player and he was a fine man, and has been battling an awful illness for some time now, and our condolences to his family and friends are heartfelt.
So we talked yesterday, we thought that the first session would be very important from both sides' perspective, and it was, but the game only really changed and turned on its head after lunch. Jacques Rudolph off the mark as well. South Africa really found their form with the ball in the afternoon session, but Australia will be aware that they've got to try and do something similar, but in this first session, because if they allow South Africa to get away and get away well, it'll be tough for them to pull it back.
2 without loss.
So Pat Cummins has got a big job to do. Bowled well in the first innings. Jacques Rudolph has nicked a few in the series, and Cummins does move the ball across the left-hander. So 2 things that Jacques Rudolph will have to do. The one is that he'll have to leave well outside off stump, and the second is that when the delivery is up there, he's just got to try and get that front foot closer to the pitch of the ball. He's got to try and get further forward, and that'll help him.
Sweetly timed.
Well, that was perfect balance. And that is a beautiful stroke. That'll give Jacques Rudolph a lot of confidence.
Most left-handers are very good off their legs, but as Kepler pointed out in his analysis of that, you need still to be balanced. His head was nice and upright. We saw Ricky Ponting get out 3 times in this test series already, LBW, with his head on the offside of the ball. Good shot. Solid shot off the back foot. 10 without loss. So a third of the deficit is now wiped out. 10 without loss. The deficit 30. That'll be South Africa's first mini target. Get things back to level. And hopefully with all 10 wickets in hand, as far as they're concerned. It's a nice line. That's well played by Smith, and he spotted the single straight away, splitting the field. I just think that for him, as he's learning this game, one of the hardest adjustments is the difference. You were left-handed, Kepler, and a very good lever of the ball. Did you not find that inexperienced bowlers would, because you'd left them and left them and left them, and they weren't going anywhere, then they'd straighten up and invariably get the length wrong. When they changed the line, they'd bowl it maybe a little bit full.
That's when, as a batsman, you're winning the battle. 4 more, 2 full and 2 wide. Not exactly where Jacques Rudolph wanted that to go. He was looking more through the covers, but it gave off a thick outside edge, and yet again running away in that third man area for another boundary.
And that wipes out the deficit, so South Africa's mini target of get rid of the deficit without losing a wicket has been achieved. Now you just start the innings, and you've already had a little bit of a net.
Better, full face of the bat this time, so 6 overs gone, 30 without loss.
You beauties. Another good shot, another good solid shot. We saw Jacques Rudolph play this just earlier in the morning, and this was just as exquisite.
Shot of the morning so far. Not too much wrong with the delivery, but it just shows you how good a pitch this is. It's coming onto the bat. This was driven on the up, and the timing was spot on. Not a great deal of footwork, but Jacques Rudolph waited for it and played it underneath the eyes, right out the middle of the bat. That is just excellent. That just illustrates when you play the ball late, that is the way to go.
Oopsie, straight up in the air. Healy takes the catch, and Cummins, good comeback from him. Did him for pace, I fear.
Well, as an opener at test level, you can't waste starts, and unfortunately Jacques Rudolph this time wasted one, because this delivery was a good one. It was a bouncer, but he didn't need to go after it, not yet anyway. It got onto him quicker than he thought. Off the leading edge, off the top edge. Brad Haddon making no mistakes. So Australia, they get a breakthrough. They needed one as well, because Jacques Rudolph was looking good. So he's gone for 24. South Africa 40 for 1.
Hashim Amla, the next man in. 46, nearly 47 with 4,000 runs in those 53 matches. Rudolph just hit a beautiful fall through extra cover, and he's cramped for room 2, he's late on it, top edge. Haddon makes no error, and Rudolph will be sitting in the dressing room now, just wondering whatever made him do it. End of a good Cummins over, 40 for 1.
Here's Mitchell Johnson with his short run-up.
Yeah, back into the attack for Mitchell Johnson, which would suggest that Peter Siddle will now operate from the corner drive end after Cummins is finished.
That's a good shot. That is such a good shot. Off the back foot, punched just in front of point for 4 by Graeme Smith to bring up South Africa's 50.
Yeah, very good shot here by Graeme Smith. A little bit of width on offer. He punched confidently off the back foot. When a player can play these kind of shots, there's no doubt that the surface is good. Waited for it to come to him and punched it square. Good timing, perfect placement.
Big shout from Mitchell Johnson. Nothing doing from umpire Ian Gould. A look around to see if perhaps the decision will be questioned and reviewed. No. 50 for 1.
Yeah, Pommy, as you talked about, Smith being out of touch. Often the positive talk in the change room is you're only 1 innings away from a big one, and that's exactly what happened in Cape Town. And now he doesn't look back. Runs on the board, has an amazing ability to create confidence in cricket, and so does wickets in the wickets column. Sometimes you just have to be patient. Unfortunately for Australia in the last over, Siddle wasn't patient. 2 full half volleys which Smith cashed in on. But South Africa did so well after the lunch break yesterday, was to string lots of dot balls together, stay on a good line in length, and make Australia make the play.
Yep, the patience you talk about also required from selectors, from supporters. For a talented bloke who may be going through a dip in form, belief will be another thing, that the guy can come out of it and will contribute significantly from then on. Well played, off the hip, a leg glance for 4.
There's Hashim Amla on strike. And Mitchell Johnson not adjusting his line and length correctly to the right-hander. Easy pickings for Hashim Amla. Very strong to the leg side, angled down, just tickles it and races away for a boundary.
He knows he's got the line just wrong. Oh, they've bowled a lot to him out there, outside that off stump, and reinforced that gully region. Have a look at these wagon wheels, and against India, you see how strong he is on that leg side, and that suggests to me they bowled straighter at him. Against the Aussies, they've bowled outside the off stump, and he's scored more in that area there. He likes it. He likes to hit the ball square, does Hashim Amla. Plays late, plays under his eyes, and is quite wristy. But the line often determines where the guy's going to score.
Yeah, maybe the Australians would have analysed what he did against India and said, okay, if he's going to score runs, we're going to make him straw to the area that he's not as strong. They would have bowled a slightly wider line. And a lot of those runs that he scored obviously would have been in the second innings in Cape Town.
Yeah, Mitchell Johnson also goes across the right hander, doesn't swing it back much. They've been asked by Craig McDermott to be fuller. So that's where the runs are if he wants them. And he's got a few, got 100 in this series. 64 for 1.
So there's some of the dignitaries in the President's Suite. Ray Marley in the back of the middle. The sponsors, Sunfor Boys, flanking him, which is nice to see. AK Khan as well, acting president of Cricket South Africa. Now there's a little bit of turn and bounce.
Yes, and Imran Tahir has just jumped out of his seat, because I think there might have been some foot marks involved here. Yes, so wide for the the left-hander, but still gets in your head, turn and bounce.
It's got that away nice and fine. There was a scream of catch, but to no avail.
No, never any problems here. Graeme Smith was well in control of this shot. Ball just a little shorter and wider, and taking full toll. The outfield very quick.
Cries of catch at this time, and it's been taken. Phil Hughes has taken that catch. That wasn't a particularly threatening delivery, but Lyon will be happy with that, and he'll take that bonus. The captain now departs.
Well, that's a huge dismissal for the Australians. The ball was short and wide, but maybe Graeme Smith was undone by a little bit of extra bounce. A little bit quicker delivery and turn and bounce. Phil Hughes takes a comfortable catch behind point, and that is a big breakthrough for the Australians. Graeme Smith, who played well for his 36, and South Africa 75 for 2.
To the crease now comes the walking cricket manual. 75 for 2 it is. Over 12,000 runs have just arrived in the middle of the Wanderers on a beautiful day. Australia will be buoyed by the fact that they picked up the wicket of Smith. That is a big one. Also Rudolph, who looked good. So a couple of guys who didn't kick on. And this guy looked superb in the first innings.
And this is the end of Graeme Smith. Just a little bit extra bounce. Just undid Graeme Smith. He played the same sort of shot earlier on in the over. That catching the top edge and flying away to Phil Hughes. Comfortable catch in the end, and Australians celebrate. Frustration for the South African skipper.
What a beautiful shot that is. Magnificent from the mighty Hash.
Great shot. Foolish delivery, probably over pitched slightly, but just perfect placement. The timing just superb. And that is right out of the meat of the bat. And placement perfect.
That's 79 for 2.
Next man in, AB de Villiers. We'll be hoping that there's no dramas before the lunch break. You can have a comfortable lunch. Good delivery by Cummins. Good line and length to Jacques Kellis. Jacques Kellis, who got off to an absolute flyer in the first innings. 50 came off 37 deliveries. He's taken 18 deliveries just to get 2 this time round. I think the Australians have learned their lesson. South Africa, there you go, 54, 41 deliveries. That was his first innings score. The Australians been much more disciplined to him this time round. No free half volleys like they did in the first go. Got him! Fine delivery, great line and length. Kellis nicks off, comfortable catch in the slip for Clark, and Australia have struck again.
The young man Cummins has done it again for his team. He really has bowled well from the corner drive in. Beautiful delivery. Swinging away, finds the outside edge. Captain Clark takes a nice catch. He has been impressive this morning, as Patrick Cummins. It's the big man, Jacques Kellis. He's gone for 2, and South Africa 90 for 3.
So next man to the crease, AB de Villiers. As we mentioned, he would have been hoping for no dramas, but now he's in the cauldron, in the ball ring for just 10 minutes before the lunch break. There's his record. Impressive record it's been, with 60 and 61 in the first innings. He's at the crease because of the dismissal of Jacques Kellis. What a wonderful delivery from Cummins. Got the ball to bounce off a very good length, shaped away slightly. Kellis sparred, got the outside edge. Let's have a look at Cummins' seam position on that. Now that's what he wants to find more of as his career goes on. If he can bowl more deliveries like that, he's going to be very effective.
AB de Villiers now at the wicket. He was very positive, aggressive in the way that he played in the first innings, and it led to his demise and to South Africa being skittled. Interesting to see what sort of attitude he comes in the second innings of this test.
Wild delivery there, and they'll get through for a bar. Clark has a shot down the bowler's end. Ahmla makes his ground safely. End of the over. 92 for 3. So there's the match summary. This will be the last over before the lunch break. South Africa in real terms 62 runs ahead and 3 second innings wickets down. Ahmla sits there on 26. De Villiers has just faced a few deliveries and he's on 1. But the balance of this test match is very delicate at this stage.
Well, I think Australia are actually on top at a lead of 62, 3 wickets down. Some big men already gone. Graeme Smith, big match player. Jacques Kallis, South Africa's main batsman for some time. You know that Ahmla has been sensational in the past few years, but there is a longish tail as far as form is concerned when it comes to the South African batting lineup. So these two have certainly got to add a substantial partnership to get South Africa in a position where they can challenge for this test match.
Extra slip in place there for Hussey. He won't mind Ahmla getting off strike. He wouldn't mind attacking de Villiers for the last 4 deliveries before lunch break. Yeah, I'd agree with you, HT. I think if you had to make a decision on who's on top, I would go with Australia at this stage, particularly due to the fact that most of the wickets have fallen after the lunch break and after tea. So far the history of this test match would suggest that that's the time when the wicket misbehaves most. Marco Hussey giving it an extra shine. He wants this first delivery to de Villiers to swing. I think he'll be disappointed with that one. He's dragged it down at 112, comfortably tucked into the leg side. I think Hussey would have preferred something nice and full and swinging to AB de Villiers. And there's the session, 27.5 overs, 94 runs and 3 wickets.
Villiers and Ahmla will just be wanting to get to the luncheon interval here. Do nothing silly. Start again after the break.
I think Hussey's lucky to get away with that one. One could have been called a wide.
Use the service, please, Huss.
And Gould might be a little bit hungry.
Another warm-up wicket, please.
The lunch break will be an opportunity for the Australian bowlers to have a nice break, have a shower, come back refreshed. They've toiled hard. It's been a 2.5 hour session and very hot out there. Last ball dealt with, and that'll be the lunch break. Hashim Amla's remains unbeaten on 27 and AB de Villiers is still there on 2. So it's lunch on day 3. South Africa 94 for 3, leading by just 64 runs. And I think the Australians will feel like they got the best of that morning session. Amla stood tall. It's been a good effort by the Australians.
Well, it's session 2 of this deciding test match between South Africa and Australia, and we've had a very exciting session. The morning session was a good one, and this session coming up now will be a very important one. Australia got 3 wickets in that first session. South Africa started off well, but then lost some key wickets. The first one to go was Jacques Rudolph, followed by Graeme Smith, and then just before lunch the all-important wicket of Jacques Kallis. So South Africa now lead by 64. Australia had a good morning with the ball. Patrick Cummins, well, he was the pick of the bowlers. He bowled quite superbly. David de Villiers got a whack on the foot just before the lunch break, so hopefully he's recovered. Patrick Cummins bowled an excellent spell just before lunch, and when he finally got rid of Jacques Kallis with a beautiful delivery after some really quick, intense, hostile fast bowling.
Just a reminder, the second session yesterday, South Africa picked up 4 wickets and conceded only 51 runs. They were terrific. Can Australia do a similar thing? I'm going to be very interested to see how AB de Villiers plays this, Kepler.
Well, I'm hoping that he's really going to dig in and play a responsible innings, that he'll be patient, that he'll try and adopt the strategy that he's going to be keeping the good ball out and then looking for the bad one to hit for 4. But composure is what he needs. This is a very important partnership. We've got Ashwell Prince to come and Mark Boucher, but South Africa a little bit suspect in the tail department.
All but 20 of his runs in the first innings in boundaries, 11 fours. He really did play superbly. Looked in great nick for someone who hasn't been playing all that much. Oh, that's put down. That could have been caught and bowled.
It was an opportunity, definitely. AB de Villiers also looking for the short one. Didn't get into position quickly enough on the front foot. Played too early. Didn't go that quickly back to the bowler. I'm just not sure whether Patrick Cummins was unsighted. Or maybe just couldn't get that right hand out in time.
Yeah, it would have been an absolute blinder had it been taken. It was past him basically by the time he reacted, but just took the fingertips.
That front foot just didn't move. Would have been run out as well if that deflected onto the stumps.
They've gone up for that. That's not a bad shot, actually. It might be just sliding down the leg side. Billy Bowden's not excited. Pat Cummins is looking towards Haddon and Clark to see if there's any reason to send it. Yes, they're sending it.
Height might be an issue. It's a good delivery. It swung, and it swung pretty late.
Let's have a look first of all and tick this box. That's fine. It's a legal delivery. Let's have a look and see the line, of course, if there was any connection with the willow as well. There's no connection, but I think Chopper's straight on the button. I think height is going to be an issue, even though he's a little bit unbalanced.
Well, it's a good delivery. It opened up Hashim Amla. The question is it going to go over the stumps? Pitched in line, so no problems there. No bat involved. So what about the height?
So it's hitting the top roll of the pad. He's playing from the crease, so there's no connection with the willow and hotspot. So we've got confirmation with the ultra motion replay of no connection with the bat. Confirmation again from the other side. Cameras square are telling us there's no hotspot.
Well, it's a very good delivery. Pitching on line, height could be the only issue, and it's not.
So umpire's call, it goes to the original decision. There we go. Amla survives.
Only just.
So they lose a review to Australia. 95 for 3. So Amla not out on 27 at the moment. He's been nice and patient, of course, out there, which is the way he plays when he's wearing the whites. Cullis didn't last too long, and of course it was Cummins who picked him up. So that's something he's going to remember for a long time. He got Amla in the first innings. Cullis now in the second, along with Rudolph. So he's picked up 2 and has been very impressive with his 2 for 28. And AB de Villiers has just arrived. Mitchell Johnson is going to have a bit of a burst just after the break as well. Optimistic from the boys behind.
See
only thing is that he is still around that 137k mark, so that is not too bad. So maybe if the shorter run-up is enabling him to bowl with a higher bowling action, he might swing it more. So that's Watson. He's back on the field, but not able to bowl, unfortunately.
And maybe for some time.
Still one down to fine leg. It's a bit of a risk taking Shane Watson into a test match as part of a 4-prong pace attack, because you're just never quite sure whether he's going to last the 5 days.
Interesting also, Kepler, to see what they're going to do with Ryan Harris. He's another liability these days. Mind you, the teenagers covered a base.
Well, that's why he's been such a find. I wouldn't say that they can build their attack around him yet, but it's certainly going to help.
It's fine, and it's 4. That'll frustrate Mitchell Johnson. Brings up 3 figures for South Africa for the loss of 3 wickets. At the moment, South Africa 70 runs ahead. Cummins.
Excellent delivery and beautifully played by A.B. de Villiers. A good, solid-looking defensive stroke. This was the last delivery of the previous over. Down leg side, so disappointing delivery from Mitchell Johnson, particularly off that short run-up. Hashim Amla, as we know, very strong on the leg side.
Just past the outstretched hand of Brad Haddon. I'm not sure there was, yes there was. There was some bat on it. It's been given a 4. There's a little bit of a sigh of relief, I think, maybe from A.B. de Villiers as well.
Went finer than A.B. de Villiers intended, but effective enough. It's too much leg side by Cummins. Came off the glove. Fortunately got enough glove to it to take it away from Brad Haddon.
Big shot this time from just about everyone around. Are they going to go up for this one? Billy Bowden says not out. They've got 15 seconds again to make the call. Cummins is looking at his captain. The captain's looking at the keeper. And they've decided against having a review. 107 for 3. Mitchell Johnson again. I thought that might have been the last of it. No, he's decided he wants one more to have a go at Hashim Amla. In the commentary box, Alan Border and Robin Jackman.
Thanks very much, Michael. $115 for 3. Equates to 85 for 3. Intriguing test series this has been. Really has. Leg slip now. 1 slip and a gully and a leg slip. 3 catches. Is that something that when your bowler asks you, Alan, I'd like a leg slip, do you then expect him to bowl that line on a permanent basis?
Probably not on a permanent basis, but it just you're sort of playing with the batsman's mind a little bit when you're putting a leg slip in. He thinks, well, I'm going to get a lot of deliveries, you know, body line or outside my leg, so I've got to be careful how I play it. But not every delivery, I don't think. Because you do want to keep the batsman guessing to some degree, but it does play with your mind when leg slip goes in.
And no ball there from Mitchell Johnson, and I would say one of the better deliveries that he's bowled, other than the illegality of it, in terms of a higher arm and the pace that went through. That's not good running. He's got in, but a very, very late call. I think he's got in. It's going to go upstairs. And there's certain celebration from... but wow, that was a late call from Amla.
Well, my gut feel is he's made it. A direct hit, he was gone. But just a good piece of fielding from Khawaja. And at this point, he's gone. But there, well in. I don't know what Brad Haddon's over-celebrating. But clearly in by a long, long way.
Here a nice little crowd will get involved here. Oh, yeah, they did. It brings your heart to your mouth when you see it all in slow motion, because you wonder, well, it looked like he was going to struggle for a while. 117 for 3. Nearly 16,000 people in here today eventually, and I'm so pleased to see that more have come in than were here this morning. It's not often the South African public have an opportunity to watch a test match whereby the team is 1-0 in front in a test series against Australia. Having said that, disappointed there aren't 25,000 here.
It's been good support, hasn't it, for the Breast Cancer Think Pink Day. So many people have got into the spirit of things.
He's gone for it as well. It's a big appeal. I think he might have just got outside the line, but what is going on? I've got to ask myself.
I'll tell you what, if I was the coach, I would not be happy. I don't know whether I'd be sending a message out or not. You can say you can play the shot, but if you get out, don't bother coming back in here.
They've decided not to review it. That's why he's marginally outside the line, I think, on impact. But wow. That's better. And that's 4. And that's over. 123 for 3. Beautiful summer's day, nice and warm here on the high felt. Great atmosphere. Marvellous to play at this ground in this sort of atmosphere. Running. That takes the lead to 100, and that's really the total that one needs to look at. Let's take 30 off whatever the total is, because that's what South Africa will have to defend at the end of the day. Beautifully played. Let's concentrate on that shot for a moment.
Outstanding. Just using the pace delivery. It was a quicker ball from line, but wide of the off stump. Amla just into position so quickly and just uses the pace and glides the ball down to that third man area. Such clever cricket.
Old-fashioned late cut. When you're looking to survive as well as score, premeditation shouldn't be part of makeup. 135 for 3. Now Michael Hussey.
Interesting change. Michael Hussey coming on to bowl. Clark just bowled the 1 over. Maybe he's just going to change ends himself, because he bowled 1 good over, which was a maiden.
I can only assume that it is a change to change ends here, because And that brings up the 50 partnership between these two. Very necessary partnership for their team, and very necessary that they put on another 50. But one at a time, well played.
It's been very good. They've mixed it well, haven't they, with some resolute defence and good attacking play. A couple of reverse sweeps in there, and very well played overall.
And that's the end of the 44th over. It's 140 for 3, and the umpires have brought drinks onto the field of play.
Break's always good, I feel, for the bowling side, particularly in a situation where an hour has gone by and a wicket hasn't fallen, so a partnership has formed. Just break it up a little bit. Need the batsman to concentrate anew and start again, and it just gives you a chance.
It's the break in concentration that you don't want as a batsman. You get yourself into a rhythm, your feet are moving well, you're feeling confident, and then a drinks break arrives and you relax a little bit, and sometimes you just switch off, and that's all that the opposition need, is just that moment. And test matches, any sort of cricket match, can be won and lost at a break. So South Africa will need to dig in again. We know that Amla's the more circumspect of the two that are at the crease at the moment, but he is certainly, when he's in full flight, he's as free-flowing as anyone else.
Oh, what a shot. There's a man out there, but he won't get there. It was so well struck by Hashim Amla. It goes all the way for 4. Brings up 50. A stylish player as Hashim Amla deserves all the applause. It's his 20th Test match 50, and South Africa needed it here.
India have rolled Dravid. South Africa have Hashim Amla as Mr. Reliable. What a beautiful stroke to go to your half century.
His 5th against Australia, his 4th here at the Wanderers. Eyes didn't quite get into the gloves as he would have liked Brad Haddin, and so fluffed it.
I think selectors need to be commended at times, and Hashim Amla is certainly one of those players that has benefited through good selection, in that he was selected, and earlier on in his career his technique was scrutinized and he struggled a little bit and he was dropped, but he was recalled. And so often, once players have been seen and failed at the international level, they are cast aside and never to be seen again. So that is some good selecting that took place as far as the South Africans are concerned.
Yeah, I think guys have to help their cause as well, though. I mean, he went and scored bags of runs and was then reselected, topped the domestic cricket first class standings, averages and weight of runs, and basically forced himself back in. Where selectors have to stay strong and patient. We spoke about this. I was talking to Sean Pollock a bit earlier, as to believe in the guy they've selected and give sufficient time for talent to combine with experience, for the guy to then convert scores into big scores and be beneficial to the team. That's well played. The bowler Siddle will hate it, as it's gone for 4. 149 for 3. That's a beauty of a shot. Absolutely fantastic from A.B. de Villiers. He gets 4.
Is there a better sight for a batsman than the straight drive. Overpitched. The execution was absolutely perfect from de Villiers. Again, he doesn't have to hit it hard, he just leans on it. The timing perfect.
Decent bowling, that's the length he's looking for. Good pace on that as well, 143.5 kilometers an hour. And the angle across de Villiers is what he's trying to work with. See, looking to work that onto the leg side. The ball's always going towards the slip cordon, and de Villiers has to hit it in the middle of the bat to try and get it on the onside. But he's got to adjust for the angle. If he doesn't, the edge will be found.
Interesting line of attack for Peter Siddle. Virtually against the real top players, you take out the LBW because the ball's sort of pitching outside leg stump. We know that the great Mike Proctor, he used to bowl around the wicket, but he swung the ball prodigiously back in to the right-hander. So he still was able to create opportunities for LBW. Siddle not swinging the ball much, so he's certainly trying to get Amla to push at something wide of off stump into that slip cordon.
Yeah, it's much harder for batsmen to get out of the way of the ball when you're around the wicket, because it's always coming towards them, and they've got to make the decision whether to ride the bounce and play or to get under it if it's sufficiently short. And if they decide to play as the bowler, you're happy, because you want them to be playing at the ball and trying to get the bat on it, and you hope that there's a little bit of movement and you get the length exactly right, and you can find the edge because of the angle and the movement.
The key for Amla is not to try and hit the ball or to try and get the ball into that vacant point area. By doing so, he will open up the face of the bat, and with the angle that Siddle's bowling at, the ball will just run off the face into the slip cordon. So he wants to be playing as straight as possible. Back up to mid-off, mid-on. He'll probably try and get across. There is that vacant point area. He'll try and get across onto off stump.
.156 for 3. He's had a bit of a rest and now back into it. And they get overthrows. Yeah, Mitchell Johnson not happy with AB de Villiers there. There he goes for it. Bounces. Oh, he was there. And after he fields this, he sees them running, so he looks back. And after he fields it, he points at him to say, hold on, why are you taking another run? There you go. Nicely played, just helped on its way. And it'll go for 4.
The difference between the pull shot and the hook shot. The line from Cummins is wrong. It's just going down the leg side, and it enables de Villiers to just help it on its way, as you so rightly point out.
Very well controlled. Lots of pace from Pat Cummins. Used it.
He is a young man, Pat Cummins, and he must have plenty of energy, and he's probably very fit. But it's a big ask for him. You know, Michael Clark brought himself on for a few overs, just a couple in fact, to give him a little bit of a breather. But sometimes you need a little bit longer than what he's been given. He hasn't experienced this intensity as far as cricket is concerned. He hasn't even played a lot of first-class cricket. So it's a big ask for a young man. He's been asked to lead the attack, to strike for his team.
Yeah, it is a big ask, and it's a tough test. The breakdown of his spells there, 5 overs up front at the start of the day, 4 just before lunch. He got colours in that spell. It was a fantastic spell, and I think just to keep with the momentum, Michael Clarke after lunch decides to go with him again, gives him 2 overs in which he bowled well. Again, he finished at about 25 past 1, and he's starting again. It's 2:30, so he's had an hour out there to rest, try and get his energy back. You may think an hour is a long time, it's not. And he's got to try and get back up to top pace and bowl pretty much in the same way that he did prior to lunch and just after. Not easy. .163 for 3. Good delivery, bit of swing there.
Shortened his run up for the second innings. Trying to bowl from a little higher up his release point to aid him getting a little bit more swing. And there is. It's just a hint. More often than not, that's just enough.
For the over. Yeah, many may sit at home and think that cricket's a lovely relaxing sport. Blokes out there in white just relaxing on the field, walking about, and a cup of tea here, some lunch there. It's pretty difficult, I can tell you. Physical conditioning very important, and particularly for fast bowlers. They've got to ensure that they're strong all the way through of the day, and they've got to try and have an impact, as much of an impact at the start of the day as at the end. A skipper calls on his fast bowler and says, right, I need you to break a partnership here. And when you run up and you bowl and you're a bit tired and perhaps you're not as strong as you should be, you can't bowl at the same pace as you did at the start of the day. Can't maintain the pace, so you're less of a danger to the batsman, particularly when they're in.
That would explain why Dale Steyn is as good as he is, because he just seems to get better and he seems to get quicker as the day progresses. South Africa are lucky to have him.
And it doesn't just happen. The gift to bowl fast, yes, he'll have that, but the maintenance of that and being able to repeat it over and over, spell 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 through the day, that'll be because of training, making sure that he's strong, making sure that he can endure through the day. Well fielded, very well fielded. It was a good delivery, it was a good shot as well, and that's super work from Phil Hughes at mid-wicket.
In a test match as close as this, every single run counts. You need your fielders to play a big part. Hughes has done that. A wonderful stop. And this outfielder probably would have gone for 4.
Yep, nearly. He knows it. Mitchell Johnson nearly got through, and it was just a little bit of swing. Can't get it this time. And what did you say? Probably for 4? 4 to finish the over. 168 for 3. In the commentary box, Sean Pollock and Mike Hazen.
Thank you, Pommy. Yeah, they haven't got long before their break now. They're going to have to try and break this partnership and have a bit of a breather, put the feet up. They're going to have to come out and do some more work after tea on day 3 of the second test match. There's still so many overs left in the game. Won't get the full allotment of 42 after this, in this day's play, I should say. Still just getting a little bit of movement back in towards the right-handers as Mitchell Johnson. But at the moment, this partnership is crucial.
Yeah, it is, Hayes. And I think Michael Clark seems a bit reluctant to bowl line to the 2 right-handers, so he would love a breakthrough and Ashwell Prince at the crease. If he could turn to his spin bowler to try and dominate through the middle.
Open the blade, down a 3rd man for another boundary. Just keeping things ticking over nicely, these two.
Frustration here for Australia, for the bowler Mitchell Johnson. As you say, Amla just opening the blade, but he wouldn't have wanted to go through the slip and the gully region. It's worked out well for him. He's picked up another boundary.
So what do they do in this situation, Sean? I mean, there's no doubt the Australians are a little bit flat, and if they don't get a breakthrough before the break, they can come out and be a bit vocal, I guess, and invigorated for the first little while. Again, if it doesn't happen after the tea break, I mean, how do they get themselves back into this game?
Yeah, I think the tea break is going to be important because they can reassess, they can discuss it with maybe 3 or 4 of the senior players, the coach, the captain. But for now, basically need someone just to put his hand up and say, I'm going to be counted, I'm going to try and make the difference. And there's another boundary. Another thick edge. De Villiers opening the face as well. And 3rd man, a very productive area in this over. More frustration for the Australian captain.
Yeah, it's the same as previous. 2nd boundary in 3 deliveries. Opening the blade again. This is exactly what South Africa want to do at this stage. Lead is 1 shy of 150. Bit of pressure on the skipper, and that tells a bit of a story as well. On 48 now is AB de Villiers. That's where he stays. Short the stumps. And he gets a bit of a raspberry from the crowd of the Wanderers. He won't mind though. 179 for 3. Gee, he keeps running in, this youngster. Almost 140 k's per hour. He's doing a sterling job. Let's hope he's nice and strong. Sean, he looks like he is. He's had a couple of back issues we know already, but let's not even think about that because he's a real find.
Yeah, I think he hope that he didn't have any issues going forward, and I think Australian cricket would want exactly the same. World cricket in many ways, the more fast bowlers there are around, the more exciting the game is. And he does look like a real prospect for his country. That's what we're talking about, different tactics. I like this field that they've got set here. They're going to ball back of a length. Not too many full balls to Amla. They've got a short leg. The man behind squared at a leg gully. Fine legs back, 3rd man.
Got a reasonable chance. The Hustle will be looking to nudge something on the leg side just in front of square to get down the other end. They won't be looking to do anything too extravagant right now, just before the interval. Gee, that's a good delivery. Beautifully directed. He went wide of the crease as well, and whizzing past the nose and thudding into those gloves of Brad Haddon.
He's had some good pace behind it. It's also quite interesting to to work out what's been said to Patrick Cummins. He's got Mitchell Johnson at mid-off. He's obviously talking to him, and he's putting some suggestions in his head about, okay, maybe the next one needs to be slightly fuller. We've now taken short leg and the leg gully out.
Two men back on the hook. Generally means it's going to be pitched up, a double bluff. There's some right behind that one. We mustn't forget, Sean, session number 3 in this test match so far. Day 1, 6 wickets fell. Day 2, 6 wickets fell.
Call it the graveyard session. That was a good change-up of length. It just needed to be tighter on the off stump. I'm able to just watch go by. Played many test matches, got 100 in the last test match, did Amla, so he's in good touch. He won't be dragged into a delivery that's of that much width. And there we go, there's the graveyard session. Session 3, 6 wickets apiece.
We should put like a pulsing question mark. Session number 3 on day 3. What's going to happen? Doesn't look like there are too many issues with the weather at this stage. Nice and full that time, but worked away down to 5-8. The lead now 154 by South Africa. Score 184 for 3. Nathan Lyon again.
Oh, yes.
Mid-off and mid-on are up in their standard positions.
Straight up.
I'm glad they put a short leg. You always feel that you have to have someone close to the bat, otherwise it doesn't matter. The batsman misjudges the length, he can just prod forward because a back pad won't be taken. And all of a sudden Amla uses his feet.
Yeah, there's no doubt it just plays on a batsman's mind a little bit, and he will try and make some sort of adjustment to ensure that he's not into play. Brings AB de Villiers on strike now. He's on 49. Need to have a closer look and see if Nathan Lyon's got any variation. We haven't seen much of him, of course, in Test cricket at this stage. He's a far cry from Matai Muralidharan's, Said Ajmal's, Mohammad Hafiz, those sort of blokes. He's a standard off spinner. Down the track and back over mid-off for 4. That brings up his 50 in style.
Second 50 of the game for AB de Villiers. Down the wicket, loves to use his feet to the spinners. And this time going over the top and doing it comfortably. 25th test 50. He'll be hoping to build on it, get somebody and add to those 1200s. 82 deliveries, 9 fours.
I'll tell you what, he's an exceptional cricketer, this man. He really is extremely talented. Eases one to bring up the 100 stand between these two. This is a very important partnership in the context of this test match, and these two know it.
You did right, Mark. It's easy to say it now once they've got the 100. In real terms, at 60 for 3, South Africa had this game still in the balance. And Cellins has laid the foundation for them to go on and build a big total.
So a single off the last ball of the over to retain the strike for Amla. 191 for 3. Nathan Lyon's got quite interesting history. Of course, he hasn't been in the first-class game for very long at all, let alone the Test arena. Groundsman in Canberra, then moved to Adelaide Oval. Was basically struck from obscurity to play in a Sheffield Shield game, but a groundsman, that's what he does. Adelaide Oval, that's his trade. Quite an interesting story in Cape Town. We had a bit of rain at the start of the Test match in Cape Town, and I know all the players were G'd up and ready to go and get going in that Test match, and he was in the Australian players area, and he turned to one of the people involved in the Australian management as the rain came down and delayed proceedings by about an hour and 15 minutes, if my memory serves me correctly. And he just turned to the guy and he said, "You know what, as the groundsman were pulling out the covers," he said, "I've got a sudden urge to go and help those blokes and pull out the covers."
Yeah, I actually heard that story as he went to the Champions League with the Redbacks. He had some success in Sri Lanka.
He's got a job to do at the moment. 9 overs, 1 for 35. Got a couple in the first innings. Short ball again, well directed. He really is trying, Patrick Cummins. You would know, Shaw, when you're playing up here in the Highveld for the first time, it's not that easy.
Yeah, it's his first game, so sure all the energy's been put in. He's looked very good. He's looked the most likely to pick up any wickets. He's got it through consistently at a good pace. He's bent his back and knocked it into the pitch as well on countless occasions.
That last one at 144 k's per hour, so he's still putting in all the effort. He's certainly got some gas, this man. That one a little bit down the leg side. It's a warm day. I expected of around about 31 degrees Celsius. It's a little bit cooler, by the way, so the weather forecast says for the next couple of days. So we've been showing you some shots from hotspot, some different shots from hotspot. Of course, just a reminder, it's at minus 200 degrees Celsius, this hotspot camera. Just have a look at all the sweat just behind his pads there with AB de Villiers. That's obviously a little bit cooler because of all the sweat and all the air around. That's how it works these days with a lot of the cricket clothing the guys have. Be pretty warm under those helmets. Not that you'd know with the Peaceful Warrior. Doesn't appear to be sweating at all. I'm going to show you another one of our nice tools, the Ultra Motion camera. Have a look at that. It's a lovely shot of the ball hitting the surface. Every time that happens, there's just a little bit of disturbing. A leg gully, deep and a short leg. And that's a very good delivery to finish the over. Good bowling from Cummins. He's been terrific, I think. That was a maiden, 191 for 3. Good spot, Sean. That is very interesting.
Start, Gaz. On the straighten, bud.
It's a new thing de Villiers has come up with, this like shovel into the leg side defence. Doesn't really need to do it, as there's no silly point or short leg in place. It's out of habit.
Oh, well bowled.
I haven't seen any evidence of an arm ball at all yet from Lyon. I guess he'd be of the old style if he does have one. I'm sure he must have one. Could have some sort of variation, trying to deceive the batsman. It's good work of his own bowling. Off spinners need to be tidy and sharp off their own bowling, particularly on the leg side where Lyon worked then.
It's the change of angle around the wicket for Lyon. Just trying to get the ball maybe just to go on straight with the arm, take the edge and go to the keeper or slip. And then get the one that does turn to try and pick up an LBW. It is difficult for finger spinners who don't have too much variation, don't have deuceras in the armoury. Because these days, most players spend a lot of time in the subcontinent and learn the art of playing spin bowling.
It's optimistic. It's not going to excite umpire Ian Gould too much.
To straighten, but well outside the line by de Villiers.
Full toss, bunts that to mid-on. He'll be disappointed with that, I think, AB de Villiers. That is the end of the over. That's also the end of the session. So South Africa have done an outstanding job during that session. A stand of 101 between these two, Hashim Amla and AB de Villiers. Obviously a delighted local crowd. They'll be happy with his performance. South Africa are now starting to get themselves into a pretty strong position. Still lots of work to be done, we know. We know how quickly in this series things have changed, and at times quite dramatically. So the lead is good, but we've still got plenty of time, plenty of play to go in day number 3 at the Wanderers.
The game was in the balance at lunch, but this partnership by de Villiers and Aimler has definitely laid the foundation for South Africa to stand a strong claim on winning this match. 97 runs in the session of 28 overs. Good run rate of 3.46.
So there's one change I think will be pretty happy right now. The other one will be pretty keen to put their feet up and take a breather. Maybe a little bit demoralised because of the work the two blokes with the yellow stripes have done. Umler not out 69. A.B. de Villiers not out 54. 89 balls he's faced to come as Prince, and also Boucher. We know they can get runs as Prince did in the first innings, and then 3 seamers and a leg spinner, and those guys are going to be pretty busy, I'm sure, as this match unfolds over days 4 and 5. And look at the partnerships. 101 is the pick of them, but it's pretty tidy, I guess, between Smith and Rudolph for 40 to get things going, and then 35 between Smith and Umler as well. But de Villiers and Umler, they're the stars right now.
There's the bowling figures. Johnson was pretty good off his short run, bowled a little bit more control. Cummins, the pick of the bowlers, no doubt. 2 for 46, picked up the prize wicket of Callis as well. Siddle, he twirled hard but didn't have any success. And then Lyon picked up the valuable wicket of Graeme Smith early doors. Hussey and Clark just did a bit of a holding role.
So let's have a look back at the match summary so far in the second and final test of the Sunfoil Test Series. Of course, South Africa won the first in Cape Town. South Africa first innings 266. A bonus of 30 runs by Australia if they also batted once. South Africa now 191 for 3, and they lead by 161 runs at tea on day 3.
Down the wicket.
Well, the biggest problem Australia has got at the moment is that Mitchell Johnson's not getting wickets, so that is such a disadvantage for them. A.B. de Villiers looking to score all the time against a spinner. Good use of the feet. I'm happier with that than with the reverse sweep. At this stage, he played one beautiful one early on, executed it superbly, but then Hashim Amla tried to follow suit and it didn't quite work.
Fielding. Philip Hughes in that short mid-wicket position.
Well, for the off-spinner, that short mid-wicket is very important. I've seen some really good fielders in that position. Jonty Rhodes. Alan Border was good there, our fellow commentator. He's pretty accurate with his left-arm throw from that position. Got a lot of run-outs from there, particularly in one-day cricket. So it's a good tight start by Australia. First, second over after tea, last delivery coming up. No runs scored yet.
Down the wicket. Has it gone all the way? Yes, it has. Overruined. 197 for 3.
It's played beautifully. Played a very aggressive innings in the first test match, in the first innings of this test match, when he got a half century as well. He's been more measured in this innings, but this was an excellent stroke. Good use of the feet again. Very good weight transfer through the shot, and he kept his head down and played the ball nice and late. He's such a talented individual. Very difficult to contain, difficult to bowl to.
A little bit of shape there for Siddle.
He still looks pretty relaxed, Michael Clark, but deep down he'll just be starting to get concerned. This lead of 167 is a good one, particularly when you consider there's 7 wickets in the back. Working on the ball, Mitchell Johnson, no doubt hoping for a bit of reverse swing, hoping for a wicket as well.
Pulled away. It's not going to reach fine leg, fortunately for Amla. Tries a catch for a moment.
Surprise bouncer. Not in control of that stroke. Hashim Amla got it very high up in the bat, but fortunately didn't carry all the way down to Nathan Lyon at fine leg.
High up on the bat, hot spot shows almost on the top of the spine. It's just about hit the shoulder.
That was well bowled, but very well played. Good solid defensive stroke. So it's very good footwork. Got right over the top of that delivery.
It's funny, you know, Kepler, that I reckon if he bowled the next ball in exactly the same place, he'd hit it for 4. Or would look to hit it for 4. Looked quite full. Difficult one for Haddon. That it's hardly reached him. It probably tickled his fingers up a bit. Who'd be a keeper? Well, 199 for 3. So then he bowled a tidy over. He turned a couple. Just because de Villiers took him on and was successful. I don't think it says much to the bowler. I guess a little, I suppose unfair is the wrong word, but
I'm also not sure about this ploy of Mitchell Johnson's bowling off a short run within himself. So they've got to try and win the test match. They need wickets. He's the strike bowler. His strength has been running in, bowling aggressively, attacking the batsman. But he's doing everything but that. Just bowling gentle medium pace, looking to just swing the ball around a little bit like a stock bowler, and that is not his role.
that brings up the 200 for South Africa. This translates into a lead of 170. First 50 and 65 balls, the second in 121, third in 87, the fourth in 91. Wider mid on, should get in easily, does. It's good backing up from the Australians, one backing up the throw and another backing him up. Excellent attention to detail. It's the performance tracker. He's walked 3 kilometres, he's jogged 1.5, he's sprinted 1.1, nearly 5 Ks today. Average length of my morning run before breakfast, Kev.
That's very good, Jackus. I'm sure Jeremy joins you on those.
202 for 3.
Good shot for one. That lead starting to look pretty healthy now, 173.
The problem is the series has been so full of batting collapses on both sides that you can't sit there with your feet up overly relaxed in either of the dressing rooms when your team is batting. Yesterday, Australia at lunch, 174 for no wicket. And thoughts of a huge lead was reduced to just 30 when they collapsed for 120. 10 wickets fell after the luncheon interval.
A bit tense there. They know they need wickets. That's the Australian viewing area. Justin Langer on the left there, assistant coach. Justin Langer also the batting coach, so he'll know batting second on this surface may not be that easy. Michael Clarke still looks happy enough, but Ricky Ponting, he needs runs. Well, he doesn't look that happy. Hasn't gone that well since lunch. Looks a bit tired, the big fella. Having a bit of a nap, maybe. Deep in thought, perhaps.
Of circumspect leaves there from Amla, full of concentration, capable, as we know, of concentrating for long periods of time.
That is his strength, his powers of concentration. Failed in the first innings in Cape Town and then got a very good 100 there. Missed out in the first innings in this test, but playing a very good hand in the second innings again.
For nothing. When I remember watching you bat, Kepler, now after every ball, if you hadn't scored, you would take a little walkabout to square leg and then walk back and time it so that you knew you would be back and in position to when the bowler turned at the top of his run up. What were you thinking about in those little walkabouts?
Well, it's very much a switch on, switch off type of concentration. So after you play the delivery, you've got to have a routine where you reassess your strategy and think what the bowler's trying to do and what you're trying to do, and then as he starts his run up, then you switch on again. Good bouncer and well played as well. So 62 gone, 203 for 3.
Now South Africa sit at 203 for 3. An overall lead of 173 here on the third day of this second and final test match of the series. South Africa holding a 1-0 lead, having beaten Australia in 2.5 days at Newlands. This drive, that swing a little bit or something, not sure.
I don't think so. Loose drive by A.B. de Villiers. We haven't seen many of those today. He's batted very well. This one past the inside of the bat. Maybe just came back in off the seam a fraction. Just try to overhit that ball. Didn't get the front foot close enough to the pitch of the ball.
Interesting looking at Johnson off a long run in the first innings, and have a look at those lengths, Kepler, and I know you want to comment. 52% halfway down, and you look then at the second innings, which we will after this ball, off the short run up, and it's a vast change. vast change. 52% halfway down in the first innings off a long run. And now, look at that, 25% short. Look how many are full there. But I know where you're going to go.
Well, it's not really helping because he hasn't picked up a wicket yet, and he's also going for over 4 and over, and he's bowling a lot slower. So that's been a tactical change, but I'm not sure that it's the right one.
Yeah, when he bounced onto the scene, he was aggressive. He hit people and broke hands. All those lovely things, all horrible things. But now he just looks like somebody struggling a little bit with his radar, and he's running up, putting the ball there rather than using his great asset, which is, because you would almost describe him as a strength bowler. And he's just going through motions here. That'll be 4. Is it off the pad or the bat? It's off the bat, says Ian Gould. And the score goes to 207 now for 3. Not that a captain is overly concerned about the average of his bowler, so long as he's knocking people over.
Well, exactly, and that's his job. That's why I can't understand this change of strategy where he's just bowling very medium pace for a short run up, just trying to do a stock bowler's job. It's just not him. And in the situation where Australia are trying to win, that's the last thing you want Mitchell Johnson to do.
It's tour of Sri Lanka, 0 for 26, 2 for 56, 2 for 48, 0 for 61, 2 for 122. The tour prior to this tour.
He's got some work to do, otherwise he might lose his spot in this Australian team. A lot of changes happening in Australian cricket. They've got a test series coming up against New Zealand where they'll be able to experiment. 2 test matches there, and then a big series against India, so they'd want their best combination to be available for that one. That is in Australia.
This is Siddle. It looks like Peter Siddle certainly settled into a sort of a channel outside off stump, and he'll just stay there. He's not going to try and bowl it straight to hit the stumps. He's going to say to Amla, you can leave the ball alone all you like, but I'm not changing my strategy. If you want to hit it, you got to come to me.
He's just got that look in the eye, Hashim Amla, where he's very focused. Nothing restless whatsoever.
Gets one. Has to run round the bowler, which took him just a little bit longer. And the bowler, you say, well, who's right and who's wrong? The bowler's got every right to stay where he is, so long as he doesn't shift into his line. And Amla's had to just dive round him. Took him a bit longer to get to the other end. I just want to know what happens when the batsman has to change direction to avoid the bowler. Way. Now, South African bowlers won't be sorry to see that. They'll be hoping very much that it hasn't done any damage to A.B. de Villiers.
Those cracks you were talking about this morning widening. Friday afternoon of day 4, and on day 5 this will be happening more often. And if you're bowling at Morne Morkel's pace with his height, it'll be nasty.
.208 for 3.
Oh yes, what a shot. That's a beauty of a cover drive from Hashim Amla for 4.
This has been a quite superb innings. Just every now and then he just launches in the most magnificent shot. Particularly through the covers, he's been so strong, and the balance has just been perfect. Really has played well.
And again, aerial for a little bit, but the same result, 4 through extra cover.
Well, if anything, this is better. Same delivery, same result. Perfect balance, perfect timing, and crunch. She goes through the covers.
Yeah, touch squarer than I thought initially. Predominantly square. That's where Hashimamla scores his runs. Earlier in the day we showed you a wagon wheel of where he has scored his runs against Australia, and it's been in that area. Those 2 shots with the Australia bowls looking to bowl full, looking to get him to drive and set a trap in the gully and the slips, but he's been good enough and able to judge which ones to leave, which ones to play.
It's been quite superb. Just have another look at the first 2 deliveries. Identical deliveries. Maybe the second one might have been the off-speed delivery, but unbelievable placement and power.
Oh, yes. Just the timing on that. The sound it makes off the bat, you know straight away as the bowler, oh, I've been caned. Went for 4 quickly to the fence.
And this what makes Hashimamla so dangerous, because he can play either side of the wicket with equal placement and precision. It's just great to watch. The hot spot confirms that right in the middle of the bat.
220 for 3. Some good work being done by Peter Siddle. Good pace as well, 142.4. 190 as a lead is, well, ominous. It's getting ominous, certainly for the Aussies. They need somebody to provide some inspiration here to do what Steyn did yesterday for South Africa and rip through this batting lineup.
Yes, as the cloud cover thickens, just 1, just to give you just that little bit of incentive to keep battling away.
It's a worried look, that.
Yes, it is. He is normally, smiling and quite jovial, but as we look into the skyline there, the lights are really starting to take effect. It's getting quite murky, and we've just had, it's almost like carbon copy over the first 2 days. The evening starts to thicken up, the clouds roll in.
I'm happy about something was maybe de Villiers there. There's a look to de Villiers, what Siddle has been doing. The boundaries, you can see one was perhaps too full. The other one he'd probably have felt was a decent length. The one in the middle, and the other just too wide and short as well. Put away by de Villiers. Oh, a bit of confusion, but fortunately no trouble. Bit of ball watching there for maybe de Villiers.
There's probably always a single there, quite wide, of Brad Haddon, who parried the ball. Quite comfortable for the man backing up to come through, but maybe there wasn't a lot of calling. Yes, no, wait, sorry, yeah, okay. Something along those lines anyway. But no dramas at the end of the day.
will take a wicket, Australia, whichever way it comes, run out or whatever. Siddle's built up a head of steam. He really is running in for his skipper. That sort of blow will just keep coming all the way through the day. I remember seeing him for the first time. It was an Australian tour to India, where things were particularly difficult for them there, and wickets were flat. I think you called that, actually. It might have been on comms over in India, and he just turned up on the scene. And noticed it then that he'll just keep coming, as he has done in that over. A decent one. 2-2-1 for 3. Oh dear, it was in the air. Shouts of catch it, all happening there. Pat Cummins falling over through his follow through, and the ball stuck in the pitch a little bit.
This is very wide and just bunted, well, wide of Ricky Ponting at cover, and right in the middle between the bowler and his follow through.
Yeah, illustrating your point there, starting out at the golf course end. De Villiers just expected that to come through quicker. Didn't quite get to him. Could have gone straight to Ricky Ponting at cover. It was in the air for that length of time off de Villiers' bat.
Yeah, well, obviously punter didn't see it. He was probably looking for like a cut shot type, and it just bunted past him.
Tough test for the body, for the youngster Pat Cummins. The batsmen will look to concentrate, make sure they give absolutely nothing. Partnership 131. South Africa had a 111 partnership in the first innings, and when that was broken, then it all came crashing down. They wouldn't want that to happen again. The very fact that it did, though, will give Australia hope that if they can break this big one, then they can get through the rest. Bowled, good energy, closer and closer to that 140k an hour mark.
He's been impressive, hasn't he? That's a young man, 18 years of age, and he's been looked after, trying to get sort of short bursts out of him, 4 or 5 overs. But at 18, he's been so impressive with the lines he's bowled, and he's created more doubt in the opposition than the other bowlers.
Yeah, there's just been an expectation when he's run up and bowled, particularly when he's been fresh. It's unfortunate from an Australian perspective that Shane Watson isn't able to do some of the workload, because I think then you would get more explosive spells from Pat Cummins. Workload's just a little bit too much, and particularly when you're nowhere near accustomed to this sort of cricket. Just his 4th first-class game. A maiden. 2-2-1 for 3.
Australians were to pick up just a couple of wickets in this little period here before the end of play. All of a sudden it would be still even Stevens. I think this is still a pitch you could get, you know, late 200s, 300 on batting last. He's cranked it up, hasn't he, Pete Siddle? Like late in the day, he's just found a late burst.
He's a strong boy. To look at his front foot landing. If you're under any doubt as to how tough it is to run up and bowl from quite far back and bowl at 140 odd kilometers an hour all day. Well bowled, sir. Good line, good length, a little bit off the pitch as well. Just went away. Got Hashim Amla playing at it.
Oh, this is a beauty. Well, unfortunate for him, nothing for the effort. No edge, no nothing. Really bowling a good spell. Just sparring outside the off stump. We haven't seen a lot of that from Amla. Particularly in recent times, he's hitting the ball right over the middle of the bat. I just get the feeling the umpires are getting a bit jittery about the light.
Need good wheels if you're going to run up and bowl fast. Protect your feet, protect the rest of your body. At least 7 times your body weight goes through that front leg as you bound and go over to deliver. Not a natural action, bowling, so it takes strain on the body. And you've got to look after yourself. Got to make sure. You know, we spoke at lunchtime about warm-ups and warm-downs and so forth. And they are somewhat beneficial. Starting point, of course, is making sure that you're fit and strong.
It's a good start. Now we have the 2 umpies just having a little conversation about the light, I hope. And if it's a similar sort of level as it has been the last couple of nights, well, they're bound to take the sides off.
Yeah, the cloud cover's not as much as on the first 2 days, I don't think, anyway. Difficult to tell from sitting up here and looking through windows. But the umpires will have taken a reading and will know what that reading is and keep it in mind. It is solely up to them. They'll decide as to whether they feel that the light is good enough or not good enough. It's nice also to have Ian Gunnar Gould out there, and umpires do a great job, but Gunnar Gould will have been out there and experienced all this in his long playing career, and so will understand the trials, the tribulations of the batsman when it comes to the light issue. Well bowled. Another probing one. They're stringing them together, the Aussies. 2-2-1 for 3. Nicely played. Won't quite get to the fence, but de Villiers will pick up 3. Bit of shape.
Twice as quick as you.
120. I thought I heard something in the stump mic. He says, look, I'm bowling as quick as you. I don't know who's standing up there at cover. One of the bowlers, they won't be happy with that comment. 120 punter, not 140.
Good lines, good length. 2,038 runs against South Africa in 22 matches, Ricky Ponting. Average of 53, 800s and 10 50s. Well played. Just straight in line. And a fine leg glance for 4. By Hashim Amla.
He's just drifting down that leg side, Ricky Ponting, and Amla's been so good at just picking that ball off his hip and getting the ball nice and fine. That's money for jam for Mr. Amla.
Yeah, he got a bit clever, did Ricky Ponting. You can see his thinking. Swung it away a few times, then tried the in-swinger. See, there you go, there's that shape away. The one that went for 4 started it a bit too straight. It swung as well, but swung in and was nudged down to find leg for 4. Those figures that I read as he came on to bowl Ricky Ponting, they announced it on the PA system, and these people at the Wanderers, these South Africans, obviously know that he's inflicted pain in the past with bat in hand. A few boos went round. 229 for 3. Now the boos around the ground from the crowd are because the players are making their way off the park, and it is because the light is not good enough to continue playing in. And it'll worry that man. You'll have heard Alan Border a short while ago say that Australia want to keep the game moving because they're the ones that are behind.
We might see a bit of this tomorrow as well, and also the next day, but at the moment it's Hashim Amla not out on 89. Really has played very well indeed, and AB de Villiers, who was terrific in the first innings, not out 70. And the stand has been very impressive. Prince to come, he got 50 in the first innings. Then Boucher, yes, we know he can play, and also yes, he needs some runs. And then Philander, who can wield the willow, averages 23 in first-class cricket in South Africa. Steyn and Walker will like to have some fun, and Imran Tahir, we're hoping he doesn't have to bat. But 229 for 3 it is, 69 overs. The run rate is pretty healthy overall at just under 3.5. In a situation like this, the Australian bowlers, well, they toiled hard. Of course, they're a bowler short, a key bowler short.
Yes, I think they've really missed Shane Watson, but I've been so impressed with Pat Cummins through his 17 overs. He ruffled the feathers of some pretty good players out there. Siddle's toiled really hard for no return. Lyon was quite impressive, and the rest of the bowlers, the part-timers, couldn't do any damage either. But overall, the bowling hasn't been too bad, but the batting's been outstanding.
I just want to point out Peter Siddle, 6 overs at the end, just conceded 3 runs, 3 maidens as well, and a couple of deliveries, over 145 k's per hour. So that was good stuff from Siddle, showing some real intent, and 3 for 90 they were. South Africa at one stage, now 229 for 3 as we have a look at what has happened in this, the second test match. And we say it again, the final test match, sadly, of the series. South Africa winning the toss, 266. They lost their last 6 for 25. Australia were flying at one stage, lost their last 10. Well, in fact, their entire 10, if you like, for 120, I think it was, 127, if not mistaken. And South Africa in their second innings are doing very well at this stage, with Amla and de Villiers in control.
News, though, is that the day has been called off for today because of bad light. Because of the first innings deficit, South Africa were in some trouble at what was effectively 60 for 3.
Tries a catch it this time.
line delivery, great line and length.
Enter Hashim Amla and A.B. de Villiers.
Well played. He's had to go at that one. It's gone over the top.
It goes all the way for 4. Brings up 50. Beautiful. That's a beauty of a shot. To day 4, and South Africa hold the advantage with a lead of 199. Welcome everybody, it's day number 4 in the second Sunfoil Test match, South Africa against Australia, live to you from the Bidvest Wanderers.
It's day 4 and South Africa at the moment have an advantage, and as much as with 1 innings to go from the Australian, South Africa lead overall by 199 runs with 7 wickets in hand. That equates to maybe, as everybody's been talking, if they can get themselves 300 ahead, that could well be enough. So somehow or other they've got to muster another 100 or so with 7 wickets. But we've seen throughout this series wickets falling in bunches from both sides, so nobody's counting any chickens. Maybe de Villiers is 70 not out. Hashim Amla is 89 not out. They have shared a partnership of 139. And this young man, Pat Cummins, has had his work cut out. 18 years old, playing in his 4th first-class match, his first Test match, and he's already bowled 17 overs in this innings, having bowled 15 in the first, 1 for 38. He's been the pick of the Australian bowlers, and so much has rested on his shoulders, just as throughout his career it rested on my co-commentator for the first half hour, Sean Pollock.
I don't know about that, Jack. It didn't rest too much, but yeah, it's all about a team effort, and that's what Australia are going to have to apply here this morning. There's 2 spells for them. Obviously Amla and de Villiers will have to get themselves in, coming out after a good partnership was put on yesterday, and overnight they would have slept on, been in the 70s and 80s. So there's an opportunity for Australia to try and grab a wicket, and then 11 overs away is the second new ball, which is another opportunity. So I would expect a short spell from Cummins, maybe 2 or 3 overs, and then they'll save him for the second new ball. Australia would love an early wicket.
The 11 overs away from second new ball, and Hashim Amla is 11 runs away from a Test century. It doesn't matter whether you haven't scored one and it's going to be your first, or whether you've, as in Tendulkar's case, scored 51 and it's going to be your 52nd. Getting 100 in a Test match is a serious thrill, as is taking 5 wickets in an innings. Away for 1. First run of the morning, and brings up the 200-run lead.
Hey, Jack, as the people always ask me, which is the part of the game that you like. Is it Test cricket? Which is the format, T20 or one day? This is what makes Test match cricket so interesting, is that you've got to pick yourself up. Australia had a tough day yesterday, but they're back at work today. They have to put everything behind them about their performance yesterday, refocus, come out with some new energy. And from the South African perspective, they had a wonderful partnership, but they have to forget about that and start again. That's why it does test every aspect of your game.
This partnership, in fact, of it's 140 now, is a new 4th wicket partnership for South Africa at the Wanderers. Previously, Jacques Kallis and Martin van Jaarsveld, 132 versus West Indies. And they're approaching another partnership record, which is good. We were discussing earlier on, Mike Haseman and Kepler Wissels downstairs, it's quite a nice day to bowl on, and as much as it's not overly hot. A little bit of breeze to keep you cool, but a little bit of humidity as well. Bowled.
Yeah, Jack, but it is a 2.5 hour session, and if you don't get a little bit of a success, all of a sudden it becomes an ugly day to bowl. You want some wickets. That second new ball will be key, as we've talked about. I would love one or even maybe two before that second new ball, and then to run through South Africa with the new cherry in hand. David de Villiers and Amla have been fantastic so far, and they'll be looking to combat that. They don't want to open up an end. They want to stand firm.
End of the over. 2:30 for 3. Out. Second slip. Once again, Cummins gets a little bit of shape.
Yeah, Cummins has bowled back over length all morning. On this occasion, he's ventured a little bit further up and he's got a bit of swing. De Villiers, in many ways, caught a little bit on the crease, didn't get a big stride and just pushed at it. And a very good catch by Michael Clarke, high above his head. And Cummins strikes again. He's been the pick of the Australian bowlers, and he's done the business again. De Villiers goes for a well-played 73, 237 for 4.
Ashwell Prince joins Hashim Amla. He's involved in a good partnership in the first innings. Same is required again in the second. Averaging 42 in Test cricket, well, almost 43, with 11 apiece in the 50s and the 100s. And full delivery here from Cummins with a little bit of swing, and De Villiers feet planted and just sort of followed the ball with his hands, and he knows now that he could have left that alone. Getting it full, as a stifled LBW appeal, getting it full just drew De Villiers into the shot for long enough.
Got some swing here to Prince. He'd be so effective left-handers if he does get it to shape in, because in many ways his variation is the one he just pushes across without trying too hard. So it does make life uncomfortable and make them not sure which one to push at.
Just a reminder, the lead is 207.
Have a look at this pitch map here, Jack. As we're talking about, his length has been on a decent length for most of the deliveries, and that was one of the fuller ones, and slight bit of width on offer, and he drew De Villiers into the shot. So that's some good bowling. He bowls from quite wide, so although those might look like they're pretty wide in general, they're not. On the angle they'll be quite tight and off stump, but that was a fantastic bit of bowling.
Tries to catch it and oohs and ahs. I'm not quite sure why. Didn't go anywhere near punting front of square. The ball went behind square. Prince off the mark.
Yeah, but they have got a man back and punting very square. They obviously feel that Prince hits at the ball in the air, in that area early doors in his knock, and as you can see, his head's fallen over just a touch. Maybe that's something they've picked up on the video analysis. So on this occasion, it wasn't anywhere near punting, as you mentioned. And Prince is off the mark.
It's nicely played by Amla.
Well, the Aussies have got their wish. Ryan in his interview this morning said, oh, we just need to get that initial breakthrough. They've done that, and the second new ball's just 6 overs and 1 delivery away. So they're going to have the weaponry to use to try and continue through the South African batting lineup. And they'll feel if they can pick 1 or 2 more and get into the tail, that they will have bowled themselves back into this match.
Another cross him. Long bowled young man. 239 for 4.
Early call of no. That's always nice to see, AB, the boys in the change room.
Yes, all come out to watch what has been a tremendous performance to date. Always amazes me why the tension rises. You go from 98, one more run, 99, all of a sudden the field comes in, the bowlers bowl better, the tension's there, the crowd get into it for the sake of one run. It just shows what an important milestone scoring a century actually is in this game.
99. Nice and direct from Peter Siddle, which is what you'd expect. Pace not what it was last night. I guess you'd also expect that this morning, while he just finds a little bit of a groove. Just have a look at this calm demeanour. I mean, he's got to be the calmest bloke around these days, AB. Anyone else come to mind in your day?
I suppose visually calm, yeah. You'd reckon the heart rate would be pumping. Steve Waugh was the Iceman, wasn't he?
Got that away. He's got it away for a boundary. It's another century for the peaceful warrior. Brilliant stuff from Hashim Amla. He is an exceptional cricketer. This is the 7th century in the last 12 test matches. That's nice to see. Michael Clark clapping as well. Absolutely outstanding.
This guy is a seriously good player. I didn't see a lot of his early test cricket, but obviously in recent times he's been quite phenomenal. And another brilliant performance from him, with his side under the pump, under a bit of pressure, having lost 3 quick wickets. And he's raised the 3 figures yet again.
Flying Haddon. 14 test hundreds now to Hashim Amla.
Look at the next delivery. Brad Haddon having to do some aerobatics.
By the way, just to let you know, the 700 in the last 12 tests, as I said, includes that 253 not out against India. Consecutive centuries. Steered South Africa home at Newlands. Dragged the captain along as well, I'm sure. That stand between those two was sensational. Chanceless this time, except for a very tight LBW call, which could have gone either way, I guess.
That's the shot that brought up the century. He's very good at that area, and well, even the celebration's quite calm, isn't it?
That's him. Now that was a little bit sharper. Oh, here's problems, here's problems. There's a wicket. Astral Prince in the end sacrificed himself. Team player Astral Prince decided he'd let Hashim continue. He could have stopped, I guess, and gone back, but they've picked up another wicket. That's 2 inside 40 minutes on day 4.
Well, there are moments in Test cricket that really turn matches. Is this going to be it? Unfortunately for Astral Prince, he's the one who has to go. And he'll be very, very disappointed. He's out for 2. And the score now, 5 for 249.
2 wickets for 20 runs this morning by Australia. We always knew they were going to fight back. They've done that. Mark Boucher's to the crease now. Mark Boucher needs some runs, but I think we all know that. Short and wide. That's exactly where Mitchell Johnson didn't want to bowl. His reaction actually after that delivery probably summed things up for Mitchell Johnson so far in this test match.
Yeah, cries of no. He knows the pressure's on.
Well, AB, how much pressure is on Mitchell Johnson as an individual?
I think it's mounting, and it might have mounted. He just hasn't performed well in just recent times. How many brownie points he's picked up by his performance prior to the last, say, 6 months. But he burst onto the scene. He was absolutely brilliant in those first couple of years. He's just been very slack over the last 12.
Bit of movement back in. Mark Boucher, by the way, has averaged just 19 in his last 10 innings in the white clothes.
Yeah, so both the batsman and bowler under a little bit of pressure, but that's what Test cricket's about. You go through your lulls. It's just a matter of fighting through it.
So the lead 224 at the moment. Highest chase here, just under the 300 mark. Need to pick up 5 wickets. To Australia, we could have a sensational test match on our hands at the Wanderers.
Work on it.
255 for 5. It's Siddle charging it again. Oh, goodness me, that's a beautiful delivery. And in the end, very well played by Amla.
Extremely well played and extremely well bowled. Pete Siddle's fired up. Banged in short and followed Hashim Amla. And the good thing about the way he played that, Hashim Amla, he kept his eye on the ball till the very last moment. So he picked up the fact that the ball had pitched and started to come back at him. And that's a lesson. Keep your eye on the ball. You'll get out of the road. But a very good delivery.
That's probably exactly what we were talking about the other day, AB, when we were talking about the influence of helmets and how some guys do take their eye off the ball. I think we had a couple of examples we showed then. That was watched to the very last moment. Of course, if you're not wearing anything to protect yourself with, you have no choice. You have to do that. It's changed the dynamics of the game dramatically, the introduction of the helmet.
Yeah, I suppose the thought process is that you at least you've got your head protected, but I still think you react. No worries, Mr. Cool.
That was just brilliant. That was very nice indeed. That was just an acknowledgement to his partner 22 yards away, Mark Boucher, who's a gutsy little bloke, we know.
Does he sweat, Hash?
No, but I don't think at all. And I'm thinking that if we had one of those heart monitors on him, his pulse might be up around what? I don't know, 60?
Yeah, that's what most people sleep at. Hash, he's just a very calm man.
Last ball, by the way, at 145 k's per hour from Siddle. Wide of the crease this time, enables him to work.
He's definitely the stumbling block for the Aussies. While he's there, South Africa will believe that they've got the good position in the game, the high ground. If he was to get out in the next, say, even 50 runs, and that's a long way off. So as we keep saying, it's on a knife edge. South Africa still have the ascendancy, in my belief, runs on the board. But still game on.
Strengthen the vultures and the slips. It's a nice drive. Good stride from Boucher. Good timing. 4 runs. That'll help him.
Good shot from Boucher. The ball was swinging away at good pace. But he got a good stride in. The front foot got out there and didn't try and overplay the shot. Just went through the line. Excellent.
And it's not a massive scoring area for Boucher either. I think we all know that he's much stronger on the leg side generally than the offside. Fine stroke. 260 for 5. He's got him. He's taken the catch. Haddon has grabbed that one, so that's the end of Hashim Amla. It really has been a remarkable knock from Hashim Amla. Mitchell Johnson will be delighted that he's picked up that wicket. Good catch from Haddon, whose confidence also, I think, might have been a little bit low over the last little while. Just sliding across, faint little tickle, and Haddon did the rest. So Mitchell Johnson will be very pleased with that. So wickets have fallen this morning, and this is game on, I'm sure. It is the end of something special from the man that we rely on, South African supporters, so much these days. He goes for 105, South Africa 260 for 6.
A look at Vernon Philander's first-class career. 206 50s. I would love that with South Africa. And look at why he's out there.
Good delivery from Johnson. Struggled the whole of yesterday. Been better today. Just a little bit of a cutter. Finds the outside. Good catch from Haddon.
You've got to bowl a really good delivery to get rid of a bloke who's on 105 and batting particularly well. And he's pulled one out the hat there. Mitchell Johnson. Scrambled seam, looked like a cutter, but a decent pace, really good pace. Amla had to play, did a little bit off the pitch, and just catches the edge. All that was needed. Haddon doing the rest behind the stumps. Philander off the mark. The tail needs to wag for South Africa. Australia will hope that the wicket taking continues.
Big innings for the man in picture. Brought into the side for his bowling, yes, but there was concerns over South Africa's tail at number 8, and felt that his all-round abilities would be better than Lonwabo Tsotsobe.
In the first test match, South Africa in the first innings lost the last 6 wickets for 23 runs. In this test match, in the first innings lost the last 6 wickets for 25. I don't want that to happen again. We've gone from 237 for 3 and now 261 for 6. The new ball is available. It's the first time in the series that it has become available, the second new ball. Both teams have not managed to bat 80 overs at any stage in the other innings they've played to this point. This ball, though, doing just a little bit, doing just enough. And so the Australian bowlers continuing with it.
Be a couple of things in Michael Clarke's mind about whether to take that second new ball. If you look in the first innings, South Africa scored quickly, and in the second innings scored quickly against the new ball. So with a lead of already 230, he would be very wary about giving South Africa those extra runs up front. One run from the over, 261 for 6.
There's a bit of movement with good pace as well from Peter Siddle. They'll have their tails up, the Aussies. Yeah, talking about the lower order, HD, and after the fall of the 5th wicket in the series, not a whole lot of runs.
Been a struggle for the middle and lower order. They haven't played on the truest of surfaces, I suppose we could say, over the course of this test series as far as batting conditions is concerned. But this one at the Wanderers has been a good cricket pitch. There's been something in it for the bowlers if they get the ball in the right area consistently, and there's been something in it for the batsmen if they're prepared to bide their time, leave well, defend solidly, and wait for that loose delivery.
A lead of 231 is by no means a comfortable one.
Yeah, I think the reason being is that you just need one partnership in excess of 100, and you're under pressure as a bowling side. So South Africa will feel that they need a few more. When I say a few more, 250 plus, 260, 270, and you've got a chance. But the position that they were in this morning, they would have felt that they were well on top. But Australia have done well, and they've got themselves back into the test.
It's all to fight for both sides. South Africa will want to increase that lead, will want to get a cushion in the way of runs so they can make it difficult should they be bowled out, which is looking likely. They can make it difficult for Australia to chase, give themselves runs to try and defend. For Australia, want to restrict. Beautiful shot. A punch off the back foot, had to ride the bounce. It was at good pace too from Peter Siddle. Boucher gets 4.
This will give Mark Boucher plenty of confidence. Doesn't try and get the ball too square. Plays it in front of him. Beautifully played. Up on his toes. That's as good a cricket shot as you're going to see.
Two 6 for 6.
Boucher very strong leg-sided. There's a bit of protection on the leg side for Nathan Lyon. He's got a deep square leg and a deep mid-wicket.
Got him, that's him, he's gone. Still standing there as Mark Boucher hit the ground, and that's for sure. But the ball's gone off to first slip, and in order for it to go to first slip, well, it's got to come off the bat. May well have hit a foot mark, but I reckon that's straight off the edge with the bat face closing.
Often that's the impact of the bat hitting the ground. It means you don't really feel the edge of the bat being found by the ball. I've got a sneaky feeling that you're right here, Tom. I think he smashed the ground, but in doing so the ball has just found the outside edge and gone straight to Watson at first slip.
The umpire Billy Bowden will go upstairs and have a little chat with Billy Doctrove. Here's a look at it again. Pitches, Boucher comes, hits the ground, and then it's off the edge and straight to slip. Regulation. It's a good catch. It went quite quickly. Fortunately, it went straight for Shane Watson. Here you go. Ready and waiting, in business, straight in. Celebrations all round.
To get to first slip, it can only have hit the outside edge. And let's see, hotspot showing right at the bottom of the bat. The edge found.
Went very quickly. Doesn't help though, HD, how close Shane Watson stands at slip.
Yeah, he's lucky that it's actually gone straight to him, because either side of him he would have been under pressure. He does, he stands very, very close, especially up here on the high felt. And you see umpire Bowden confirming that Boucher has edged that. And Australia have got another one. Wide of off stump goes Nathan Lyon. Boucher looking to hit it through the offside, which is not his preferred side. The outside edge is found. Watson takes the catch. And Michael Clark's bowling change has worked again. South African wicketkeeper Boucher is gone for 13. South Africa 266 for 7.
He can hit them. Dale Steyn at 76 was against Australia. Boxing Day Test match in Melbourne, 2008.
That's a bad pad when he gets it.
South Africa in trouble. Off the edge, and may well go for 4. It's a fast outfield, and South Africa will take the runs however they come.
I must admit, I don't disagree with this ploy from Dale Steyn. He's better off trying to play his natural game than trying to stick around. South Africa need runs. Again, similar line from Lyon. A thicker outside edge this time from Dale Steyn, finds the boundary.
Oh, it's real nice. That's real nice, Gaza.
It's been a tough morning for South Africa. Australia have dominated. The latest man gone, Mark Boucher. Caught at slip, regulation catch for Shane Watson. And South Africa have lost 4 wickets.
Oh,
Love that line from Nathan Lyon. It's attacking for an off spinner. It's just outside the off stump. We're into day number 4. Gets good loop on the ball, does Lyon. And ask the batsman to decide, will he play offside, will he play leg side? If it turns and you're going offside, can go through the gate. 270 for 7.
Bowling very much within himself now, Patrick Cummins.
Yeah, he doesn't look as good as he has so far in the match. I know we're harbouring the point, but it just doesn't look like he's comfortable bowling from the golf course end.
Good bouncer, well worth bouncing, Vernon Philander. Every time the bouncer goes by, he rehearses the hook shot. So I'm not sure whether eventually he's going to try one of them. There he goes again.
Herschel Gibbs used to do that quite a bit.
Good follow-up delivery and a good leave as well.
You might find that this will be the last over Cummins bowls with the old ball. He's been effective with that new ball, and if he's going to bowl a long spell here, they can't ask him to bowl 4 or 5 overs and then take the second new ball, because he'll be flat after that. But I think after that last over, Michael Clarke might look to have another one from line, just look how that goes, and then reassess, maybe try and turn to the second new ball.
Too much leg side and a good shot. Good balance by Vernon Philander. Got enough of a bat on to get that fine past, fine leg for a boundary, and a much needed one. So the lead now 250.
Yeah, drifting down the leg side. This is Cummins' bad delivery when he just gets the ball coming out the wrist. Not a strong position. He does slide down the leg side to the right-handers. Philander equal to the task. It's gone nice and fine. And fine legs a little bit squarer than normal.
That's a better delivery. So we're talking about the speed that Cummins was bowling at. So from the corner drive in, considerably quicker. It was around that 140 mark all the time from the golf course end. Not quite as quick. So that means that his length has changed a bit as well. He's bowling fuller from the golf course end. Well within himself.
Average delivery there by Cummins, pushing it down leg side, flicked away for one. That's the end of the over. 281 for 7.
Gentle medium pace for Mike Hussey.
Yeah, the other option would have been to go to Michael Clarke. I think he underbowls himself personally. He picked up 2 wickets in the first innings.
Agree, that would have been a better option. Well, a bit of movement off the seam. Good single.
Yes, a well-run single there by Dale Steyn. There was a bit of swing there for Michael Hussey. Just a little bit of shape away. But this shouldn't worry the tail enders. Here you can see the movement away. Good movement actually. Usually in the nets they end up facing this kind of bowling because there's no one else to bowl to them.
Just looking at that previous delivery that moved off the seam, the South African bowlers would be happy to see that. You would have been happy to see that if you were bowling.
Yeah, particularly with a ball that's 94 overs old. There's no doubt, it doesn't matter what test match you play at the Wanderers, there's always something on offer for the bowlers. When you compare it to some of the flatter wickets around the world, with the altitude there's sometimes swing and often movement off the deck.
Welcome boundary. Just not sure that this is the right bowling change. Australia need to take that new ball. They need to try and wrap up this tail.
Yeah, I think Hussey is just on to change ends for Cummins. He's given width and Philander won't miss out on those ones. He's placed it behind square and every run is so vital at this stage of the match.
Oh, I see.
Kept a bit low, just a sign of things going up and down. So 95 gone, 286 for 7.
The line's going to continue.
Nice, guys.
He is creating a few opportunities. He had the LBW shot. But even the tail enders are getting onto off stump. It's obviously been a tactic they've discussed in the change room.
Very much so, against the off spinner. Well, it's fair enough then maybe keeping Nathan Lyon going because he's getting some spin. But then surely you don't want to bowl Mike Hussey at the other end. You've got to try and get the 3 wickets.
I agree with you. Just having issues trying to work it, making sure he doesn't get his foot out the crease. Well played. This could be 2. They'll stay in sets off quickly and comfortably 2.
Well played by Dale Steyn. Good running as well. Just 2 deliveries ago. A little bit of drift maybe. A bit of turn into the right-hander, causing Dale Steyn to overbalance.
Dale Steyn cuts loose and it's gone all the way. He's no mug with the bat. Fantastic shot.
Excellent strike, the slot sweep, played to perfection. Well, if this doesn't make up Michael Clarke's mind, nothing will. That was an excellent strike.
Yeah, Jacques Callis would have been happy with that shot. In fact, we've seen him play it on countless occasions. A very good shot there by Dale Steyn and 6 runs.
Well bowled.
So the lead gets to 264. There's still 3 wickets to get. I feel it's now or never with that second new ball. You have to pick up the wickets and pick them up quickly.
Go!
294 for 7.
Remember the first pair of gloves, one of the first pair of gloves I wore at school, it didn't have a palm. The palm was bare in the right hand and the thumb was on the end of a piece of elastic. You wound it around your wrist and then lobbed it on the top of your thumb.
Yeah, I reckon I was much the same. Had the old green spikes.
Yeah, they have plenty of protection there, wasn't there?
And I couldn't get left-handers gloves. I had to get right-handers gloves, and my mum had to take the green spikes off the thumb. I was only young though. You weren't facing express pace.
Wow, amazing. Couldn't get left-handed gloves in those days. It's bizarre, isn't it? Tell you no extraordinary thing. When do you reckon they invented Velcro? Maybe Velcro. Nicked it for 4.
Yes, further frustration for the Australian captain, and the Australians trying to get this breakthrough. They know they're still in the contest, but they need to stop this bleeding, this partnership. Good delivery from Siddle. The false shot, but flying wide of slip. And the man at third man as well, so important runs for South Africa.
They invented Velcro in 1948. And you tell me why we had to have leather straps on our pads until the 80s.
Tradition.
Painful tradition too.
Oh, those buckle pads, they were terrible. Produced a few dismissals too, didn't it?
Did. Made a nice noise.
The nick off the buckle. Was it a case where in England you buckled up on the inside, or you buckled up on the outside of your leg?
Inside, always on the inside, because of just what you've spoken about, the chance of the ball flicking the buckle, making the right noise.
It makes a hell of a difference now, the Velcro. I mean, you get your pads on and off in no time. Used to be a bit of a procedure, didn't it? Getting kitted.
.308 now for 7. Missed. Swung inside the bat.
Working up a bit of pace. Mitchell Johnson to the 140s. And just a little bit of in movement. Dustin. That pained look on his face.
Put down. Difficult in terms of how quickly it was going. Straightforward in terms of its height. Nevertheless, put down.
He's got really good hands, Michael Clark. And this was flying off the outside edge. Probably just a little bit above head height. Really taking off with the new ball. And yeah, probably a little bit higher than I thought. In the end, not a bad effort, but he's got such good hands. You expect him to catch those, but just the pace. Done by pace.
Yeah, difficult from, I'll rephrase what I said just now, difficult from the pace point of view and awkward from the height point of view. Not comfortable. That was just a little higher than comfortable because it was going so quickly. Not enough time to get enough of both hands behind the ball. It's good over this from Johnson.
That last ball flew. Dale Steyn won't mind seeing that. Pitches and really takes off. And that's just really taken off. If he'd nicked that, it probably would have gone for 6. Yes, just a look at the reaction time required. It slips sometimes, you know, you stand there for hours, nothing much comes.
That away for a couple. 282 the lead now.
It's just creeping up in that trouble zone. Yes, they were talking about 250 maybe being the pass mark. The way De Villiers and Amla batted, then we adjusted to around about 300. Who knows?
End of the over. 312 for 7.
That's right. Deep thinker on the game, Steve Waugh, about trying to get more runs out of your tail. And as we have a look at Peter Siddle's previous over, an absolute ripper. Some good movement in the air. And a good pace and causing problems right throughout in that last ball. Don Bradmore hit that one. But yes, Steve Waugh very diligent in trying to get runs out of the tail because he recognised how important it is. Trouble is, he gave himself a really tough task. He said, "I'll take McGrath,"
and he got a 50 out of him, didn't he? At the MCG, if I remember.
I think he got some stickers made and put on his bat. I think it was 61 against the Kiwis, and he had these stickers made, you know, big 6-1 on it. He became very annoying after that. He called himself an all-rounder. Well, Jason Gillespie, he got a double 100 against Bangladesh.
How well do you think that went down with Jacques Cullis? He hadn't got a double by then.
And nor has Mark Waugh, as Jason Gillespie always reminds him. So, look, it just shows that it's... And this particular partnership just shows the value of tail end runs.
That partnership at the moment is 48. Which is why we're discussing it. Good carry from Siddle. The other thing I think the South African bowlers will be pleased to have seen here is this new ball has swung. And no other new ball in the whole game that I can remember has actually swung. Maybe it's that sort of atmosphere. Maybe it's just the ball out of the box. Sometimes, I've always thought, some swing, some don't. But Siddle's got some away swing, and he's bowling at Steyn, and Steyn quite enjoys it when it can create that shape. Well left.
This is good batting in the face of some very good bowling. The ball, as you said, is moving a little bit in the air, a little swing. It's good pace, and there's been some variable bounce. So, yeah, they've done a very, very good job.
Well, what a fascinating session that has been. No one's going anywhere. I'm sort of calling lunch because I make it 12:30 by the stadium clock. The digital clock on the scoreboard is maybe the one they're going by.
And that only just turned over as the umpires were there.
There we go. That's maybe the official one that the umpires are going by, and means they're going to do a little bit of overtime here.
I think Mitchell Johnson needs to shorten him up again. He's looking confident again at the crease. I think he needs to get a couple of those short ones in. He started to look a little bit more vulnerable, Dale Steyn, once he'd copped a few short ones. So, oh, he's going to go around the wicket. Well, yeah, change up. That's okay.
Would you think about maybe a leg gully and indicate that to Steyn that he's going to whack it in? It's the old rib tickler. A bit of excitement from Ricky Ponting at third slip.
Well, they're wondering, the Aussies, because Ricky Ponting had a big shout at third slip, but didn't look as though there was anything there. Maybe caught the shirt, or the gloves were close, I suppose. The ball didn't bounce as much as Dale Steyn had predicted, but he was the only one that went up.
It's over and lunch.
Well, that is the end of what has been a fascinating session, and one that certainly belonged to Australia, marred just a little bit from their point of view by this partnership of 48 between Steyn and Philander. But Australia win the session, AB, but a little bit of damage done by South Africa towards the end there.
Yes, look, it was absolutely all Australia session up until probably that last half an hour or so. But they still feel that they've got a chance. South Africa have made 314 for 7, so you can make 300 on this surface. Hasn't changed that much. But yeah, that last little period of play, that last half an hour or so, has just swung the pendulum back towards the South Africans. But overall, the game is still alive.
Absolutely. 4 wickets fell for 85 runs in that session of play, as South Africa resumed with de Villiers and Amla at the crease. Amla went through to a century and was dismissed shortly after that for 105. De Villiers had been out prior to that for 73, and then a needless run out with Prince and Amla batting together. Complete confusion, and then Boucher caught it slip by Watson off the bowling of Lyon. And then Philander and Steyn sort of steadied the ship to a huge degree, not just to a degree. 48 they've put on in 106 deliveries, so they've been at the crease a long time, and they will want to continue that afterwards.
The bowling from Cummins has been absolutely outstanding. He's taken 3 wickets, 2 wickets from Nathan Lyon, who's done a very good job with his off spin. Mitchell Johnson's been well below his absolute best, the other wicket taker. And the part-timers have played their role, but they've battled manfully through the Australians as the bowling group, but the South Africans have moved on to 314 for 7.
So at lunch on the 4th day, South Africa 266, Australia 296, a lead of 30. South Africa in their second innings 314 for 7, which equates to a lead of 284.
I don't care if you're 36 or you're 18, you're going to be tired tonight with the workload that he's been asked to do, so he's been outstanding. This is going to be a crucial hour. And there's a wicket first up. That's off the glove, I think. Billy Bowden is saying not much at this stage. I have no doubt that's going to go. Oh, he's gone. Up goes the finger eventually. So Patrick Cummins is struck straight after the break. The lead is 284. Are the South Africans going to adjudicate? Yes, they are. Correction. Are they going to send it upstairs for the umpire to adjudicate? Little shake of the head there from Philander. I certainly heard a noise. We've got to check whether it's glove or arm.
It was an absolute cracker of a delivery first up after lunch from Patrick Cummins. It was short, it was fast. Philander try to drop his hands, there was a big noise. I think that may have just clipped his right shoulder.
Well, I'm looking for hot spot straight away. This is going to be very interesting. We're going to have to have a close look at that. I guess it could be glove as well. Let's have a look and see what happens with hot spot. Just out of frame with hot spot. So that's not going to tell us anything. Let's have a look now. Is there any deflection off the glove? I reckon there might have been a bit of glove there. There you go. I think it might have been the thumb on the left hand. That's my call. I think the shoulder was out the way by the time it went past. I reckon that thumb on the right hand, sorry, my mistake. Thumb on the bottom hand might have just flicked. All the guys have gone up straight away. Audio was definitely there as well.
I think you will go up straight away because the sound is a good one. And I think you're right. It might have just clipped that right hand, the thumb on the right hand. But just a little one.
Gee, this is crucial. This is absolutely crucial. This stand has been worth 48. That's glove. I'm calling that glove. Billy Doctrove is the man that's got to adjudicate that. He can do so on audio.
What a brutal delivery to receive first up after lunch. You've just settled into some spaghetti bolognese and put your pads back on and think, well, I'll just get into this session. And a young man runs in and bowls something quick.
The question is it conclusive enough? That's the question here. I think it is. From the replays we've seen, I think it's conclusive enough to show that it is glove. We don't have hot spot. That was out of frame. That is confirmation as far as I'm concerned. Not hitting the shoulder. I'm not sure what else it could have been, actually, that noise, because there was a loud noise. Let's see what the two Billies say. .48 is the partnership at the moment. That should be out in my book, there's no doubt about it. Noise and also glove. I could see a visual movement of the glove as well. And up goes the finger. So there it is. That was the original decision by Billy Bowden. The replays were shown on the big screen. The end result in my book, and obviously Billy Doctrove and also Billy Bowden, the two Billies, is that Vernon Philander departs. Let's have another look and a listen.
I think it's a fabulous decision. I really do. And just to think that he got it right from the outset. Philander gone for 23. South Africa 314 for 8.
More drama at the Wanderers. South Africa lead by 284 now. They've only got 2 wickets in hand. Morne Morkel has arrived at the crease. He needs to dig deep here for South Africa. He's on strike to Cummins. He's got him first ball. Brilliant stuff from Patrick Cummins. This is sensational. He has got 5 now. Absolutely magnificent stuff from the teenager, and he can celebrate.
Not only is he young and fast, he's a thinking man's fast bowler. Morkel would have thought that he was going to get a vicious bumper. Instead, it's a Yorker. He's caught in the crease. His stumps are knocked over. Cummins is jubilant, and why not? He's richly deserved the figures he has. Morkel is gone for first ball. South Africa 314 for 9.
My advice to anyone watching this telecast, wherever it might be around the world, is not to go too far away from your TV sets. I think this is going to be a terrific test match. We've got so much time left in the day's play, some 60 odd overs, and a full day tomorrow. We're expecting bad light to intervene. 1 wicket, that's what Australia need. Imran Tahir is a genuine number 11. The lead 284.
Patrick Cummins finds himself on a hat-trick. First he dismisses Philander, and next Morne Morkel with a sensational Yorker. Morkel expecting it to be short, gets caught in the crease.
He's taken responsibility on debut, just got his first of many, believe me, many 5-wicket hauls. Here we go, he's on a hat-trick. Imran Tahir is on strike. Oh, goodness me. Just jammed the bat down. That was very, very close indeed. Brilliant stuff from Patrick Cummins.
He could not have bowled this any better. right up again in the block hole. Tahir does well.
He wasn't going to get LBW, that's for sure. I think the next one might be on the timber as well, and Dalstein saying, come on Imran, you've got to get behind this. We've got to fight this out. The lead in my book is not enough. I've changed my tune overnight. I was thinking around about the 300 mark be okay, not 250. I was talking that yesterday. It's on the timber, but no run.
Cracking first delivery to Philander after lunch. Just gets the thumb of the right hand. A great decision. And then the Yorker.
So that's what he's done in those 3 deliveries, and just the last one, which was blocked into the covers by Tahir. This is ball number 5 of this over. It's in the air. Is it out? No, it's safe. Wow, this is action-packed, that's for sure. So let's just have a closer look now at the thumb. There you go. You can just see it just brushing that thumb. You'll hear it as well. And that is the noise and the visual that Billy Bowder went on initially when he gave it out. Took some time, but he gave it out, which was the right call. He was sent upstairs. End result, it was the right decision. Oh, goodness me, that would have been another coat of paint, I think, that might have disturbed the timber for Imran Tahir. That was absolutely sensational. 2 wickets and a maiden, and 5 wickets in the innings for Cummins. 314 for 9 now. Spread far and wide. Let's try and hit that one into the golf course.
With all the field spread, Australia are trying to protect the boundary. Steyn doesn't want to get a single, doesn't want to expose Tahir to too many deliveries. So he's going to try and get as many as he can in the shortest space of time.
Yes, I'm not sure he's got that much confidence in his partner. I'll tell you what, it's going to be quite interesting to see how Dale Steyn actually goes about things when he's got the ball in his hand, which I'm predicting is not going to be too far away. 6 on the fence. It's a little bit leg side, no real dramas. Because there's no doubt that Mitchell Johnson decided he was going to mix it up with Dale Steyn just before the lunch interval. Bowling a reasonable pace today, Mitchell Johnson picked up a wicket, and this is what he did to Steyn. That wasn't a bad bouncer. That was a beauty as well. Off the gloves it was, this time around the wicket and just going past the shoulder, and that one almost honing in towards the helmet. Bit of a smile there from Dale Steyn, but I wonder how he's going to react. They have good memories, fast bowlers. He's cracked that one, and he's cracked it miles. That is a magnificent shot.
Dale Steyn will love every single second of the stroke. He wants boundaries. South Africa need him to find a few. Siddle bowls it straight into his hitting area, and he gives it absolutely everything. He's hit that a long way.
Solid drive, just the one. In they all come. Tahir on strike now. 1 ball remaining. What do you think the advice is for this last delivery, HD?
Make sure you're here so I can face the next over. Keep it out.
it's bound to be on target. It's bound to be on the stumps. He's been bowling quite a good pace late last night and also today, Siddle. Imran Tahir's got that wide-eyed look about him. Three slips and a gully and a short leg. Oh, it's done just a little bit. It's gone past the edge of the bat and the stumps. 321 for 9. Slower delivery from Pat Cummins, who has now got 5 for 65 in his first Test match. His previous best first-class performances: 3 for 111 against Western Australia and 3 for 118 against Tasmania.
He better be fit and strong, because in 4 games, in 4 first-class games, including this Test match that he's played, he's bowled an awful amount of overs for a young man.
He's cracked that one. Is it going to be taken? There's a man down there. 6 runs it is. Michael Hussey was exactly the right bloke to have there for Australia, but the hit was too strong.
In the previous over, Dale Steyn hit a towering 6 off Peter Siddle. But you've only just got to clear the boundary to get the maximum, and on this occasion Steyn gets just enough.
I saw his brother take one of these catches in the IPL where he took it, threw it up in the air, went out of bounds, came back and caught it. Oh, goodness me, that's gone over. And it's runs as well, just over the top of the gloves of Haddon. 10 runs off this over so far, and a magical 300 mark lead. Vital boundaries being found here by Dale Steyn. It's another quick delivery from Cummins, but Steyn has a hook at it and gets a glove. Wonderful bit of athleticism here by Michael Hussey. Hangs on to it, but unfortunately the momentum takes him over the boundary. Right, 10 off the over, still 3 balls remaining. He's going to keep swinging from the hip. He's going to look for 2 here. Cummins going to have to chase it as well. Cummins has got it. Can he hit the stumps? The dive from Tahir. Wow, this is amazing cricket. This is desperation stuff from everybody out there in the middle at the moment.
Steyn recognised straight away that he felt he could get 2. No one from the ring got to the bowler's end to try and gather the throw from Cummins, so Tahir got back safely. It really would have been a dream debut if he'd have hit this direct.
Yeah, look, I suppose, HD, you've got to worry about the effort he's putting into his game, Cummins. Not absolutely brilliant. End result is we've got 2 balls left in this over. Lead is 303. Long on is still down. On the offside, the sweep is coming in on the offside. You can see that mid-off has come in as well to a standard mid-off. Protection mid-wicket. Steyn will look to go straight, I would imagine, unless of course it's short, which it might be. Oh, he missed out on that one. He'll think he was unlucky with that. He's gone to 39 now as Steyn.
Fancies batting against Australia, Dale Steyn. Can't forget that top score in Melbourne. Great innings that was. He's producing a little cameo here. He's unbeaten on 39.
This is an interesting field because Steyn's going to again, I'm sure he's not thinking about the single, or maybe I might be wrong, but if he bowls short, he's got a shorter boundary on the leg side. He gloved 1 for 4 as well. There's 2 men back. If it's up, he's going to look to go straight. It's short. Goes past the outside edge. A dot ball to finish the over. All the 3s for 9. He's decided to have a go as well. He's hit that nice and high. For 4 runs.
Why not Imran Tahir? If the Australians are going to bring the field in, Michael Clark has got 3 slips. He's got a couple of men saving one. He might as well take him on. I hate to say it, Hayes, but that was a bit predictable, wasn't it? When the number 11 slots you over mid-wicket for a 1-bounce 4. I don't know a fast bowler who's not going to dig one in.
He's played quite a bit of first-class cricket, of course. 585 first-class wickets before this Test match. Tahir, he's got 3 first-class 50s. I think he yelped before the ball hit him then. Interesting to just to listen to this in real time. There we go. Thumbs up from the non-striker. It's another one right at the ribs. Bit of advice from Steyn, just saying, Imran, just get behind it. That's exactly what you need to do in this situation. All these runs right at the end are going to be very important in the context of this Test match and the series, bearing in mind if Australia win this, if South Africa win this 2-0, they'll be sitting pretty in the ICC table for the future. Just kept that out.
Yeah, they need to win this. They need to win this Test match though, and then go on to beat Sri Lanka 3-0. Then they go to number 1, and then it's a trip to New Zealand. But this one, well, it's placed beautifully. Australia will still feel they're in this Test match. Batting hasn't been that easy, but Amla and de Villiers have shown that if you apply yourself correctly, this wicket can reward you.
Watson got runs in the first innings. Hughes got runs in the first innings. They both needed runs. They got them. Ricky Ponting, we know, needs runs. Khawaja stuck around for some time in that first dig, but he needs runs as well. So there's a whole host of guys. Clark was sensational at Newlands with 151. It's a quality batting lineup. Michael Hussey missed out at Newlands. He's kept that out right behind it. Good stuff from Imran Tahir. Big round of applause from the Wanderers crowd, which is building up nicely. 337 for 9. It's pretty relaxed. Michael Clark, the skipper. Haddon also needs runs. Big swing and a miss that time. 2 men back on the leg side. Quite interesting looking back at what happened in the first Test of this series as we look at the boundary riders on the leg side. South Africa lost their last 6 wickets for 23 in the second Test. This one they lost their last 6 wickets for last 6 wickets for 25 in the first innings. In the second innings they've lost 5 for 88.
Steyn felt he missed out there. Cummins took a little bit of pace off this one. Right into that hitting area again.
Imran Tahir this time walked down to have a chat to Dale Steyn. Slap that to extra cover, no run.
There's been so many rules and regulations that have been changed over the last couple of years, Mike. Tell me, is there still one with intimidatory bowling to a tail ender like Tahir. Does that still apply? Can the umpires intervene?
Well, I wouldn't have thought so. Restricted number over bounces they can bowl, of course, but these days the guys can wear all sorts of protective kit. He used to get one or two of the tail enders hopping around. Solid down the ground. Hussey tidies up. Back for the brace.
They love it when the tail enders dig in. Steyn now on 41.
And I just wonder how valuable this 41 is going to be.
When he walked into bat, you probably find Graeme Smith said, well, if you want to have 3 slips for the rest of day 5, you better make sure you get some runs, because we don't quite have enough. And he's done just that. Valuable partnership with Vernon Philander, and now adding a few here with Imran Tahir.
Yeah, it's 25 at the moment off just 27 balls. He's nicked that one. That's it. Brilliant stuff from Cummins. Absolutely sensational performance from the youngster. He's picked up 6 for 79, so that is just outstanding for Patrick Cummins on debut. All out for 339 are South Africa. The crowd of the Wanderers are standing for 2 reasons. One, for Dale Steyn for his 41, but also, of course, for Patrick Cummins. And that's nice to see everyone going up and shaking his hand. Billy Bowden involved. You're going to see a lot more of this man, that's for sure. So this is now getting to a very interesting stage of this Test match. We've got so many overs left in the day's play, and South Africa lead by 309.
The start of a long Test career for a young man who's really impressed here at the Wanderers on debut. He bowled with pace, he's bowled with control, he's bowled with real aggression, and he richly deserves his 6 wickets. He's been the pick of the Australian bowlers, and his teammates have fully appreciated the work that he's put in for them today and yesterday.
Brilliant stuff. Australia can be very proud of the step up from Cummins. Someone had to cover the base of Shane Watson. He did it superbly. And there's a look back at what's happened to South Africa in their second innings. Hashim Amla with his 14th Test 100 was brilliant. A.B. de Villiers superb overnight as well. They were still there in the morning. A wicket fell early, that of A.B. de Villiers. And then it fell away quite quickly until Philander and Steyn got together to help the cause. And let's not forget just that little flutter at the end between Tahir and Steyn as well.
There was the bowling figures. Cummins 6 for 79. But let's not forget Nathan Lyon. He did a wonderful job. He got 2 wickets. A big one in Graeme Smith. He held an end up for a moment in time. But certainly all the headlines will go to the young debutant, Patrick Cummins.
And also, of course, to Hashim Amla. Magnificent century from him. So the 2 stars so far in this Test match, there's no doubt. It's Hashim Amla and also Patrick Cummins. South Africa 266, 30 in it when both sides had batted once. South Africa, a very good performance in the second innings, 339, a more controlled innings, I think it should be said. And Australia need 310 runs to win to level the series.
My first question to Kepler Wessels is 309 enough?
It should be. South Africa have an excellent bowling attack. The pitch is showing signs of wear and tear. There'll be something there for the bowlers. So South Africa will back themselves to win this one. Australia, well, they can chase it down. It's not impossible, but they're going to have to bat a lot better than they've batted at any time during this series so far.
And it's also true to say South Africa, albeit that they've got 300 to defend, they've still got to get everything right. They've still got to bowl as well as they have done in patches in this particular Test match. When they put the whole thing together, they've been outstanding. For instance, the first session of Australia's first innings was not the best bowling performance. It wasn't really, they wouldn't seem quite up for it. And a reminder at lunchtime brought them out as a completely different unit. Philip Hughes is Shane Watson's batting partner. He's at the non-strikers end at the moment. It's going to be Philander from the golf course end to Shane Watson.
Very good start. Good away swing, good area as well. There's been swing all day today. Cloud cover at the Wanderers, and that normally assists the swing bowlers. Vernon Philander has got the ability to swing the ball away from the right-hander. Had a very good test match in Cape Town. Didn't bowl too badly in the first innings either.
Bowled in! Watson doesn't offer a shot and has misjudged it.
Very good bowling. The first one was an outswinger. This one came back in. Not the first time that I've seen Shane Watson get out in this way. Just picked the wrong one to let go. It's a straight run really. Didn't move away as much as he thought. Pitched off, hit off. So Vernon Philander, he strikes and he sets the ball rolling for the Proteas. Shane Watson gone without scoring. Australia 0-for-1.
Usman Khawaja comes in third ball of this second innings with huge responsibility on young shoulders. Just playing in his fourth match. His best 37 against England in Sydney earlier in the year. Now he's got a job to do.
Real pressure now for Usman Khawaja. Vernon Philander's got his tail up.
Great shot to get off the mark. Half volley presented itself and he smashed it down the ground.
Well, good thing there was his balance. In the first innings he walked across his stumps too much and tried to play too square of the wicket on the leg side, but not this time. That was Watson. That was the one that he let go. First one swung away. The second one didn't really do anything. It pitched off and hit off. So he misjudged the line.
Swung in again just a little bit.
Vernon Philander attacking the stumps as he should be, just trying to swing this ball back into the left-hander. Comes back in quite late. So this is where Khawaja has to be careful. He's got to try and play towards mid-on as much as he possibly can, instead of playing square of the wicket on the leg side.
Nicely stroked through extra cover. Smith in pursuit, but he won't get there.
Well, Graeme Smith not in his normal first slip position. Not quite sure why that is. AB de Villiers is there, so he catches pretty well in the slip. So Graeme Smith at mid-off, maybe to talk to Vernon Philander and to just offer him some guidance and advice. But that's a good shot. The second boundary in the over.
What an extraordinary over. 1 over gone. 8 runs scored, but the loss of Watson. Great delivery. Here's a question for you, Kepler. Why did Vernon Philander bowl the first over of this innings and not your main strike bowler, Steyn?
Well, if you look at that delivery, you may well ask that question, but I think it's probably because Dale Steyn has just finished batting, so he needed a little bit of time to settle down. But when we look at that delivery, batting on this surface right now is not easy. Excellent delivery. The first one went away from Hughes. This one came back in. So it's going to require extraordinary skill and technique and concentration to keep our Dale Steyn with the new ball. First delivery over, goes away from the left-hander off the seam, so he plays at that. Second one came back in, so you've got to have your wits about you. You've got to play late. Spot on, Dale Steyn. This is probing, testing stuff. It's high quality fast bowling. The sort of stuff that as an opening batsman you don't want. A high quality quick bowler attacking the stumps and getting movement and making you play all the time.
Sweet shot. This time just over pitching slightly. Nothing wrong with that, but Hughes very quick onto it.
It's also very good batting by Australia because they've still got to look to score. They've got to look to be positive. It's an attacking field placing, so any opportunity they get, like that one, they got to try and make full use of. It is one of the advantages of opening the batting when the quick bowler attacks you with an attacking field. There's lots of gaps there, so you can get away.
Quite hit that as well as he would have liked, but it's still making its way towards the boundary. Can the big fella get down? Well done. Tremendous from Morne Morkel.
It's good delivery. Swung back into the left-handed Hughes again. Didn't middle this one. He was looking to play straighter than that. Good effort by Morne Morkel.
Now Khawaja on the track. Spot on. It's a fine over. 15 for 1.
Good delivery. Very good leave as well. At the moment, Graeme Smith attacking as he should do. He's got 4 slips in position, or 3 slips and a gully. If Australia continue to score like they are and he doesn't get another wicket soon, he'll go a little bit more defensive like he did in the first innings. Try and apply pressure that way and work towards getting wickets through bowling pressure, but at the moment it's an all-out attack. Well, that's the sort of stuff that's really challenging when you're an opening batsman in Test cricket. If you get through these situations and you get runs, that's where you can really make your career. So it's a very good opportunity for Hughes and Khawaja to stamp their authority on the international stage.
Play and miss.
That was an absolute jaffa. He had to play at it, came in through the air and just nipped away off the seam. Just a wry smile from Hughes. Nothing he could do about this one. That one just goes across the left-hander. Beautiful delivery.
So as a bowler you say, well, how come you didn't nick it? Cut away, 4. It's a big scoring area for Hughes, down through that backward point area.
Well, it's a terrific contest. There's a lot of heat out there. Hughes again doing the right thing. Little bit of width off it. Attacking field, so frees his arms, has a go at it. No third man, another boundary down to that third man area.
on his way down to the forgotten man is Hashim Amlet, down to third man. That does away with a square cover, so there's just a simple single in that area now. Out! Caught by Callis at second slip. Philander strikes again.
He's got full use out a few times in this series, and you just had the feeling it was a matter of time. He got this one in the right area. Hughes had a go at it on the back foot, got a thick edge, and Jacques Callis, he doesn't drop many, so a comfortable catch for him at second slip. Australia in all sorts of trouble. Phil Hughes made runs in the first innings, but not this time. Vernon Philander strikes again. Hughes gone for 11. Australia 19 for 2.
Ricky Ponting comes to the crease. 12,500 runs, all but 5, averaging 52.
And this is why he's there. Vernon Philander getting one in the right area, going across full use. He was looking to go through the covers off the back foot, but the seam and the extra bounce defeated him. Got a thick outside edge. And a good solid catch by Jacques Callis at second slip.
Wow. Philander's got it spot on. 19 for 2.
Oohs and ahs around the ground.
Great start. Full of length and just probing around that off stump, and catches the inside edge. Very uncertain shot from Khawaja, but got away with it. You need a little bit of fortune on this surface as a batsman. Gets in pretty good position there, but just with the angle, catching the inside edge of the bat.
Tough customer is Morne Morkel, tall lad, 6'6", maybe 6'7". Bowls quick, and he's a fast bowler. Don't worry about fast medium, he's quick. 140 odd, 145 sometimes kilometers an hour. Shot, very good shot. Is very good on the short ball as Ricky Ponting, and he was onto that in a flash. It takes him to 12,500 career test runs.
What a shot to bring it up with your signature shot. 12,500 runs. That's Ricky Ponting at his best. He's kept the ball down as well, rolled the wrists and powered that ball in front of square. That's a good sign.
Good comeback. Michael Hussey at the start of the day, he was chatting to you, was near AB, and was making comments about the South African bowlers. Here's what he had to say on Morne Morkel.
Morkel complements him very well. You know, he's very tall, where Staines a little bit shorter. Hits the bat very hard. He bowls very well to left-handers in particular. I think just sort of goes across the left-hander. And yeah, generally you find him hard to sort of get forward to.
Spot on. It's that height I was talking about, and the length that he bowls and the bounce that he gets.
And that's one of the advantages of the tall bowlers, you know, going back in time with Ambrose, Walsh, Garner. Where they delivered the ball from was very, very difficult to get onto the front foot. And the extra bounce that they generated because of that height. And Morkel was in that sort of range, isn't he? Very tall and rangy, the length he bowls.
.31 for 2. Good shot. Well in front of square. And it's gone for 4. Usman Khawaja in on the act.
This is a very, very good shot. Ball banged in just short of a length, and Usman Khawaja quickly into position. That's a shot of a class player. In front of square is always a good sign too. He picked up the ball nice and early, and very well played. Good position.
Yeah, just got to keep probing, I reckon, with this wicket. It's shown over the 4 days that when bowlers are prepared to be very patient on it and just get good groupings, they'll get one that will do something.
First task, I suppose, is to survive this early onslaught. You lose 2 wickets, you've got to try and take the crowd out of the issue, and also just get the hardness out of the ball, and you'd think batting will then become a little easier. It's never going to be easy, but a little easier.
Look at that, bit of extra bounce. Going quite nicely is Vernon Philander, and this is 3 deliveries ago. That red zone is the protected area. You've got to get yourself out of there in your follow through. Umpire Gould just had a little word. But make sure you get out. It'll be about the biomechanics of the bowling action. Got to make sure that you pull through, follow through, and do a lot of work in your bowling strike to get yourself off. Shouldn't really be a problem, that first stride after you deliver.
Yeah, look, he is tight because he wants to get in close to the stumps to bowl that out swing, the perfect area to deliver from. But yeah, it's the first stride, then pushing off. Sometimes you get into trouble. You're running straight down the wicket with your second stride. I don't think he's got too many issues. It's just an early warning.
And it may well be to the lefty as well with the change of angle of running. 36 for 2. Oh, well bowled. Just straightened. Tough to deal with.
You can't do much about this. As a left-hander, the angle is the ball's coming back at you, and then it straightens off the seam. So it's just you just hope that you miss it. It's just a really good delivery. I suppose the only complaint you have is that, as a captain, if it was a bit further up pitched, it would catch the edge. So that's where Morne Morkel occasionally, because he bowls back of a length, when it does something, you tend to miss it as a batsman. Whereas guys who get the ball up to the bat, they do get driven, but if it does anything, it catches the edge.
As did Vernon Philander. We're talking about his pull through, his follow through. Last ball of the previous over. See, that second one is the main issue. First one, you'd expect you'd be away from it. That'll be 4.
Nice little tickle on that from Usman Khawaja.
Oh, goodness. It's just a jaffer.
Well, you just cannot play that as a left-hander. You just hope you miss it. That's the simple answer to that delivery. You cannot do much about that. You can't be diving onto the front foot because of Morkel's height, and the ball just moving off the seam like that will It's just one of those ones you just got to put out your mind. I can't do anything about that. On with the next one.
And it carries on straight like that. And he can play it. And it is a question, isn't it, of forgetting as quickly as possible, not letting it get you down.
No, it's the old saying is to just play each ball on its merits. Even if you've hit the previous 5 for 4 runs, you just play each ball as it comes.
No. 40 for 2. Shot. Very good shot. Onto the back foot and punched through the offside for 4.
Well, this is more like it from Ricky Ponting. He's getting his footwork going. Just starting to pick up the ball a little better. The feet are starting to move. And that is just punched very, very nicely off the back foot. Good balance. That's the thing that he's been lacking. Really good balance.
The one thing that every team playing against Ricky Ponting knows is that they need to get him early, because if they don't, well, he tends to hang around a long time and score very quickly.
And I'm just surprised by the reaction in the field. They've stuck a man out at deep point, taking him out of slip, with Australia 2 for 44. Ricky Ponting, his stats in the first innings compared to the second innings, they're quite different, isn't it? 58 in the first innings, 42 in the second, and the hundreds equation. So it just shows you he's more vulnerable second time round. I suppose you'd say, well, we've saved a few runs in that last delivery, the ball going out to the man in the deep. But I always wonder about the equation about how many singles you concede, how many boundaries you concede with the man out there.
There are a lot of things in the game where it kind of evens out. I'm not sure, though. I think just from a pressure scenario where you're on top and batsmen don't like to see fielders all over them, all around them. It keeps them that little bit anxious. When the field gets relaxed, I think it relaxes the batsman as well. You're better suited to comment on that, AB. I just feel when you're bowling, you also bowl with a more attacking mindset when the fielders are closer.
Look, I'm not a fan of the position. It's a real modern trend. I just think it just releases pressure. You know, being able to just push the ball into the offside and take one. I think it's wonderful as a batsman.
Good hand on that. It's a well played shot.
And have a look at Khawaja's dismissal on the first innings. Very full delivery and trying to play around the ball, trying to hit the ball too square. So that last shot, have a look at that, just trying to whip the ball probably too square. Whereas we saw in that last delivery, hit the ball very, very straight. That's the subtle difference. Probably very similar deliveries.
Last one from around the wicket. Dealt with aptly. 45 for 2.
30 minutes before tea. Pull shot. Beautiful pull shot. He has pounced on that.
Yeah, second pull shot of the day for Ricky Ponting. He's always been strong in this area. Just dragged down back of a length by Morne Morkel, and Ponting is onto it in a flash. A lot of control in front of square. That'll give Ponting a lot of confidence.
Target is very simple for both teams. Spotted that one. They want a wicket before the tea interval to South Africa. The exact opposite for Australia.
That's the fight for Morkel. If he just gets it that touch fuller, all of a sudden this is what can happen. He's a tall man, gets a lot of bounce off a length. That was a wonderful delivery. Just pitching and going away from Ponting.
It really has been quite interesting the way that Graeme Smith has worked with Morne Morkel in this Test series. Vernon Philander was given the new ball in Cape Town. Did the job superbly. Given the new ball again today. Did the job superbly. Morkel, going into the Test series, is probably the bowler in form. I guess they realised that backup was required and give Philander the best opportunities, but he delivered on both occasions. As a look at what the South African seamers have delivered to Ponting in this innings. Not too much fall.
Yeah, I'm very surprised by that. I mean, we've seen him knocked over 3 times LBW in the series, and all those balls have been between 4 and 5 metres. The South Africans haven't gone full to him as yet.
There we go. There's one that's quite full, but brilliant work. At third slip. All these runs count.
Yeah, good delivery, good length. Drawing Ponting forward. Wonderful bit of fielding by Jacques Rudolph. Notice that Ponting didn't even get his front foot too far outside that crease line.
Allows that to go through. That is the spot on line. Quite vocal. Other South Africans at the moment. This really is an intense afternoon of Test match cricket. It may be shortened due to light. Right behind that, Ricky Ponting and a loud scream of no. Good stuff, good direct stuff from Morkel. 49 for 2. Khawaja looks reasonably composed.
Hey, I know you love your stats and facts and all those kind of things, so I'm going to give you one. It's a tweet that I got from Neil Carter to say an epic stat. Lyons, Sunny, Bracewell, Philander, Ashwin, Cummins, all debutants in the last 4 months, and have picked up 5 wickets on debut. That doesn't come around very often.
Sure doesn't. He loves bowling around the wicket, we know that. One of the few, I think, these days who seems to have as good a rhythm around the wicket, or that time he just overstepped a fraction.
The thing about Morne Morkel is his ability to get the ball to straighten from around the wicket. That's what made Glenn McGrath so effective when he bowled around the wicket to the left-handers. This occasion, just stretching, tight call.
Tight call? Is that why you overstep so much?
I only overstepped so much until they decided to bring in the rule about a free hit, and then I realized that it was overrated. But the reason why I overstepped also was the fact that I needed every inch of pace I could get. Morne Morkel's hovering at 145. He's got no excuse.
Good luck, Dale. Swamped. Whilst he's trying to have a bit of a breather down there. At fine leg. Keeping an eye on the skipper, you'll note, in between every little bit of signing. Good to see, though.
It can be a challenge. I'm just going to say that. It can be a challenge at times when you're trying to concentrate in the Test match and you have to do the signing.
Right, Sean, where are we? What should the plan for Australia be for the rest of the day?
Well, the biggest problem is they don't know how long the rest of the day is going to be. I would think that they would be pretty focused on tea time for now. That's just 15 minutes away. They need these two to continue in the same vein, picking up runs where they can. They can't just look to survive, they have to continue to be positive.
We've had issues with light every day so far of this test. Yesterday we came off quite early. It's a little bit cloudier today and a little bit duller today. I think it was around about 4:15. We came off yesterday local time. It's 5 to 3 at the moment. And generally once you do come off in Johannesburg, when there are thunderstorms threatening, you don't get back on. We can probably expect a little bit of weather tomorrow as well. It's that time of the year. Gee, doesn't mind playing that shot. And he plays it very well indeed.
He does, Hazy, and he looks so confident doing it. He picks it up off the hip very quickly. We saw him play a similar shot to Dale Steyn on a couple of occasions. And this is in full control. Back of length, just swivels, picks it up off his hip. It's a quality shot.
He's got a very low grip on the bat, which a lot of the top order batsmen do. Choking right down by the splice. They generally feel they have more control if they're that low. That's gone away off the deck. Good finish the over from Morné Morkel, 55 for 2. Steyn charging in. Bang on target. That's exactly where they need to bowl.
Yeah, slightly fuller. That's what we've talked about. We talked about how the South Africans hadn't been full enough to ponting. This is perfect. Nice and full, hitting off stump. And there we have a look at what the seamers have bowled so far to him. The 3 yellow balls are his dismissals in the series. The one that's next to the yellow ball is the LBW shout that they had a little earlier, and we didn't get to plot that last delivery, but it's much better line and length to ponting.
Straying leg side, and that's going to go for 4. That's the thing about the Wanderers, you get good connection to the willow and it tends to skip away pretty quickly.
There Dale Steyn once again searching for that LBW, trying to get it nice and full. You almost feel like the horse has bolted a touch. Now ponting is in, and he won't miss on anything that's too straight. He's flicked that wonderfully.
Bread and butter for someone of his ability. Hasn't scored 100 in test cricket or first-class cricket for almost 2 years. He's got himself a bit of a start. He's been at the crease now for just shy of an hour. And obviously enormous pressure on him in this innings, if you want to believe everything that's said in the Australian papers in particular.
Yeah, I was surprised to see the graphic that he'd only averaged 18 over his last 5 or 10 games. Last time he got 100, he actually got a double 100, 209 against Pakistan and Hobart.
I reckon he deserves to play the summer. End against India in Australia at Sydney. Beautifully played, sweeper on the offside. They're probably going to come back for a couple. That might be the perfect time to call it.
Yeah, you get the feeling that he's the kind of guy too who wouldn't want people to say, well, you deserve to play to the end of the summer because of what you've done for Australian cricket. He's the kind of guy who want to get out here and say, I'm going to get you 100 today to show you that I deserve to play to the end of the season. He's been a wonderful cricketer. They all go through iffy patches. It's always more difficult when you go through one near the end of your career, as people start to talk about retirement.
Yep, agreed. Sort of bloke I'm sure Sean had also like to go out on top.
Indeed, he's always been a guy who's been at the top of his game and top of world cricket. Looks like there's a few drops of rain coming down. Is that right, Hayes? Against his helmet there, you can see a few spots. You just see every once in a while a little drop go past his helmet.
Yeah, just one or two umbrellas are starting to be raised, but not much. I don't think it's going to be anything too threatening at the moment. Short latches onto that pull shot. Again, there's protection. Again, it's going to be a couple of runs saved as Ponting scoots back for the second. 8 runs from that over. 63 for 2. Ponting still not ready, so this could be the last over in the end if it's all going to be this slow. There is a slip and also a short leg. Tahir starts.
Ponting will feel like he's missed out. That's what sometimes happens when you face a leg spinner for the first time. You're looking for his variations. Gives you a little low full toss. You don't put it away.
It's the umpires' watches that will be telling the time, and that sounds pretty obvious, but as the umpires, they would have synced their watches before this game got underway, as opposed to looking at the clocks or the scoreboards. In the old days, it used to be the clocks of the ground. They'd agree on one that worked. Reason being is they're showing different times for starters, so they rely on their watches.
Can you rough for you, Amy? Over the wicket, mate.
Again, just a little bit of a tactic, which is understandable. It happens all the time. They just want to make sure that they just see these next 2 deliveries out before they do go to tea for a bit of a break, a chance to put their feet up for 20 minutes.
So here operating around the wicket, has trouble bowling over the wicket to the left-hander, tends to run on the danger area.
A gully in place too. He bowled a couple of wrong ones from around the wicket in the first innings and landed them very nicely indeed. There's one more left in this over. I wonder if it's going to be that to try and tempt Khawaja to get that outside edge with AB de Villiers lurking in the gully. Presumably this is going to be the last delivery before the break. And it's a very good one indeed. It's the end of the over. Tea has also been called at the Wanderers. Graeme Smith, I think, will be pretty pleased with that. Yes, it's been a partnership between Khawaja and Hughes. So we look at that last delivery again.
Yeah, fantastic delivery. It was a little bit of a noise, but no appeal by the South Africans. And Graeme Smith will be a happy man. 2 wickets in the session. I think he would have settled for that.
Absolutely, 2 wickets for 19. That was the story when Hughes departed. Of course, Watson went without anything on the board, but a stand of 45 now between these two has got Australia back to some sort of respectable position. But they're the ones that have got all the hard work to do, I think. That's my gut feel this session. 5 wickets for 89 runs. So again, action-packed. So let's have a look back at what has happened so far in Australia's second innings. Watson going for naught. Watson well caught by Jacques Kallis at second slip. Verlander, the man who picked up the wickets. And Khawaja not out on 26, batting at number 3. Of course, it's a tough job for him early in his career, but he's doing it well at the moment. And Ponting has got himself a start. Not out 23. Clark, Hussey to come. 2 quality batsmen. We know that. Haddon needs some runs, and Johnson could score. And then the seamers and the off-spinner of line. Verlander's the one that struck. 2 for 19 off 5 overs. Brilliant start from him as he took the new ball and started proceeding. Steyn with some pace, none for 24. Morkel has troubled the batsman, particularly from around the wicket to the left-handers, and Imran Tahir is just the 1 over before the break. And he will do quite a bit of bowling, one would imagine, as this match unfolds. As we look back at the summary, South Africa winning the toss, selecting to bat. 266 they made. In reply, Australia got 30 more, which was a handy advantage. But South Africa played very well in their second innings. Australia at the moment 64 for 2 it is, and Australia need 246 more runs to win and level the series.
Just be one.
That's the balance that Graeme Smith has to find between defence and attack, because it's not the biggest target in the world that Australia have to chase down. We know that the wicket it's done a little bit, but it's such a quick scoring ground that he wants to hold his slips and a gully in place, but feels it's necessary to have a sweeper on the offside and one on the leg side, just to prevent those poor deliveries from going for 4.
It's also pleasing to say it looks as if we'll get an extended play time here this afternoon. It went off the field at 25 past 4 yesterday with threatening clouds up behind our commentary box here. And now it's clear. In fact, there's blazing sunshine and all the stadium lights are on. Have a melon. Ponting wants 2 here. You have to hurry. Tahir, the fielder.
I was talking about those sweepers. The only problem is that then singles are easy to come by, and once batsmen get to rotate the strike, pressure is relieved. And bowlers, they like to bowl to a particular batsman for a period of time. They don't like to be bowling to a left-hander and then a right-hander the following delivery. They like to be able to plan an over to a particular batsman. And with the sweeper on the offside and one on the leg side, singles are available.
.48 runs in this partnership so far, and the partnership breaker bowling. Ponting's contribution 25 of those 48. I've been pretty impressed with Waja this afternoon. He stands very still. He's dealt with a short ball well. A couple of plays and misses at Morkel, but he won't be the first and he won't be the last to do that. See, there's incident where the game slows down just a little bit. The bowler's at the end of his mark. He hasn't got the ball. Somebody's working on it at first slip. End of the over, 67 for 2.
Well, you've got some support on your left-hand side, Robin, because I'm a little bit surprised as well. It's become a standard thing now that the spinner gets an over before a break. And how about an over after the break? Nathan Lyon certainly did a decent job for Australia. There was a little bit of turn on offer for him. And you find that the batsmen have tended to try and take the spin on, feeling it's their best chance to dig into those winning target that's required, or a deficit. And maybe, just maybe, an opportunity is created.
Nicely bowled. Roll 6 like that. See who gets bored first.
South Africa in the Australian first innings, in that first session to them they bowled poorly, and Australia got away to a blistering start, scoring it over 5 and over. But after that luncheon interval they came back and they strung a few overs together and built some pressure that way. And Graeme Smith will be wanting Philander to do exactly the same, along with Jacques Kallis, to string a few maidens together, try and get the run rate to somewhere underneath 3 and over. In doing so, without a doubt, there are chances created. So a battle of patience between the two sides.
Cut away. Nobody back there. Very short boundary as well.
Very seldom have we seen a third man during the entire Test series. And how many runs have gone down there? This one, though, was a perfectly executed cut shot rather than an outside edge being found. Little bit of width from Philander and just placed.
Man goes back there now. Sort of square third man. Brings up the 50 partnership from just 98 deliveries. And a miss. Good response from Philander. 22 collection, 72 for 2.
They'll be very happy with the partnership. It's a good one. I want a couple of partnerships if they're going to get over the line.
Yeah, I think if you're an Australian supporter, you would say something along the lines of, well, Ponting's due to get a big one. Clark's been in great touch. Hussey's due to get a big one. So they'll try and speak themselves into getting over the line here, but it's still a long way to go. And as you mentioned, they're playing well. Khawaja's look very composed. He's still relatively new to the Test level, but you can see why he's got a lot of runs domestically in Australia.
Looks prepared to spend a lot of time at the crease and unflustered. Earlier in his innings, understandably, you could tell he was very nervous, seemed tentative, and also the fact that Australia went 2 down pretty quickly. But now, looking that little bit more assured. It will help too that Ricky Ponting is out there, bags of experience, so we'll calm him down and be able to talk him through the innings, the partnership.
Yeah, you're quite right. I think if you had to speak to Khawaja and say to him, who would you like to be batting with for a long period of time, he would have probably said Ricky Ponting. From the South African perspective, I think they need to be looking at their different options. Obviously, they've struck up front with a new ball, which is vitally important. They've got 2 wickets there. Now it's going to maybe be a period of sustained pressure, plugging away at the same line and lengths. We need to hope that when Tahir comes back into the attack, that he maybe gets the odd one to turn and maybe can open up an end. But they would have probably looked at it and seen, okay, we've got 10 wickets to get. New ball strike, patience in the middle, Dale Steyn maybe coming on and making the impact, leg spinner playing his part, and then a second new ball, finishing things off. And we saw how good they were in the first innings when they decided to go through a patient spell. And it's good because this is what Test cricket's all about. It's not always going to be conditions like we had in Cape Town where the ball nips around and it's easy to pick up wickets. Sometimes you have to work just a little bit harder.
Around the wicket now, Jacques Kallis to the left-hander. Big shot. Fantastically done by Usman Khawaja. One bounce and over the rope for 4. 93 for 2.
Dale Steyn has struck on countless occasions for South Africa. He's the turn-to man. And Captain Smith would love nothing better than for him to pick up a wicket for them now. Partnerships developed here for Australia. Still a long way off the target of 310.
Well played. And let's hear what Michael Hussey had to say about Dale Steyn in the South African bowling attack.
Someone like a Steyn, he can go one of two ways. He's got the ability to bowl just all-out speed, which he can get up over 150 k's an hour. But then sometimes he sort of brings his pace back a bit and looks to swing the ball. Generally with a new ball, he'll look to swing it, or maybe later on in the day when they can get some shine on the ball, he can really swing the ball late.
Mark Hussey's correct. He's got that amazing ability to get the ball to swing very late. In fact, when he used to face him in the nets, he almost had the impression like he was going to push it in. And then all of a sudden, as it got about 3 or 4 meters from it, would start to hoop, and hoop quickly.
Shot, very good shot from Ricky Ponting. Down the ground and on drive for 4.
Yeah, great shot here by Ricky Ponting. He's had his issues so far in the series with LBWs. But on this occasion, the balance is perfect. You know when Ricky Ponting is hitting it down to mid-on, he's starting to find his touch. And this was a fantastic shot. Nothing really wrong with the delivery, but met with a solid bat face. Ponting moves to 38.
Did he get back in? Was there an appeal? Yep, there is an appeal from Graeme Smith, and Gunnar Gould is going upstairs just to check. Yeah, to turn around and get back in his crease at Ricky Ponting. Oh, what a way it would be to go.
He looks a little bit concerned, even the way he was talking to Ian Gould was not like I'm 100% confident I got back in time. Has been referred. Safely back in, no problem. I was just thinking how Dale Steyn would love to see the stumps being shattered like that, but from one of his deliveries rather than from throwing them down. But yeah, I think there was a little bit of concern. I thought they looked like there was a bit of concern. And there you go, not out.
Yeah, the issue would have been self-preservation first of all, because Steyn was going to throw the ball back at him. Or towards him, I should say. Here it is. He says no, and he's got to get out the way. I'm ducking here in the gauntry box.
Near the over, 98 for 2.
That's well played. It will just be 1 because of that man in the deep. Ricky Ponting looking pretty good. And in the previous over, Sean, it was an impressive shot.
Yeah, there was, and he was obviously bowled out by Dale Steyn in the first innings. Just to compare the two shots, just have a look at how good the balance is on the on drive. The head stays in a really good position, and as you see, as you follow it through, that's where the contact's made. And you watch how the balance comes straight down the crease after the contact's made in the second innings. and he falls over to the offside, and he was out in the first. Completely different, and a completely different result.
Yeah, that right leg goes out to the right off the pitch because he's trying to balance himself, because he's falling over. And on the left with the shot, he just keeps going up the wicket.
He's always been a person who comes across and falls a little bit to the offside, but you can see the difference between when he's balanced and not. And that was a really good example.
Where are you from? On about the weather in Joburg. Look at that. That's beautiful.
Well, Tom, it is raining in Durban at the moment.
There you go. Nicely dealt with. Yeah, that pigeon that just flew away. How about it in ultra motion? Look at that. Outstanding. Love that camera.
Didn't know Glenn McGrath was at the test match.
Thanks for that.
Yeah, we're in one of those periods now in this test match, Pom, where each team starts to think at it from a different perspective. Graeme Smith thinking we can really just do with one more wicket, one more breakthrough here, and then we could maybe try and run in and go through these Australians a little bit before the close. And the Australian camp is thinking, okay, we've got this partnership. Can these boys keep going, get us to 150, maybe 200? And then we've got a real chance. So it really is in the balance. They're feeling a lot happier at the moment, will Australia be?
No!
104 for 2. Graeme Smith turning to him, needs this partnership broken. 86 it's worth. Just becoming troublesome.
Yes, it is, and the longer it goes on, the more frustration will be for South Africa. Ponting full toss. Doesn't miss out nose, hits it hard, and the diving Graeme Smith can't cut it off. He's not going to miss out on a low full toss from Imran Tahir.
Uses the feet well, and it's a really good shot. Hit really well. Lots of hard work for mid-off. Can't quite cut it off. So 4 runs. Ricky Ponting generally looks to attack. He uses his feet a lot to spinners. Just like that. And he'll unsettle many a spinner. So Tahir's got to be right on the money, because he's bowling against a good one here.
Yeah, he might take a little bit of time to settle. We saw that in the first innings as well.
Up old. Past the outside edge with the wrong one.
His wrong one is very, very effective. Getting Khawaja to spar. Callis would have thought he was in business.
Oh dear. Overthrows.
Yeah, but a sloppy cricket here by South Africa. Smith thought he could pick up the run out, but the throw into Boucher was a little bit wide. And I think Ricky Ponting gets in the way of Mark Boucher, so he's unsighted. And although Kellis was backing up, he couldn't lay his hand on it. And that's 50 for Khawaja. Bit of a gift.
Oh, lovely stuff. A maiden test match 50. He's played well. Has Usman Khawaja. Gets applause from a smattering of Australian supporters. His change room appreciate what he's done as well. He's in a really good partnership here with Ricky Ponting and putting Australia in a decent position. 11 off that one. 115 for 2.
Good shot. Another boundary. A couple of runs are coming now for Australia.
I must say, I've been very impressed with Usman Khawaja as that 100 partnership comes up, and a valuable one at that. Khawaja came in the first over with his side in all sorts of trouble. The bowling was pretty good, the ball was new, it was moving around, but his balance has been excellent in this innings.
And he's been very keen to get on the front foot as well. He's been beautifully organised. No wonder he's got a good grin on his face.
And also he's played some delightful drives, but he hooked well as well, so he can play off the front and the back foot equally well.
The third 100 stand in this test match. 171 Watson and Hughes. 147 between A.B. de Villiers and Hashim Amla today. Now 101 between Khawaja and Ponting. I understand Khawaja was advised a great deal by Ricky Ponting during the warm-up game in Potchefstroom. Apparently they spent a lot of time training together as well, not to throw down, so he's taken on the mantle, even though of course Khawaja's taken over his number 3 spot. He's assisting wherever he possibly can behind the scenes. Staines got a couple of slips and the gully.
Good running. What's good about that is that Ricky Ponting has been struggling himself, but he hasn't withdrawn. He's been very active in the Australian group, helping the other players, fulfilling that senior player's role. So they'll all be very happy for him that he's busy coming through what has been a very tough time. He's played well today.
Looks like Jacques Kallis might have spotted something. He's called the skipper over, and the senior bowler, the strike bowler, the leader of the pack, the guy that's been empowered by Alan Donald to set the trend. They'll be starting to get a little bit concerned about this partnership with the South Africans. There's no doubt Australia have got a serious job still from here. Consider it's still 189 more to win with 8 wickets in hand, but it's a far better position than 2 for 19, which is what they were at.
It certainly is, and it's been due to some excellent batting. South Africa haven't bowled badly by any means. We've seen with this surface throughout this test match, you just never know. It's always a little bit there for the bowler. You get 1 wicket, you can get 2 or 3 quickly.
And we haven't seen anything misbehave for a while. It just takes 1 or 2 deliveries to misbehave and catch an edge, catch a glove.
Reverse swing should come into it pretty shortly as well.
Last ball, by the way, at 145 k's per hour. So he was bowling consistently about only 135 in the first innings. Got wickets, 4, should have picked up 5. He hasn't got any at the moment. He needs 2 to equal Dennis Lilly, the fastest of 250 test wickets. It's well directed, good pace. That's when he's at his best.
Pretty clear what the message from Jacques Kallis was then. We need to bomb this inexperienced player who's been playing very well. So a different strategy, just attacking Usman Khawaja, trying to intimidate him, bowl him at the body.
So he's found 10 k's per hour. He was at 145 in the first innings in Cape Town when he picked up 4 wickets. And the change down in pace. 121 for 2.
Well, Dahlstein is charging in now. He's looking to try and bowl aggressively and quickly. But that might mean that he's only got this 1 over left in him in the spell if he doesn't get a wicket.
What's your call on the situation, Kepler, of this game right now?
I still think that South Africa will fancy it. If they get 1 wicket, it's a sort of surface where you can get 2 or 3. Australia also have a relatively long tail, so South Africa will still think or fancy themselves to bowl them out.
Yep, I'm with that as well. I think they've got the upper hand at the moment. Khawaja on 55, maiden test 50. Just have a look at these shots he played. That was to get off the mark. That was a beauty, the first ball that he did face, and followed up with a lovely cover drive as well. Loves the pull, as Kepler was saying. Just nicely organised, nice and compact.
Impressive stuff. Under pressure. And that's what you'd like to see from your number 3 batsman in Test cricket. Producing the goods when it's difficult.
The other thing about him, Kepler, is he didn't give a sniff at all. He's been just very controlled.
He came in at a difficult time. Shane Watson got out in the first over, 3rd ball in fact, and then those are the scoring areas. His balance was the impressive thing. In the first innings he was trying to play 2 square on the leg side, so he was falling over, but not this innings.
Look at those boundaries, the blue streams, the blue lines, all around the place, like a clock face.
Well bowled and well played as well by Ricky Ponting. He's also sorted out his technical issue. He's played very straight in this innings, which has been impressive. In Cape Town he was falling over in the first innings. This test match the same thing. But in the second innings today he's been very good.
We've got a maximum of 1 hour and 15 minutes left in the day's play. We won't get that much in though. Straight delivery worked fine on the leg side.
Well, that's a slow delivery. Dahlstein just rolling his fingers across the ball, and that had the desired effect, because for the first time in this innings it caused Ricky Ponting to fall over. He would have wanted to hit that ball a lot straighter. There's a look at his head position, how far outside off stump that finishes.
Yeah, difference being, I guess, he's been there for over 2 hours. Tries to catch it. It's gone right over the top for 6.
Risky, but a good strike. Timing was spot on. Just for a moment it looked like it was going to go straight down fine leg throat. Ashwell Prince down there. But the connection was pretty good. Timing spot on as well.
2 men back. Generally when there's 2 men back and someone like Steyn bowling, you don't go for that, but he's a very good hooker and puller. And the ball flies in the high felt. Confirmation from Hotspot of the top edge.
Frustration for Dahlstein. The ploy nearly worked.
Oh, I think he's going to have to re-bowl that one.
I'm sure what he was trying to do there, Dahlstein. I think he push one across the left-hander. Well, that's not good for South Africa. The last thing you need now is for Dale Steyn to pick up an injury.
He's one of those bowlers, actually, and we'll just have to look and see how he reacts here. He's one of those bowlers who generally has been pretty injury-free throughout his career due to the fact that he's got a nice run-up, he's got a nice, strong delivery. He's had a bit of an elbow problem. He's got that tracker that we've been showing the graphics about strapped to his back.
This looks like something in his back, a back muscle perhaps.
It's the slower bounce of that one. To finish there, we'll have to watch Steyn quite quickly. There it is, there's the wrong and terrific stuff from Tahir.
Ricky Ponting didn't pick it either. So they look how sharply that googly turns. So umpire Ian Gould just having a look at that danger area again. Imran Tahir had problems with that in the first innings, running on the danger area.
On the back foot, punching that towards the sweeper on the offside. Quite interesting that Ricky Ponting, being the experienced player he is, Kepler, they would have looked at DVDs of Tahir. That certainly didn't pick that wrong one.
There's a quicker delivery as well. That's when he's dangerous. Sometimes gets that wrong one to bite back into the right-hander. That's how you got Peter Siddle out with a beautiful delivery.
Spin us a miracle, yeah, boy. Come on.
Can he get it past long on? No. A.B. de Villiers does nicely. Yeah, Tahir picked up 3 wickets in that first innings. He has that big variation with the wrong one, the googly. This is actually the balls that he bowled to Siddle, and also the Siddle wicket with the wrong one. And there it is.
To a tail ender, that is a top delivery.
And a top celebration as well. That was his first, of course, in Test cricket for South Africa.
Well, if he celebrates like that when he gets out of tail ender, I'd like to see it if he gets out Ponting. So there's a warning, and that's not good news for South Africa. The reason why he runs on the wicket is because his run-up is at such an angle. If he straightens up a little bit more, he'll get off the pitch easier, and his lines to the target will be better as well. It might also help him spin his leg spinner more.
I would imagine it's not going to be the easiest thing in the world to change, though, Kepler, with 588 first-class wickets now on your belt.
It shouldn't be a radical adjustment, but just have a look at that danger area. Whoa, he's got to do a lot of work to get off.
A bit of a toppy to finish the over, to get the batsman thinking a bit. 133 for 2.
It'll probably be enough to prolong his career. The Test match is coming up against New Zealand. The Australian selectors will be reluctant to drop Ricky Ponting after all the service that he's given Australia, so they're likely to keep talking to him about his intentions, how long he wants to play for, how he's feeling, what he's thinking.
And then some big Test matches against India as well, in Australia.
Last 5 Test matches has been a struggle. Good delivery and well played.
Well, I suppose we're entering that time in the afternoon where obviously the bad light, which we've had at the Wanderers over the last couple of days, just starts to creep in a bit. It's fine at the moment. There's no dramas at this stage, but in the batsmen's minds, they'll be thinking, okay, maybe another 20 minutes, perhaps 30. Certainly 20 minutes, it'll start getting a little bit darker. Off yesterday, around about 40 minutes ago, so we've gone well past that, which is good news. going to pick up one. Direct hit, but he's safely home. So that's 50 runs to Ricky Ponting. It is going to go upstairs to Billy Doctorow just to make sure.
Well played, Ricky Ponting. Well-deserved half-century. So had to work hard for it. Came in under pressure. Have another look at this run-out attempt. Safely home, though. No problem there.
So it's his 57th career 50 for Ricky Ponting. There's no dramas. The bat grounded well before the line. Good technique, actually, in sliding the bat. So 57 Test 50s to Ponting now. He will know only too well that he's not finished. Nice to hear the South African crowd giving him a nice round of applause as well. I wasn't that impressed, I must say, with the reception he got upon working out. He got boos from a lot of the crowd, which is quite disappointing. Last time we're going to see you, Ricky Ponting, in South Africa. Probably made him more determined, known Ricky.
Good running again. So clever batting. Applause there from Ricky Ponting for that well-judged run. It's always very satisfying as a batsman when you come out of a tough time and you break the drought and get some runs. So even though he's played as much as he has, it'll be no different for Ricky Ponting today. He'll feel very good about this innings.
Short cover in place now, just to stop the stealing of those quick singles, those annoying short singles. 135 for 2. He is a very determined character, one of the best you'll ever see with a willow in his hand, that's for sure.
For this innings, I wasn't 100% sure about Usman Khawaja, but he's convinced me today. Came in under a lot of pressure against the new ball. South Africa bowled well at him. The ball was doing quite a lot. So this innings will give him a lot of confidence, and also the Australian selectors give them confidence in his ability.
Absolutely. Lovely shot through the covers. There's work for the sweeper. Brendan Philander it is. Able to come back for the second. In fact, he's coming back for the third as well. So that's good aggressive running from Ponting.
Runs just starting to flow again. Good footwork again from Ricky Ponting. We said at every possible opportunity he'll look to come down the wicket, which is exactly what he did.
Gee, that was a lovely shot actually, with the quickness of his feet. And how nimble it is when he goes down the track to the spinners. A little bit fortunate he got the left boot in the way, I think, Bernard Philander. Khawaja decides to also advance. Gee, we could be set up here, Kepler, for a magnificent test match.
We certainly are, particularly if Australia go through unblemished tonight. And if they're only 2 down, then it'll be an excellent contest tomorrow.
Ponting on strike again. Will it be the wrong one?
A lot of singles in the direction of mid-on and mid-off. They're quite deep. Might be an idea to try and get them closer to try and cut the one off, which will make it more difficult for Ponting and Khawaja to rotate the strike. They're doing that freely at the moment.
They've been together for 150 minutes. The partnership's 122. He's got him. There is the big breakthrough. They needed that one. They needed to end this partnership.
Well, the googly to the left-hander is always dangerous. Khawaja had a little bit of trouble in picking it. This was a good delivery. He got it on line. His length was good. It turned away from the left-hander. Got the outside edge. Jacques Kallis doesn't make too many mistakes. So straight to Jacques Kallis. So that's a very important breakthrough for South Africa. And a good piece of Test cricket. good camera work as well.
Outstanding footage from the ultra motion camera. Khawaja goes for a well-played 65, 141 for 3.
Middle, Michael.
Current captain and the former captain in the middle at the moment. Michael Clark has joined Ricky Ponting. That stand was 122. Michael Clark sensational in the first innings, the first test. And Newlands average at 46 is impressive. Over 5,000 runs, a man in form as well.
Good delivery, had to play at it. Turned away from the left-hander. Got the outside edge. That was the googly.
He's another who's going to advance down the track, perhaps even more so than Ricky Ponting. Loves to use his feet, does Michael Clark. End of the over, successful one. Well done Imran Tahir, 142 for 3.
Not a good sign, that. Partnership broken. South Africa will want to continue. The Australians will want to build another straight away. The umpires are busy with their chat on the light. Yeah, it doesn't look like a good chat, actually. Yeah, there you go. It didn't look like a good chat at all. I just got the feeling with the way, well, the body language, the gesticulation from umpire Gould, that it wasn't going to go the right way.
It certainly doesn't look as gloomy as it did last evening, but well, we're not out there with our light meters, but yeah, look, it's a strange one. The lights have been on most of the afternoon, and well, real tragedy for the Australians, having just lost Khawaja. If they go in at this stage 2 down, gee, what an afternoon that has been for the Australians. But as it stands, it's still a very interesting situation.
Yeah, a bit of anxiety and I suppose not so much confusion, but a case of, I wonder why that's happened from both change rooms. I get the feeling, AB, that both change rooms would have wanted to stay on, both teams, just to, well, South Africa got a wicket, an opening at one end, so want to try and exploit that. And Australia have had a good partnership between Khawaja and Ponting, and Clark is a positive sort of bloke, would have come in looking to try and re-establish Australia's, I don't want to call it dominance. They certainly dominated in that partnership, but put themselves in a really good position and have to do a bit more work here.
Yeah, I suppose if there was Khawaja was still in, you'd probably want to keep playing because you're in, you're set, you're seeing the ball well. Maybe the fact that there's a new batsman in Michael Clark, the Australians won't be that disappointed. But in the context of the game, the Australians want to win. I think they've got the mindset they want to win the game. So the more time you're out there batting, the better chance you have of wearing the opposition down. But it certainly is a brighter sky than last night.
168 required for victory by the Australians. That's what their second innings scorecard looks like. 65 for Khawaja, who played really well, removed by Imran Tahir not so long ago. And then Ponting on 54. His side needed him to get a score, and he's on his way to getting a substantial one. 142 for 3 then, and bad light has intervened.
The bowling's been high quality, and so has the batting. The cricket this afternoon has been outstanding. I thought Philander in those early overs was just had the ball talking, staying always dangerous. Morkel and Tahir, the big breakthrough from him. So it's been a very, very compelling performance from both sides in a very interesting afternoon of cricket.
So the summary of the match then, as it stands: 266 plays 296, and South Africa 339 in their second innings. Australia in the chase are 142 for 3. Australia need 168 more to win this test match and level the series. South Africa managed a defendable total thanks to another 100 by the prolific Hashim Amla.
Got that away. He's got it away for a boundary. It's another century for the peaceful warrior.
And a rare lower order partnership between Vernon Philander and Dale Steyn.
Dale Steyn cuts loose. He's cracked that one. He's cracked that one.
Australia ran into early trouble.
Bowled him!
Half-centuries from Usman Khawaja and an under-pressure Ricky Ponting pulled Australia back into the game.
He doesn't mind playing that shot.
Shot, very good shot from Ricky Ponting. A late strike by Imran Tahir means on the last day of the series, it's still all up for grabs.
Well, here we go. We come down to it, haven't we? These Australians have been in South Africa for some time. And at last, we come to the last day of the tour. I say at last, not in a way that I can't wait for Australia to go back to Australia, but we come down to the last day, and how critical it's turned out to be. Just 168 more runs required to level this test series up. And South Africa require 7 wickets in order to win the series 2-0, which would be quite something. South Africa have never beaten Australia in a series in South Africa since 1992, so they would certainly like to do that. Michael Clarke, the Australian captain, wants to see to it that that doesn't happen. Up the other end, the former captain Ricky Ponting, who's played quite beautifully for his 54 from just 104 balls and needed that score as he hadn't had a good tour. Meanwhile, South African bowling attack has shown signs of brilliance. So it really has been a series of nip and tuck throughout from both these two teams, and there have been some extraordinary days of cricket, and this might transpire to be just another one. Alongside me for the first half hour of the innings, former South African batsman H.D. Ackerman. It's quite tense, isn't it?
It is, especially after losing that first session now with that amount of time out the game. You'd feel that Australia, in order to get a result, would have to be fairly positive in the way they go about their batting. South Africa need to make sure that this first half hour, 45 minutes, they are really disciplined and tight. You don't want to be too loose up front and let Australia get off to 4-5 and over, and suddenly they need less than 100 to win after the first hour. So it is perfectly placed, and I suppose the series warrants a finish like this.
Steyn. Everybody happy with that? Length just wide of off stump. Need to correct something very quickly that you would have seen 2 minutes ago in the pitch report that I did with Sean Pollock, that I mentioned that Tahir needs to be quite careful because he's already had one warning in this second innings. I'm informed by umpire number 3, Billy Doctorow, that is not the case. It wasn't an official warning. It was perhaps Ian Gould just saying, come on, I don't want you on that area. So he has not had an official warning.
So Dale Steyn, 3 slips in place, a gully. Just the fine leg the only boundary fielder yesterday evening. Graeme Smith had the point on the fence to try and prevent the boundary. And here's the start of a new day. But it's something that Smith's going to have to monitor quite carefully is the field placings, is to try and make sure that Australia don't score too quickly, but balance it as well with enough attacking fielders in place where he can strike. And this is where the real skills of a leader come out.
It's interesting that you say that, the real skills of a leader, and I know exactly where you're going, but you can be the most skillful leader in the world, and if your bowlers don't do it for you and react in the way that you've discussed, it doesn't really matter, does it, how skillful you are?
I'll be very disappointed if the number 1 fast bowler in the world doesn't get it right and the number 3 fast bowler in the world doesn't get it right, but you're spot on. You can place fields accordingly, but they've got to get their lengths and lines right accordingly.
That's the end of a maiden over. 142 for 3. 3 wickets that have gone down. Watson for naught, misjudging a delivery from Philander that he left alone and lost his off stump. Hughes caught Callis in the slip cordon at second slip off Philander for 11, and Khawaja, who played a very good and composed innings, caught also by Callis at slip from Imran Tar here. Googly, which he didn't read. Ponting 54, Clark 1. Just 2 slips for Ponting, and a gully, and then a backward point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and fine leg. Philander from the golf course end. It's operated pretty well.
The entire South African bowling attack have got a massive role to play this afternoon. We understand that, but Vernon Philander will be expected to do a role which Paul Harris did for so many years, which is to make sure that he's tight from the one end. If he strikes, yes, it's a bonus, but he needs to be nice and tight to allow the strike bowlers to do their job. So another thing that's going to be tested as far as Philander is concerned is his fitness, Jackers, and it is something that many have questioned over a period of time. He's been very, very successful at domestic cricket in South Africa, but people have felt that he just lacks that international fitness. We know that the longer he spends with the national side, so that will improve, but today he's going to have to do some real dirty work.
Bowled.
Yes, yes, yes.
It's 2 less runs that Australia require. Big lunge forward from Ponting. A few Australian supporters have been over following this tour, most of them with Merv Hughes, the former Australian fast bowler and a selector. There's Merv in the green and gold. A jovial chap. Once insured his moustache for £200,000. Acted in a movie, on some commercials, and he's very funny after dinner speaker.
And he could bowl a bit.
Yeah, 212 wickets in 53 tests. Bowled.
Good positive lead from Ponting. When he's playing well, this is the kind of foot movement you expect from him. Right across onto off stump.
What? That's 4 out of 11 deliveries that have been bowled so far. They haven't reached the wicketkeeper.
It's over, gentlemen.
144 for 3.
Well, Jack has told me that loss of the odd, what I suppose it would be just over 2 hours. Who do you think that loss of time benefits or affects the most?
I think it benefited Australia, if anything, because I just feel that the longer amount of hours to be played today, the odds were more on South Africa's side. I can't explain it that well, because frankly, if we were to get 60 overs in between now and 5 o'clock, which is kind of when the light normally takes effect, batting side's got enough time to get the runs, and but have the bowling side got enough time to get the wickets? So I just feel that from a winning the game point of view, it's benefited Australia rather than it has South Africa.
Staines found a real good length early on here. There was a few that were let go early on in the first over, and he now seems to be getting it nice and straight at Clark, making him play. Square leg going back onto the fence.
Michael Hussey back left there, just sitting waiting to come into bat.
Yes.
What do you do when you're sitting there waiting to come into bat in a test match, HT?
I didn't do it for very long. Well, it depends on where you are in your career. I think if you're early on in your career, you're a gibbering mess. But if you've played 50 test matches, you know a little bit more comfortable with how to deal about things. But I think Michael Hussey is certainly aware of the magnitude of the innings that he might have to play today. I mean, Australia have never lost a series in South Africa, so, and he is a man for the big occasion. I think you find that as you go further down the order towards the tail, those will be the men that will be in the back of their minds thinking, well, it's the batsman's job, they better do it today. I don't want to have to walk out there and go and get 30 to win it.
$145 for 3. Oh, beauty.
They've beaten the outside edge. A little bit of movement away from the right-hander. But again, only just carrying to Boucher. It might be cause for the wicketkeeper to just take a step forward or two. What you don't want to have happen is the outside edge being found and then it falling short. Rather give yourself a chance.
Yeah, and bring the slips up with you. Interesting slip cordon, because I guess Captain Graeme Smith and Jacques Cullis have stood next to each other at first and second slip for just about their whole careers. They are at extra cover and mid-off, respectively. And the two slips are A.B. de Villiers at first slip and Jacques Rudolph at second. So one can only assume Graeme Smith actually hasn't been asleep the whole game. So maybe he's got a bit of a tender finger or something like that. Jacques Callis just taken some medication, so one can only assume he has a concentration debilitating headache. But he's got to stay on the field because he's going to be needed to bowl. That'll help his headache. But feels that maybe slip isn't a good spot for him right now. It's going to be quite important for him to come right to field at slip for Tahir. It's a very different ball game, that. Bowled him! Perfect delivery! The perfect delivery, it had to be. Forward defensive, that's all it was from Clark. I'm going to be fascinated to see what this ball does.
Taken to Test cricket like a duck to water as Vernon Philander. His line and his lengths have been spot on, and that has just nipped back off the seam, gone between bat and pad and hit the top of off stump. The perfect delivery. South Africa needed an early wicket. They've got one. It's the Australian captain Michael Clark, gone for 2. Australia 145 for 4.
Michael Hussey to the crease. A nervous starter, always has been, but a very fine player. 5,000 runs at 51, or virtually 50, averaging 52, 26 50s, 1500s, and this is why he's there. The perfect delivery. I reckon that ball landed on that crack that I've been talking about for 5 days. Just nip back. Look at that. It's hardly a, we refer to it as the gate, the gap between the inside edge and the pad, bowled through the gate. You'll hear that expression. But there's hardly one there, but just enough. In fact, I think the gate, as we call it, as I say, was created by his bat going past his pad.
It's only just a slight movement back into the right-handed Clark. And that's all it has to be if there is that gate available to go through, as you mentioned. But it just clips the top of off stump. If that hits him on the pad, it stays with the umpire's decision because it's just hitting the top of off stump.
Beautiful. And a fabulous over. Wicket maiden, 145 for 4.
Vernon Philander has certainly found something early on. He's just getting little bits of movement. This one away from the left-handed Hussey. Missed it by some way. What a seriously good delivery.
That delivery that we just saw a replay of, beating Hussey outside the off stump, only just carried to Boucher. I'm with you. I really want them all to move up a metre. As a bowler, I would much rather have somebody drop a catch off me because he's too close and it's gone a bit quickly. Not that that used to be the case very often. Than finding the outside edge and the ball not reaching. Philander's taken now 2 wickets in a very similar way. Look at this. This is Watson and Clark batting together on. Look at that. Perfect. Perfect. That's brilliant. Well done downstairs. Ball landing in almost exactly the same place. I'm telling you, that 5-day vigil has been worth it. Because I'm sure that's exactly where that ball landed. It's not a bad start to your career, is it? 2 games, 12 wickets, averaging 13, 1 5-wicket haul. Test cricket, piece of cake. Just a feel, wasn't it? Just drew, was the slightly fuller length that drew Ponting into that.
And the line throughout the over has been a little bit wide of off stump. Ponting's left most of them alone. This one's slightly tighter, but not on off stump. And Ponting pushes at it. Early on, you'd find he'd probably wanted to be letting that go. But Steyn he's been probing wide of that off stump.
A little fuller and a little straighter. .147 for 4. When Philander last bowled to a field of 2 slips, 2 gullies, or 4 slips, whatever you want to call it. Beaten him again. Now, has that carried through to Boucher?
Well, if he keeps bowling this line and length, he's going to find the outside edge, and Mark Boucher is going to have to move up. There's no doubt about it. There's nothing that's carried to him waist high. Everything has been around the ankles. And in a test match as tight as this one, you cannot afford a half chance to fall short.
Beaten him again. That carried waist high. Fantastic bowlings.
That's gone a long way.
Leg by. Confirmed by Ian Gould. You'll see the umpire look in 2 different directions when he makes a signal. One is to the official scorers, who are up in sort of the area, not the dressing room, but up in that direction, and then the scorers who score for the media, the written media, up alongside us.
Be over the moon at the early strike. There would certainly have been a bit of nervousness in the dressing room last night before, well, even after Tahir got rid of Khawaja, because Ricky Ponting, who's been having a tough time of late, played beautifully. South Africa whacked it in short at him, which was probably not the right length to go early on. He gained confidence, and he really is the man that stands between South Africa and a victory.
Naughty. Oh, quite a big one. Hasn't even got part of his foot on the line, let alone behind it. It brings up the 150 for 4. Got a beautiful rhythm going, Dale Steyn, and a fantastic line. He'll want to straighten that line just a bit to draw Ponting into more strokes that we saw just now. And the danger of that when you are the operator is that you get it too straight and your length changes and you get knocked through mid-wicket for a couple. So it's a question of trying to stay where you are and then slowly creep in just a little tighter to the batsman. It's easier said than done.
The other thing for the right-handed batsman, particularly Ponting, facing the outswing of Dale Steyn, is to draw him across the crease. Hence Graeme Smith, he's got a deep square leg, I suppose we've called him that. So he pulls him across the crease and then goes straight, hoping that he'll fall over and trap him LBW. And you can see, trying to pull him across onto that off stump, and then the one straighter.
Made him play a little bit closer, but off the back foot. That straighter delivery did cost him a couple of runs, but when you consider that he's knocked him over 3 times in the series already, LBW bowling just exactly in the manner that you've described, it's always worth a dart, isn't it? I think he's got him out twice. I think Philander was not the other time, but in the same manner.
He just expects the outswing of Steyn to be the danger for him and likes to get across onto that off stump to protect himself from the outside edge, and in doing so Steyn gets the ball. It doesn't swing back in at Ponting, it just goes straight on, and at his pace he often gets the better of the right-hander. I think that's what makes fast bowling, or bowling for that matter, in Test cricket so good, is that, you know, often when you're at school you try and get a wicket off every delivery, whereas when you get to these guys, where the level that they're at, they try and plan an over or plan a spell to try and get someone out. A total of 6.2 Ks already. He's covering some yardage.
It's during the innings, only golf course, isn't it? Here's the straight one again. 151 for 4. Half an hour gone then, and it's half an hour that's belonged to South Africa so far. They've taken a vital wicket, that of Michael Clarke, and former South African captain and fast bowlers slid into the chair to see if he can take any more. And alongside him, the wicket taker for Zimbabwe, Palmer Bangwa.
Thanks, Jackers. .310 is the target for Australia. But runs very difficult to come by in that half hour. South Africa will want to make sure it continues that way. Vernon Philander, well, he's been fantastic. 3 for 36 now with that single. A couple of magnificent deliveries. That one to Watson and the one to Clarke.
Yeah, a couple of peaches, absolute peaches. You always talk with your bowlers about top of off stump, wherever you want him to hit. He's done it twice exactly at the top of off stump, and one to the left hand wasn't far off as well. He's made his presence felt here at the Wanderers, as Vernon Philander, like he did in Cape Town.
This the key partnership for Australia, for South Africa as well. They'll know that. They'll look at Hussey and Ponting and want to separate them. Ponting on 61 now off 128. A partnership of 122. Put Australia back in it and would have given them hope.
I think from Graeme Smith's perspective he'd be happy too, because he's made the breakthrough. He's seen how Morne Morkel has bowled to Hussey, so that's someone he can turn to. Imran Tahir has got some rough to work with for the left-handers. And then we have a look at Philander's deliveries to right-handers this innings. The two pulsating white balls, that's what you always wanted to see when they were showing your pitch map to the left-handers. There's the other wicket, slightly back of a length, but nice and tight and off stump again. So he's been very straight. That's been why he's been so effective.
Off the mark. With that nudge into the offside. Michael Hussey.
Yeah, we're talking about Philander off air, and we're just saying, well, he's done really well in these two test matches. He's got 3 test matches coming up against Sri Lanka on similar kind of surfaces. Then he's off to New Zealand for 2 test matches there, and those wickets offer a little bit of assistance for the seamer. And then he's off to England, and that Duke, if he gets it to talk for him, he can be really dangerous. So things look like they've plotted out for Vernon Philander pretty well.
$153 for 4. 153 for 4. There are a few people here. It's Monday morning, so many have had to go back to work. I'm sure they'll be keeping a keen eye on things on the internet. Oh, pretty good delivery that, and he got a scratch on it. With Michael Hussey.
Hussey got knocked over by Dale Steyn in the first innings. Clean bowled. This is a similar kind of delivery. Just shaping back in, and just the inside edge saves him on this occasion.
Yeah, there you go. Went back to it that time.
Quality bowling by Dale Steyn. As you say, we saw that dismissal from the first innings, and he was cleaned up LBW in Cape Town. And right on the money. 2 balls straight hitting the stumps. Beautiful control. And that's some decent pace as well.
Batsmen absolutely hate it if they get out exactly the same way in both innings. And so look to play it better, and they'll have it in their minds consciously that, well, got to get forward. Yeah, like that. So you got to make sure that I'm working with that swing that Steyn gets, and to swing it is got to pitch it up.
I wouldn't be just surprised if Dale Steyn slips in the bouncer soon, because he did push Hussey back in the first innings, and that what got him or knocked him over. The fact that he didn't get a good stride, and he's faced 3 deliveries that have been straight at the stumps, swinging in and angling into the stumps, and he's got forward to all 3. So you're thinking to yourself, okay, let's push him back maybe, and get him thinking. Oh, and in fact they put square leg back on the boundary to make him think that there's a bouncer coming, so this is going to be interesting.
Yeah, not a block this time. Yeah, making him think about it, and using that short ball, Dale Steyn. We're talking about first innings and second innings with Michael Hussey. Have a look. First innings doesn't go forward, and it's through there. And the second innings, a few deliveries ago, got forward. It swung and got the inside half of the bat. That's all it needed to make sure it didn't crash into the stumps or into the pads.
Yeah, Palmer, I would have thought exactly like Dalstein. The only problem is I wouldn't have had the pace to bowl the bouncer.
And again, yeah, says a bloke who whacked a few helmets, tickled a few ribs.
That was maybe in the first year of my career. The rest of the 12 were just military medium. But Dalstein has been just such a wonderful performer for South Africa.
With all of it said, as far as planning is concerned and making sure you don't get out to the same delivery, sometimes it's just too good. And the bowler can run up, and if Steyn gets it absolutely spot on to Hussey and it swings and is quick, it can go through him in spite of how ready he is.
Yeah, sometimes there's very little you can do. A good ball's a good ball.
Oh, hello. Did he bail out of that? Seemed to. Ricky Ponting. 156 for 4. That's a look at the match summary. South Africa 266 batting first, having won the toss. Australia 296. They'd have been ecstatic that South Africa only managed 266 in the first innings. And then South Africa a second time, 339. Now Australia 165 for 4. 145 away from a victory. In the air, taken! Going for the cut. Off the edge, and no mistake from Jacques Rudolph. Hat slip. Ponting gone.
Warner Morkel makes the breakthrough. There's a little bit of width on offer, and Ponting probably had his eyes light up. He thought this was an opportunity to score. He's gone hard at it, but beaten for pace. Good quick catch there by Rudolph, and Morkel is ecstatic. He knows what an important wicket is, as his captain does. Ponting, who's played very well, on his way for 62. Australia 165 for 5.
Australia 165 for 5. The wicket-keeper Brad Haddin walks out to the middle. Average of 36, he has 300s and 850s, best of 169. An aggressive player by nature is Brad Haddin, and the reason he's out there is because Ricky Ponting edged one. It was a good catch at second slip by Jacques Rudolph.
It was, Pommy. It went to him quickly. Great angle of it. It's cut hard. Bit of an awkward height as well. He's caught it with the fingers up. And Ponting looks at the bottom of the bat. He's chalked the cue. Morkel ecstatic. He's picked up a vital wicket, his first of the innings. And there's hotspot shows us right off the bottom of the bat.
It just seemed as though Ponting was in two minds whether to play the punch off the back footer to actually cut the ball.
Yeah, but the bowling's been very good. It's been very tight. There hasn't been many bad balls on offer. So when he got one with a little bit of width, he thought, well, this is probably it. This is my moment to cash in. It was almost like he was just a touch late on it. Got the bottom cue of the edge and through to Jacques Rudolph. He's standing at slip. Jacques Callis would probably normally be there, but we feel he's got a migraine. There you go. Good catch. Chest up.
Under pressure, well, Brad Haddin, as are many of the Australians, just simply because of the situation, but also a little bit of history. Test match in Cape Town. Way that he went out, the way that the batsman went. He's also been in a lean period just recently. Well bowled, well dealt with in the end by Haddin.
Yeah, Haddin is a naturally aggressive batsman. And when it pays off, people enjoy it. But if you're going through a bit of a run and you get it out in an ultra positive way, people start to ask questions. Graeme Smith will be so much happier now. Ponting seen the back of the experienced Test batsman from Australia.
Yeah, to finish on Haddon was probably described pretty well. It was Jackers, and I think it was Alan Board as well, who said when it comes off it looks really good and everybody's fine with it, but when it doesn't, oh, it looks horrible, and they'll ask you, what are you doing? 165 for 5. Hussey and Haddon together. Quick single. Seized on an opportunity there. Michael Hussey, ever alert. Time for a change in voice. Mike Hazeman and Kepler Vessels.
Thank you, Pommy. 14 hours of 14 overs, I should say, of play this morning before this over. 2 wickets down. The addition of 24 runs. We've seen enough already today to see that it is going to be very tough to get these runs. There certainly is a little bit of movement off the deck. There's certainly some swing, which I guess was to be expected with these overcast conditions. A little bit of sunshine at the moment, which has got to be pleasing for all the players.
And the bowling has been excellent, so that should run away to the boundary. Not quite. Excellent fielding. Umpires will have a look at that one, but a very good chase by Jacques Rudolph.
Gee, I think that was brilliant from Jacques Rudolph. We'll have to look at it once or twice, I'm sure. It's Billy Doctorow who's going to need to check it out. Off he goes, Jacques. Let's have a look and see if there's any connection. Outstanding. Very good. Great commitment.
Caught a very good catch in the previous over. That second slip, an important one as well, to dismiss Ricky Ponting, and then a good piece of fielding in the outfield.
This has got to be the man who's going to have to do it for Australia, and I don't know how many times commentators have said that over the years. In one-day cricket as well.
Yeah, he's going to have to try and be not out at the end and then hope that either one or a couple of the remaining batsmen go with him. South Africa bowled quite brilliantly today. They've exploited the bowler-friendly conditions perfectly so far.
And patches of blue sky as well. Good areas again from Jacques. So we've got to take a closer look now as to where the bad weather comes from, and there's even further good news for cricket lovers, I guess, right now for South African supporters. They are in the box seat as far as I'm concerned. It's advantage South Africa. 141 runs to win, and that's where the bad weather comes from. So, so far so good. 5 wickets, that's what South Africa are concentrating on.
Well, and well played as well. Good bouncer. Jacques Kallis has a deceptive bouncer. But what Mike Hussey did well there was he kept his eye on the ball and he dropped his gloves. So he played this bouncer beautifully.
Well, let's just think a little bit more about this, Kepler. Well, in fact, we'll have a discussion on the next over about what Michael Hussey himself has to do. 1500s he's got so far, and 10 have been in winning causes. I'm not sure he's going to have to get 100. However, it may not be far off. He needs to control proceedings beautifully. We'll chat more about that next over. 169 for 5. $169 for 5 at this stage. A look back at the match summary. 141 to win.
So Mike Hussey will have to try and get 70 or 80 of those and hope that either Brad Haddon or Mitchell Johnson stay with him. But it's a long way to go. Conditions really good for seam bowling at the moment. South African seam attack is a well-balanced one. It's a good one. So the runs are tough to come by.
I wonder what's going through Brad Haddon's mind right now. he will know only too well that his spot is in danger. Certainly hasn't had a good series with the gloves nor the bat.
Well, in a way, I suppose he's got nothing to lose, because if he fails, he's probably going to lose his spot anyway. But if he goes and wins the game for Australia under really difficult conditions, then that'll be worth a lot to him and to the team. So he may as well go in with that approach, that he's got nothing to lose. He's just going to try and do the best he can, be positive whenever the opportunity presents itself.
Look, right now it's all about a partnership, so I guess quite simply they've got to make sure they stick around together, the two H's, Hussey and Haddon. We're expecting bad light to come into play again today. That's been the pattern so far throughout this Test match. Sunshine right now, looks pretty good for a while. It's, 2 local time. One day we came off in around about 2 hours and 10 minutes time. That was day 3. It's good stuff from Morkel.
Excellent last delivery by Morne Morkel. A good leave as well by Brad Haddon. Morne Morkel testing him out in that 4th stump channel, so this is a very good line. Length's good as well.
And we know that Brad Haddon likes to be an aggressive batsman. He likes to play his shots. We saw that at Newlands when he played a very responsible shot. That's how it can be described in the second innings when everyone was falling around him. Solid shot, I should say, when Australians were falling around left, right and centre. That was the bottom line when they were 9 for 21. But he likes to be aggressive. I think South Africa are just choosing that channel that Kepler was talking about to try and tempt him a little bit.
And that is the right strategy as well.
Slight field change as a man goes back. A deep square leg. Could this be the double bluff? It was, and he played it from the crease, but it was solid enough. Interesting over, 169 for 5. Australia had an advantage of 30 runs after both sides had batted once.
This is excellent bowling by Jacques Kallis. He's in that uncertain area all the time to Mike Hussey, just running in across the left-hander, close enough to off-stump for Mike Hussey not to be quite sure which deliveries to play at and which to let go. So high-quality seam bowling at the moment from South Africa.
And it's quite important they don't get bogged down at either end, these two Australian batsmen. Hussey's someone who likes to rotate the strike as much as possible. At the moment, the Lions and the South Africans are spot on. So the runs have dried up considerably. The ball is still moving in the air. The odd bit off the surface, which I saw particularly from Philander earlier today. As a batsman, if you're rotating the strike, you're sharing the pressure out there, suddenly you start communicating a lot more and start ticking that scoreboard over. It does become a lot easier. If you're stuck down one end, suddenly you seem to be under the scanner.
Especially under these conditions when the bowler then gets a real opportunity to work you over.
Great pressure this side. We've got great pressure, boys. Something's got to give, boys. Something's got to give. Something to give, yeah, boys. Spoke about it about 20 minutes ago. Look what happened, boys. Jake. You're in the hole, yeah, Jake. 6 and 7 together, boys. Not for one now.
Again, terrific line.
A lot of chat coming from the South African fielders as well. They're getting stuck in, coming from everywhere, from the keeper through the slip cordon to Graeme Smith at mid-off.
A little bit straighter that time. You probably heard the call from Hussey to push, push, push. They're coming back for the second. Good aggressive running from Hussey. Is a totally committed cricketer, this man.
Very good running. He ran the first one really quickly, and that was the key. Every run so important. It's a good shot out of the middle of the bat. Vernon Philander is on that point boundary. He's got a good arm. Very good running.
Steals one to retain the strike. 54 overs gone, 3 from that over, 172 for 5 it is. And the players are going to take a little bit of a breather from the intensity in the middle and take a drinks break. So the players are taking a little bit of time at the moment for this drinks break. The umpires, I would have thought, would try and get things going a bit quicker than this. It's been about 2 minutes already. Let's have a look at the wickets that have gone down. What a magnificent delivery that was. That was the third that he's got in this inning so far. Just an outstanding delivery to hit the top of off stump. Vernon Philander, he can be proud of that one. And the Ricky Ponting, of course, Clark and Ponting, the 2 wickets that South Africa wanted first up, they got them. Morkel was the one that got involved. Ponting played well for his 62, and Jacques Rudolph taking a fine grab at second slip. So at that stage, I think Australia's hopes might have sunk a little bit. But they certainly do have Hussey still there. He's not out on 16 at this stage. Haddon has been there for a dozen balls for 3 to come. Johnson, Siddle, Cummins and Lyon. So South Africa quite simply need 5 wickets to wrap this up and win the series 2-0. If they go 3-0 up against Sri Lanka, they go to number 1 in the world. That's how the call is at this stage. So this is a very important period for them to win today as well.
Morné Morkel around the wicket now to Mike Hussey. He's had a lot of success against Hussey. South African bowling has been impressive. Seamers bowled really well. Conditions favouring seam bowling.
Nice and tight as you'd expect, and he takes a bit of a tumble. The big fella's down. I must admit, I'm quite amazed the way that Morné Morkel in the field always hits the turf. It does surprise me a bit. Whenever the ball's near him, he always sprawls around on the grass.
Does a bit, took a heavy tumble this time, just lost his footing. First delivery in this spell from around the wicket.
You wouldn't want the good old straight drive, would you?
Definitely not. Mind you, don't get too many in your half to drive when he's bowling.
Past the outside edge, that's the line. Good stuff. He loves bowling around the wickets to left-handers. He has the ability to take it away from the left-handers as well.
Very difficult as a left-hander to deal with this because the ball is angling into you and then moves away off the seam, so that makes it very tough.
So let's have a look at a bit of a Hawkeye graphic, a pitch map of the work that Morné Morkel has done from around the wicket to Hussey throughout his career. His career bowling to Hussey from around the wicket. He's got him once, and a ball that pitched almost exactly the same as that one, actually. Nicely worked.
Good, sensible batting. Rotating the strike, the left-hand, right-hand combination. Always a good idea, particularly when Morné Morkel's bowling, because he does bowl very well at left-handers. Most left-handers have a problem with him.
There's a look at the work that he's done from over the wicket to Hussey throughout his career, Morkel. And you can see he's picked him up 3 times. Those 3 pulsing deliveries in the perfect spot, pretty much. And of course, let's not forget that he has that extra ability of getting more bounce than most, being at 1.96 metres. Nice and full, those 3 balls as well. Brings Haddon back on strike.
.137 needed for victory. So a partnership required now. Hussey is the key. Haddon can be dangerous. He's by nature an attacking player, but he's under huge pressure.
he's going to be wanting to leave as much as he possibly can for a while. It's the old adage, I suppose, that the longer you bat, and he's been there for 22 minutes at this stage, he's got himself 3 runs, the more comfortable you're going to feel. However, if he looks back at what he's done in the last 5 test matches, his confidence won't be that high. It's a problem, of course, as a batsman. It's such a massive word, confidence. In fact, as a bowler and a batsman, if you haven't got confidence going into a big game in a pressure situation, you're behind the 8 ball. Well behind that one. 1 from that over, 173 for 5. Now that was an inside edge, I think, and has gone wide of Mark Boucher. 4 runs has been given. Terrific start from Steyn.
Similar delivery that Dale Steyn knocked Mike Hussey over with in the first innings. He got one then to come back into him through the gate, and he bowled him. This time gets a thick inside edge. Could so easily have gone onto the stumps. So this is an excellent delivery again, and definitely a bit of luck there for Mike Hussey.
Sure, what a ball first up. Confirmation from Hotspot of the inside edge. A sprawling Boucher couldn't quite get there, much to Steyn's despair.
First innings, Dale Steyn produced an excellent delivery to the left-handed Mike Hussey. That's Morno Morkel. That's the first test match. That was off the inside edge, bowling from around the wicket.
So again, that tight line. A little bit straight that time, worked away. He's going to think of coming back for 2, but he better not. And he doesn't.
Nicely played by Mike Hussey. His balance was good this time. Delivery is more leg stump and fuller as well. But he kept his head up nicely and played it late. We talked about that delivery in the first innings of this test match. That's the one that knocked him over. That's the one that came back in off the seam. Hussey probably should have been forward. Bowled in between bat and pad. Similar to the one that went for 4, but this time Mike Hussey fortunate getting a thick inside edge to the ball.
And he was off towards that change room pretty smartly in that first innings. It was almost an acknowledgement of what a fine delivery it was. Gee, this test match is building up to a crescendo. This partnership 13 in 32 balls. I tell you what, Chopper, I just hope that we don't have any unnecessary drama as this test match unfolds. I mean, I personally have been quite disappointed, disturbed, it might be a better word, as the way the umpires have handled the light situation. Maybe that's under direct. I think this light meter's got to go. I think that's what's got to happen for starters, and I think that we may well be in a situation later today where it might be very, very tense, and the umpires call it these days. They can't say to the batsman, if Australia, for example, need 30 runs, 2 wickets in hand, do you want to keep going? They call it. And they've got a marker from reading some previous days, and I don't agree with that. I think last night in particular was poor. I think we could have got another 90 minutes in this test match.
Good delivery, well played as well. Should be a couple, and is. Yes, I have to agree with you. Last night particularly, they could have played for longer. So the last thing we want to see is in another couple of hours' time, the game balanced on a knife edge, and the umpire's going off prematurely. So let's hope it doesn't come to that. Good away swinger, well played as well by Brad Haddon. Watched it closely, played it late.
Yeah, I think the ICC need to readdress this whole light issue. It's all about danger these days. It's spinners on, the guys have got to stay out. I mean, if there have been test matches in history, of course, where it's been dark and teams have won in the dark. One that comes to mind was England versus Pakistan in Karachi, December 2000. 180 for 5. 130 to win. That's what Australia need. Australia need 5. Correction, South Africa need 5 wickets to win the series 2-0. So it's either 1-1 or 2-0. By the way, if you happen to be in the vicinity as of 2:30, you can come in free of charge to the Wanderers and watch the climax of this, the final test match.
Morno Morkel's off. He bowled a good spell. Vernon Philander back on. Bowled quite beautifully earlier today. He was getting the ball to go across Mike Hussey.
Protection. So let's just have a look at a couple of examples we've had throughout this test match when the umpires went off for bad lights. I'm going to show you a freeze of conditions that we had at the end of day 2. Graeme Smith has faced 4 deliveries. Now day 2 on the left, you can see there's 4 shadows. It's Mitchell Johnson who's about to get to his mark on the left. 4 shadows, that's the artificial light showing the shadows. They went off there on day 2. On the right is last night, and you can see no shadows at all. So the artificial light hasn't taken hold at all on the play, and to me that was wrong. Should never have come off when they did last night. Maybe that's got to be the guideline, if you like, when you can see 4 shadows. Artificial light is taking full effect, or not full effect, but good effect, then maybe that's when they should go off, rather than these light meters. That's, to me, is not the way to go. I don't know if they've evolved too much over the years.
So Ian Gould will be making that decision later on this afternoon, along with Billy Bowden.
That's a flash. That's a loose shot. South Africans will feed off that one.
It's a good outswinger, but very loose from Brad Haddon. No feet. That was the problem. Didn't get across at all. It's just a waft outside that off stump.
Nicely played along the turf. That's going to pick up 4.
Much better from Brad Haddon, this time off the front foot, better foot movement as well, and the timing was good. Delivery was a lot fuller.
They will know only too well, the South Africans, if they build some pressure as they did in Cape Town. That's what's likely to happen. That was a shocker, that last one. Philander obviously delighted. Both innings in Cape Town. Disappointing for Haddon. Work to do today. Just to conclude that conversation about light, I mentioned that test match in 2000 when England beat Pakistan. Basically, they would have gone. They went on for an extra 50 minutes after they were offered the light. So that's the big difference now. The batsmen were offered the light in 2000. They said, we want to continue. We want to win this test match. They stayed on and they did it. Now it's only the umpire's control. The batsmen have no choice, no say in the matter at all.
And the problem is when they take a reading on day 1 and they go off, when it gets to that same reading on day 2, 3, 4 and 5, then they go off again. So discretion not really part of the equation.
$187 for 5.
That's much better. Weather-wise, looks good. Oh, a bowled. Got stuck, had to bail out. Michael Hussey.
It's a really good delivery because he's trying to get Michael Hussey off the front foot. He's getting onto the front foot trying to negate the swing, and that's a perfect response. Have a look at the last ball of previous. Oh, it's so close to that outside edge. A really good delivery. Good follow-up from a good bouncer.
Yeah, good work from Philander. Lots for the skipper to think about. You're saying, see how his over goes, and when things like that keep happening, the ball going past the outside edge and Dale staying operating, and the batsman looking uncomfortable, you think a wicket's just round the corner, and probably thinking, why change a good thing?
That's exactly right. When you're on a good thing, stick to it. But yeah, Tahir might just open this game up you know, a wicket or two, boom, game opens right up. But yeah,
Oh, there you go. There you go. Oh, dear. Nowhere to go. Couldn't get under it. Couldn't get out of the way. And he's knocked at him.
yes, didn't really bounce this short one from Dale Steyn. It's conked him on a good part of the helmet. You see the red mark on the helmet. A really good delivery from Steyn. Banged in short, but didn't bounce as far as Michael Hatt was thinking. And he's worn one. And that's another compelling argument for why we've got helmets.
Yeah, had nowhere to go. He thought he'd get under it, then realised he couldn't get under, then had to move the head away, turned his head, and it's gone crashing into it. Always interesting to see what the follow-up is. Well, many would have been able to tell you it wouldn't have been full.
I think the double bluff is on there. You bowl a real full, juicy outswing. You're expecting the batsman, he's just caught on the back foot a little bit.
If the bloke isn't a batter, perhaps. But when it's somebody like Haddin, generally, let him have another one. See if he can deal with it better than he did the one before. And he was able. Oh, always climbing. You miss that, the ribs get tickled. Well played. Controlled it well. Not good. Good from Hussey and Haddin to get the second run, but Morne Morkel down that fine leg, didn't attack it and allowed for the opportunity for a second. Dale Steyn not happy at all.
Yeah, we don't invite Michael Hussey to take two on you because he's very quick between the wickets.
And the reason Dale Steyn would have been unhappy as well is because he probably would have been fancying himself against Brad Haddin. If it's a single, then he can bowl one more delivery at Haddin. Shot, very good shot. A hand on it. Hashim Amla at cover prevents it going to the boundary for 4. 195 for 5. Australia need 115 more. South Africa need 5 wickets. They introduce their leg spinner, Imran Tahir. 3 for 55 in the first innings. He's got 1 for 23 in this innings. In the first innings, it was Brad Haddin on strike when he came on to bowl. And in the whole series, it's only 1 ball is faced from Tahir. This is it.
And judged out, and a big celebration as we've come to expect. So Brad Haddin he'll be wary, no doubt.
Short leg and a slip in place.
Oh, ball.
It's a good start, a really good start from both batsman and bowler.
Oh, lock him. He's going to use his feet every ball now, boy. Good stuff, Jimmy. Come to you, boy.
Having really trying to use his feet, and we'll hope for his sake he can read the different deliveries coming out of the hand of Imran Tahir. As we said, he only faced the 1 ball, and now Hussey's on strike has only faced, I think, 5 in the whole series. So yeah, interesting little period of play.
The left-hander, a slip, backward point. Cover mid-wicket as a man sweeping on the offside. Deep mid-wicket as well, and deep backward square. Bowling, really good bowling.
Yes, a bit higher and wider, and a little bit of turn there. The leg spinner's turning.
Oh, well bowled, very well bowled. The wrong one past the outside edge. A bit of excitement, but nothing doing. 196 for 5. Well played, that. Predominantly swinging it away, staying that one going in. This is to end the over, the previous one. Wrong one, not picked. Played at it, Hussey. Missed at the outside edge, but then at the umpire's end. And it's that foot. That's the problem. And then he comes with the other one and steps where the one before has gone. And Gunnar Gould had a little word to Imran Tahir.
It looks a little harsh, doesn't it? In that he's just erring into the danger zone, particularly with that the second stride with his right foot. Up to there, it's not too bad. So that's something for Imran Tahir to work on going forward, because he will get picked up as he plays more test matches.
Yeah, the solution to that is quite tough, actually, because he works really hard in his action. And you'd think, well, first of all, with fast bowlers, certainly if you're going into the danger area, you think that you're not pulling through in your action enough, and so not working hard enough to get yourself to your left-hand side if you're a right-arm bowler. And with leg spinners, they kind of have to do that much work as well. But he does the work and gets so close, you'd probably want to get him bowling, I don't know, half a foot back in the popping crease. And it's a half a shout from Dale Steyn, and the bowler normally has a good idea of whether it's close or not.
You know, huge excitement. Shouts from behind the wicket, but Dale Steyn was a late shout from him. It's just on that evidence, doesn't look too bad. May have been a little inside edge there. It was a late, polite questioning of the umpire.
Good pace. He's running in.
It's 2.
Oh, it's a tremendous spell. It's amazing how he can mix his paces up so well. When the ball's swinging, he makes sure he gets the ball into the right corridors in the mid 130s, high 130s. When there's not much happening for his side, he can crank it up into the 140s.
An amazing ability, and that's why he's such an important part of South Africa's side, to deliver when they most need it. That's well played. It was in the air for some time. This outfield, despite all the rain, will still be very quick. 4 runs and the 200 up for Australia for 5. Here's Tahir. Single taken.
Coming on for the next answer.
And Dale Steyn in the middle of a very good spell. Just a slow delivery. Flicked in the air, but in the gap from Haddon. Not far away from the fielder, but well enough struck. And does relieve a bit of pressure.
Gotta love the oohs and the ahs. There are not many people here at the bull ring. And those who are here, watching intently, riveting action out there. Just expectation.
Nice.
Well, they've opened the gates here at the bull ring, and it's free entrance. So if you want to see a thrilling finish to a test match, get down here.
Down, go get a tee, lads.
Oh, it's in the air. Oh! I tell you what, I'm not sure that came off the bat. Oh, a big sound, and Kevin runs.
Yes, I think there was a big nick on that. It's just caught Boucher's gloves and over the top of slip. So big fortune for Michael Hussey there. See the hot spot confirming, just a thin edge, and well, goes down as a chance.
Then the crowd catch. Yeah, bounced as well. And there's the edge. As the keeper, those just have to stick. If they don't, goodly to finish. And it came off Boucher's glove and then went too quickly for Rudolph at slip. 2:04 for 5.
We'll ball.
Nice bowling, in me by.
Not a spread field. We'll just run through it for you. There's a slip.
Very, very tight.
The only other fielders saving one are the backward point, extra cover, and the straight mid wicket. Everybody else is deep enough that one can be scored.
Go ball, me.
Right place, in me by.
Jacko Zimmerman's bowled very well. He has bowled the odd full toss on occasion, and the Australians haven't cashed in. They've hit those full tosses straight to the fielders, which will be frustrating them just a touch.
Got that away through extra. Australia creep ever closer.
Perfect placement from Hussey on this occasion. As we mentioned, a full toss once again. And he's crashed us through the covers. Goes to the boundary. Great shot. And the runs to win are now double figures, Jackers.
It's going, mate. Nice.
It'll be over 212 for 5. Spell, this has been 6 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 3. Yet another playing miss from Haddon. Runs required 98.
This time, Jackers, also goes down to what's going on in that mind. The Australian batsmen, for example, will be just knocking it around, trying to pick up whatever runs they can. But at some point, they're going to think, you know what, we should win this. And then all of a sudden, they start thinking about it too much. From the South Africans' perspective, they're thinking, okay, one more wicket and we've got it sorted. The more that doesn't happen, the more they start to worry about whether they will or won't get over the line. So there's plenty going on between the ears of both teams and captains at this moment.
thick outside edge, should get 2. Direct hit, I wonder what would have happened. Be interesting. The thrower, Dale Steyn, got a wonderful arm and he's on his knees. Obviously didn't miss by much. What would have happened with a direct hit?
And pushing at the drive, getting a thick outside edge, going a lot squarer. And Tahir actually did the fielding and threw it in. It was touch and go. Oh, he actually made it comfortably.
Of course, there'll be an interruption before the end of this game. Tees at 3:30. The teams will have an opportunity to sort of take a big breath.
There's nothing worse for some of them though. Some of them just wanted to continue. I can remember we played a game in, I think it was Faisalabad against Pakistan, and we had 120 or so to defend. We had them about 7 down at the lunch break. None of us could eat or do anything comfortably. We just wanted to get back out and see what happened. So it can be a little bit nerve-wracking.
I guess too it becomes quite tough for the fielding captain in this circumstance, and you will have been there, Sean. You know, you how much more can I get out of this guy? I really want to bowl Steyn again, but when? How much of a rest does he need? If Tahir bowls 3 more full tosses, do I continue with him? All those thoughts.
And 13 overs until the second new ball. How do I keep it tight and maybe have one more last dart with that? So there are things going on in his mind.
Just 2 from that over. 2:14 for 5. A little bit of attention to the pitch from Hussey. This is Tahir.
Great bowling, you mean?
It's also interesting to see how Haddon's played this innings under a bit of pressure, particularly the way he got out in Cape Town. There was 2 deliveries in that last over from Morkel, which he loves to uppercut, particularly in one-day cricket. He just left alone, so he's feeling the responsibility. He knows how important this knock is for his country. And then people will be saying, well, why doesn't he play like normally? Why does he be a little more responsible and not so aggressive? Convinced about that field setting. I think mid-off and mid-on could come a little bit closer. Let Hussey go over the top. He hasn't exactly picked all the deliveries, the googlies and the variations. I wouldn't mind him trying to come down the pitch and hit me over the top just once. You only got to do it once, but that might induce a wicket.
It's a 50 partnership that's just come up, but being a so superstitious former cricketer, off 111 balls. Nearly worked.
Balls out of your chair there, Jackers. There's the contributions.
Sabas.
2:15 for 5. Oh, big shot, gone! Hussey's gone straight upstairs. Now, does he think he's got an inside edge?
I don't think so. I think he might think it might have pitched outside leg stump. Finland has definitely been the pick of the South African bowlers. Back into the attack with his first delivery. He's been given the decision in his favour. Will the review keep the decision the same?
Well, that's okay. Now, the agony of watching the ball go down the pitch, and there's more than half of it pitch between the lines and straightened nicely. I think unless he's hit that, he's in trouble. I think unless he's hit that, he's in trouble. A lot of trouble.
Yeah, that's definitely low enough. Hot spot. Nothing on hot spot. Now it's just got to be down to where they're pitched in line. I think he's good. Yeah, pitched in line. He's gone. They've struck South Africa, have got the 6th wicket, the big wicket of Hussey. And what impact will this have on the Test match?
He knows it. He's not waiting for anybody to relay anything. He's seen it on the big screen. Billy Bowden got it dead right. Wow. Oh, he just gives him... wasn't even looking at him. But well bowled, Vernon Philander. Wow, what a series this guy's having. His captain turned to him, and with the first ball he bowls, he gets a wicket. Hussey gone for 39, 6 down for 215. Mitchell Johnson. Oh, this is going to be a fascinating session of play here. Obviously tea time is in a couple of overs, so I think Australia will be looking to play there. But these two together might play very differently as we look at his stats. Averages 21. He has got 100 against South Africa, so they know how he can play. Haddon might change his game just a little bit now. Sean, what do you think? Now that he was sort of looking after things while Hussey was there, and now Hussey's out, they're naturally aggressive players, both of them.
I think you're right, Jack. It's just 8 minutes to the tea break, so they might just look to see us through, as you said, and then have a word with the captain and coach in the change room and say, what are you happy to do? Vernon Philander strikes once again. So effective he has been, and it's due to the fact that every time he comes on, he bowls so straight, whether it's with the new ball or old ball. If you make a mistake or the ball deviates just slightly, the batsmen are in trouble.
Much celebration, and rightly so.
There's his performance. Wonderful debut in Cape Town. 8 wickets on debut, 5 for 15. He's got another 5 here. An opportunity to pick up his second 5-wicket haul in 2 matches. Yeah, there was talk at the start of the series of either Tsorbi or Philander. Who would they go for? Well, you've got to give the selectors credit. They've got the right man. He's performed wonderfully well in these 2 games.
What was interesting was, having done so well in Cape Town, and then saying, well, obviously they'll stay with the same team. There were people out there saying, yeah, but Wanderers isn't a very good ground for him. He's not done very well at the Wanderers, and so on and so forth in domestic cricket. In the air, down the ground, Johnson. Will run away for 4.
This is the answer to how Johnson's going to play. Jack, as you mentioned, he's an aggressive batsman and likes to play his shots on this occasion. Wonderful cover drive, or straight drive down the ground. Airborne, but no real danger.
Yeah, hardly a half volley. That's why it went in the air. Johnson's had so many troubles with the ball during this series and taken some criticism. Can he do it for his country with the bat? End of a very important over on the wicket of Hussey. 219 for 6. So much applause for Vernon Philander.
Go.
A sparse crowd has come down here. Very sparse. Gates are open, so and it's free. Get down here. That's the story. Watson 0, Hughes 11, then a good partnership between Khawaja and Ponting, 65 and 62 respectively. Clark 2 got a beauty this morning from Philander. Hussey falls to Philander, LBW. Just moments ago, Haddon has played well and is on strike to Tahir. This field.
don't think Tahir will mind that too much. It was a misfield by, I think, AB de Villiers. That means that Johnson's on strike, the left-hander. New batter at the crease.
I think Ian Gould has just had a word with Imran Tahir, and I think it's an official one. Had a long conversation with him earlier. Which, if I know Gunnar Gould, it would have been along the lines of, come on son, please get off the pitch, I really don't want to have to warn you. And it's marginal, but it's there. It's not good enough. That's the bad one, you see. That's on the slide too. The whole spikes are going in there. Now here we go, first warning.
Something he's going to have to work through and eliminate, otherwise we're in a continual pressure as his test career goes on. The key is the fact that he comes in from at such a big angle. I mean, people like Shane Warne, for example, used to come in pretty straight. He starts really wide, so his weight and momentum is going down the pitch into the danger area. But now he's going to come around the wicket, try and use the rough to his advantage against the left-hander.
Driven through the covers.
Good on, Moras.
Morkel's on it. Just two.
Right, buddy, you need.
You were discussing it earlier on out in the middle. Now there's a perfect delivery spot. In other words, the line splitting his foot. So he's halfway over the line. What Sean was suggesting off air was that if he could get his whole foot behind the line, therefore deliver the ball from just a fraction further back, then it doesn't matter where he goes because he cuts off quick enough. He'd get off before the danger area began.
Gonna be right, yeah?
That's what I would work at if I was him, rather than try and bowl from wider in the crease. I would rather try and come back a bit with the front foot. He didn't pick that.
That's over, gents.
That's over. Number 71 bowled. The score is double Nelson. 2-2-2 for 6. And it's tea time, everybody. Time for a cup of Rosie Lee, and this test match is poised. And it's poised brilliantly. South Africa have got 3 wickets this morning, or this afternoon. The 3 that they really wanted, in Clark, Hussey and Ponting. Not quite in that order. Now it's Haddon and the tail. And Australia just need 88 to win.
It's the final session of the second Sunfoil Test match between South Africa and Australia, live from the Bidvest Wanderers Stadium in Johannesburg. We started a little late this morning due to rain, but it cleared up and the ground is basking in sunshine. Michael Hussey and Brad Haddon put on a nice partnership, but Hussey was out LBW to Vernon Philander for 39, and the South African seamer has been the chief destroyer. Haddon is still there, not out on 24, and the left-handed fast bowler who's under a little bit of pressure, Mitchell Johnson, he's not out on 6. Philander the pick, 4 for 50 in 16. What an introduction into Test cricket he is having. So after South Africa won the toss and decided to bat, they were dismissed for 266. Australia replied with a lead of 30. In South Africa's second innings, Hashim Amla got a wonderful 100 to give Australia a target of 310 for victory. Ricky Ponting found some form. So too Michael Hussey. Usman Khawaja played really well. But South Africa were fantastic when they took to the field a little after 12 o'clock. Vernon Philander bowled beautifully, Dale Steyn bowled beautifully. In fact, they were all very good. They were tight, they were disciplined, and they needed to be, with Australia making inroads into that target. Only 80 runs were scored in that first session, the loss of 3 wickets of 34 overs. And South Africa managed to restrict Australia to under 3 and over, and the reason why, opportunities were created. They may have the upper hand, but as far as this series is concerned, there's been an ebb and a flow, and it would not surprise anyone if Australia managed to get back into this test match. Vernon Philander, he will be given the first ball after the tea break. Alongside me, Michael Hazeman.
HD, hello, good afternoon everybody. Hello, everybody might be watching this telecast. 4 for Vernon Philander. He has been absolutely terrific. 8 in that first test in Cape Town. And bang on target first up. His intensity, I think, has been outstanding, HD.
His intensity, his skill levels have been very high. There were questions asked around South Africa about his selection, especially after Lonwabo Tsotsobe had done so well against India, but he's come in and he's taken to it like a duck to water. He's hit his lengths, he's troubled the Australians at every opportunity, and he has certainly been the pick of the bowlers.
I understand it all goes back to a gut feeling selection from Gary Kirsten before that first test in Cape Town. That's a very nice shot. That's a good way to get going. We're going to have to watch all these runs now. Wherever you might be watching this telecast, I advise you, if you've got a few cricketing mates, get on the blower, phone them, tune into the box.
In this Australian team, there's a number of players that are under pressure for their places when they get home and have to face New Zealand. Brad Haddon is one of them. But he's doing a good job at the moment. He's not out 28. There's a long way to go. But if he continues to play strokes like that, he will trouble the South Africans.
Look, we know he can play. It's as simple as that. He's proven that in the past. He's obviously been very low in confidence. Hasn't scored runs, but he's looked good today. It just needs a couple of good overs. Haddon's aggressive. Johnson, we know that he can launch, and launch well. 2009 was testament to that. So a couple of good overs, maybe going for 8s or 10s, and then suddenly it's not far away from under 50 to win.
I suppose every single partnership has been an important one for Australia, but with Siddle in next, and then Cummins, and then Nathan Lyon, you would feel that Graeme Smith knows if he can just get one of these out. Imran Tahir caused an awful amount of problems with his wrong and his googly to that tail.
Haddon averages 36 in Test cricket. He's got 300s. Pretty experienced as well. He will know that he is the man that has to lead these boys. He'll have to do a lot of chatting to his partner Johnson and keep the lid on him, I guess, to a certain extent. That 169 against New Zealand, by the way. That's their next encounter after this one. After this one completes. Couple more hours left in this, maybe. Full shot. There is protection, but he's not going to get close to that. I was talking about an over of 8 or so every now and then. 8 off this so far, still 1 ball remaining.
It's a length that the Australians are very comfortable against. They play on hard, bouncy wickets back home. And we saw how Ponting dispatched Morne Morkel yesterday evening, and Haddon no different here to Philander. When the ball's been pitched up, that's when it's been troublesome.
It's an exceptional shot too, with a man back in front to square on the leg side. Plenty of time to swivel and place it. Oh, that's well bowled. Trapped him on the crease. He got it away for 1, so 9 off that over. We're going to have to tick them all off, I think, at this stage. 231 for 6. That's very rare. You won't see Dale Steyn bowl 19 overs without a wicket. Normally a wicket every 39 balls. 115 deliveries he's bowled in this innings and hasn't got a wicket at this stage. But as you said, HD, never say never. South Africa and Australia playing together. Now, I would imagine that Dale Steyn remembers the workover he got from Mitchell Johnson. He'll be a little bit fresher after the break. Hit him a couple of times in the body, once I think in the arm, a couple of searing bounces as well.
Wide.
That's going to add 1 to the score.
He gave him a real working over. There's no such thing as the fast bowlers membership anymore. You're all expected to stand your ground. And credit to Steyn, he did. Johnson bowled with a little bit of pace. And he wasn't really interested in pitching many up.
This time Steyn does, pitches up, 135 k's per hour. That was time on Mitchell Johnson, by the way, if that short run was hitting about 140 k's per hour. Steyn in the first innings consistently at 135. He bowled a little bit sharper actually at the start of the second, around about 145, so cranked up about 10 k's per hour more.
Was it you spoke to Michael Hussey yesterday, or was it AB? And Michael Hussey spoke about Dale Steyn and his ability to bowl within himself when there's a little bit of swing on offer, but if he gets a sniff, that's when he cranks it up.
Cries of catch, it has gone through the covers, and that's going to be 4 runs. That is not going to impress Dale Steyn very much, but a good shot from Mitchell Johnson. 73 to win now.
An aggressive player, Mitchell Johnson. When he gets half an opportunity to try and find a boundary, he will. It's a little bit overpitched. Not quite a half volley from Steyn. Johnson's a powerful man. This beats Amla in the field. He'd be disappointed he didn't stop that, Hashim Amla.
I think it's very important here that Mitchell Johnson doesn't alter his game. There's exasperation from Steyn. He's got to play his natural game here, and I think Haddon's been there for long enough, almost 100 minutes, to do pretty much the same. Cracks that one to a man who's quite deep. Canter through for 1. Not sure why they were allowed to canter through for 1 though.
I think South Africa feel that Johnson is a real threat because of his ability to score quickly. Hence the decision of Smith not to bowl Tahir after tea. A little bit worried that maybe Johnson gets onto a couple, hits a few out the ground. The next minute they need 30 to win.
Yeah, but that being the case, it could be a situation now that there's going to be too few runs to risk Tahir, even if they do pick up this wicket. Because it does bowl. Brilliant shot. That is a magnificent stroke from Haddon, so another big over for Australia. 11 from it, 1 more to come.
Shot of the day. The on-drive is always a pleasure to watch. This is as good as they come. Beautifully balanced, full face to the bat. And again, just timed.
And again, an example of how quickly the ball disappears over the turf of the Wanderers. I think we've got to give credit to the ground staff here. This has been an amazing deck. 1 ball left in the over, 11 from it so far. .242 for 6. It's just going to be 1. He will get bounce, of course, Tahir. More bounce you'd normally get in the 4th innings.
A big moment for these South African players since isolation. Never having beaten Australia in a series at home.
Beaten them away, of course, in Australia. And Australia very determined after the debacle in Cape Town. So the thing about Tahir, we know that he's going to bowl the odd delivery that can be hit, but we know he's a wicket taker.
On it again, eh? Come on.
It's going to be a fascinating little passage.
Oh, nice drift.
Quick single. Now there's a couple of ones that I don't think Australia should have got in the last 2 overs personally.
But this is the pressure that you feel as a fielding side, and as a captain you you're so nervous about giving away boundaries that you tend to, when you go with a 50-50, don't you? You end up putting your mid on or your mid off a little bit further back in the hope that he still tries to clear them and mistimes it and holds out to one of those fielders. But I'm in agreement with you. Let's, put a little bit more pressure on them by saving the single.
Get out of the blocks quickly. That's what you've got to do. That will make the batsman hesitate. Sensible. They might be able to come back for the second. No, that's very ordinary running from Johnson. In fact, he's pulled up. Johnson's done something here. He's injured himself and he cannot have a runner. Let's not forget that. As of the new playing conditions, he's not happy. I'm not exactly sure what he's done, but he was limping for the last half, basically, of that run.
The ankle?
Maybe it's just a spike going into the foot, going through the inner sole, maybe, more than anything else. For Australia's sake, of course, I hope that's all it is. It may just be that. I think I might have just picked up in the stump mic there. He was saying that went through the boot, whatever that means. Was maybe the spike bursting through the boot. He seemed okay at this stage. Oh, no, he didn't right at the start. Maybe he trod on a three-corner jack halfway down the pitch, HD.
A three-quarter what? A drawing pin, you mean?
Well, a three-quarter jack's a little, sort of a prickly little plant thing that breaks off. But yeah, we'll go with a drawing pin. There's a drawing pin on a good length.
Or a thorn, Hazy. A jack. That's my best mate's name.
Some of us aren't choosy. So it looks like he's sorted that out. A pebble in the shoe, perhaps. So the end result is we're halfway through this over. 3 runs from it. Tahir is flighting the ball at this stage. He's not trying to bowl any quicker than he normally does, so he hasn't changed things a lot. He hasn't delivered a wrong and yet. He relies on that quite heavily.
For Johnson, there is a close infielder. Amla will go into the short leg position.
That was the wrong one, but he picked it. He's got it away and he seems to be running okay. Just for the one though.
They're still a little bit uncomfortable, but thankfully for Australia it's not a bad injury where that interesting rule about not having a runner would be brought up.
Gee, that would have put the cat amongst the pigeons. They couldn't move. Goodness me, what do you do then? Optimistic, Imran. To finish the over. 247 for 5.
He'll come from his usual angle to the left-handers. Around the wicket, straighten it. Captain Clark having a little chat with the next man in, Peter Siddle. He can afford a smile.
A Davels Warang, I understand, HD. Definition of a three-corner jack.
Beautiful, mate. Beautiful.
If you say so. The Davels Warang. Patrick Cummins, he'll be walking in at number 10. I feel for the tailenders, I really do. You know, they're not really expected to win games with a bat, but when you get in tight situations like this, they feel the heat.
Ricky Ponting sitting alongside Peter Siddle. What if Cummins has to attempt to hit the winning runs on debut after getting 6 in the second innings and being the star of the match? Goodness me, he's never going to forget this game. Do you think he still qualifies for the New South Wales under-19s?
Well, I bet you the Victoria under-19s are hoping not.
It's good stuff from Morkel, bang on target.
ball's not far away now. 5.5 overs.
What do you do, HD? You've captained a lot. What do you do? Do you take it or not?
Oh, I would definitely take it. I really would. And I'd be tempted to give Tahir an over with a new one. A little bit of extra bounce, maybe just one.
Big swing and a miss that time. Well, let's just analyse that. I mean, there's no doubt we all know that things happen with the new ball taken. It's either runs or wickets. There's no half measures. Still some time away, though.
I think the new ball has troubled both sides. Philander in particular has been very skillful with it. He's got movement off the surface. Staines got movement through the air.
Comes off the bat a lot harder, of course. I might be tempted to hold off for a while and just see if they can break this stand and then see what happens. But anyway, we've still got 5 overs after this, or last delivery. Let's have a look at the weather. Now that's where the weather comes from. It's looking okay at the moment. You might see just on the horizon, just not quite the horizon, behind the trees I suppose, just a little bit of cloud build up there. It comes in pretty quickly at this time of the year. We'll have to watch it closely. At the moment it's fine. That's a maiden from Warne Morkel, 247 for 6.
As I mentioned, I think Tahir gave them such problems in that first innings with his googly that I'd be tempted to see how they handle him again.
Can he bowl with the new ball?
I said if we got a wicket I wouldn't take the new ball.
I'm listening to you now, just checking. There's that wrong one. But can he bowl with the new ball if they do take it? Does he like bowling with the new ball? Some spinners don't.
Yeah, a lot of spinners don't like taking the new ball, but the one thing it does do is it bounces more.
Now that's nicely played. Just a little dab back at a square. Steyn is chasing. They'll come back for 2. Matira Murali-Dhuran, for example, was one who didn't like taking the new ball at all.
So for a tail ender, picking the wrong one is an awful problem.
So one of the wickets he picked up in the first innings. The next one's quite special.
And he's not sure which way it's going. Settle there.
Just a little example from the first innings of the variation he does have. And that one was the toppy. Good stuff from Tahir, 2 from it, 249 for 6 now. I just want to give you a little bit of a rundown of the times that we've come off for bad light so far in this test in the first 4 days. It's now 4:15 in the afternoon. Day 1 we came off at 5 to 5. Day 2 at 20 past 5. Big swing and a miss past the inside edge. Certainly shouldn't be looking to drive that one, I would imagine. He had a bit of a word there, did Mitchell Johnson, so he's quite pumped up, obviously.
By a whisker.
Haddon has come down and had a long chat to him after that swing. Just a little mutter. Got a more stern response from Mitchell Johnson. So there's a nice little shootout at the moment between these two from around the wicket. It's a nice drive. It's a beautiful drive. That's a great return from Mitchell Johnson.
So strong off the front foot. Morkel this time over pitches. It's not easy getting forward to a filler of his height. Johnson does it well. Punches it up the ground for 4 and brings up the 250.
Just to continue what I was saying, on day 3 we came off at 20 minutes past 4, which is only in 5 minutes time, and then it's 5 o'clock yesterday. That's on the bounce. Crowd got excited. A bit of steering going on between the two in the middle at the moment. It's intense out there, HD.
It has been all series. Alan Donald. And if he would have enjoyed bowling in this situation, I think so.
Well, I think this is what every fast bowler loves, a little challenge like this. Bowling at predominantly the tail. He wants one, and he's going to get it as well. Still hobbling just a little bit is Mitchell Johnson. And a little bit of an exchange between them both. He doesn't say much, Morne Walker, we know that, we've seen him for years. He's not one of those typical aggressive fast bowlers. Lets the ball talk. It's a little bit leg side. Thinking of two, sent back by Haddon. Coming back for another one now. Skipper not impressed.
Calm heads required on both sides. Where South Africa were good in the first session and yesterday as they built up pressure through maidens, through dot balls, courtesy of a man like Philander. But when the games get tight like this, you start to strive for wickets and you start to get inconsistent in your lengths and your lines. And you give opportunities to the side that should be under more pressure to score runs. And Australia seem to be scoring freely since the tea break.
34 runs since tea. Solid, well kept out, good delivery. 256 for 6.
Oh, bother me.
Let's just hope that the light stays good. Kept out well.
So we're seeing quite a bit of variation here. We've seen only the 1 or 2 wrong-uns in this little spell from Miran Tahir. The previous ball from that last one was a flipper. And a beautifully bowled one as well. There's the wrong-un. So he's opened his toolbox. Another one, another wrong one, and it's burst through. That's going to go towards the boundary. Is it going to make it? Yes, it is. That's another error in the field.
The captain. He's just knocked it away as Mitchell Johnson. Smith dives over it. He bowls a lot of googlies to left-handers, does Imran Tahir. He fancies getting them caught slip. Often it's used as a change-up.
Half volley that time, and that's crash rest to cover for 4 back-to-back boundaries. Pressure is now being transferred. 46 to win. It's under 50 now for Australia.
As has been the norm over the course of this Test series, Australia get themselves back in. He's still having a bit of trouble with that foot, is Mitchell Johnson, but no trouble with a half volley.
And no trouble with running for that. Quicker, the quicker leg spinner. Inching over, 8 from it, 264 for 6. What a valuable partnership this is. 49 runs, 53 balls only. These two aggressive players have looked very solid since the interval. Really has been impressive. Morkel's bowling well as well. Driving on the up and 4 more runs. He's crashed that through the covers for 4. That is a signature shot from Brad Haddon to bring up the 50 partnership as well. In the commentary box now, Robin Jackman and Alan Border.
Thanks, Michael. And Brad Haddon, you know, he can be very aggressive, and this one goes up and over the infield. So he's decided he's going to really go down swinging if that's going to be the case.
Both so dangerous, aren't they, these two, when they're playing their shots? Alters everything. Alters a mindset of the fielders, mindset of the fielding captain, field placings. There's a big appeal. Ian Gould's not interested. 2 leg byes result. Boucher's up there, he almost as if he wants to that's the end of the over. No, it's not. I think they've gone upstairs. They must have done. They're all collecting quietly. Mark Boucher didn't look to go leg side is one thing, but remember, more than half the ball has got to be hitting the stumps. That's legal. Otherwise, it's an on-field decision. That's missing. It's missing by some way. Top decision from Ian Gould.
Yes, more in hope than anything else, and that's well, if you've got 2 up your sleeve, you might as well have a crack at it, I suppose, but it's not really designed for this. And yeah, clearly missing the leg stump, so the on-field umpire gets it dead right. That's quite a long way. Might have just hit another stump.
I've got a comment now, because this is something that's slowing the game down. Look, they've gone upstairs. The game is not ready to restart. We've had more Australian assistants come out to see the batsmen. The whole of the South African side have got in a huddle. I know we're in a critical, excuse me, I'll put my teeth in, stage of a game. But that happens on the first day of a test match as well. Everyone gets together, the decision's made, and they all go back again. I reckon everyone should stay in their position. Whatever goes on, and as soon as the decision's made, one way or the other, either the batsman walks off or you get on with the game.
Yeah, well, it's amazing how often the 12th and 13th men are on the field these days, running drinks and messages maybe, or gloves, or whatever it might be. It is something that maybe the ICC need to look at. If we're going to use DRS, we need to be keeping the game moving, as well as considering the verdict.
Partnership of 55, I agree with you. It's now 56 off just 57 balls.
And all of a sudden the target looks within reach. And what a difference half an hour makes. At tea time, it's all South Africa. They've taken the wicket leading into the tea break. And a good little partnership, a little bit of aggression. It's a quite extraordinary test series, this one.
271 for 6, Howard 290 for 8, Reed.
I'd have very sweaty palms.
No ball. Another run.
Just that extra effort putting in. It's a tight call that the umpire's obliged to call it, even though the back foot is on the line.
another valuable run.
It's a slightly worried look, that. And Graeme, I have been there many times. It's not good. You're trying to come up with that, just that little special something that will turn the game your side's way.
What's the problems of being a captain is there's always more than one option in your decision making, and no matter which way you go, you're not going to please everybody. 273 for 6. Critical as Brad Haddon, who's had his critics regarding his form with both glove and ball. How critical's he been here? He's been in 108 partnership with Hussey and Johnson combined. A villain in Cape Town in terms of the shot that he got out to in the second innings when Australia were reduced to 21 for 9 and 47 all out. And now that's the second warning for Tahir. One more and he can't bowl again in the innings. He has to do something about that. He's got to work on that.
Yes, definitely. Because I do think that he's a valuable asset to this South African side.
After the warning, his front foot, where does it land? Well, same place. Same place. I'm convinced he's just got to get that back behind the front line. That's all. And he's fine. Because he's right on the margins. But nevertheless, he's on them.
And he doesn't want to be worrying about being warned for running on the wicket. He wants to worry about bowling the right areas.
It's absolutely crucial to South Africa right now too. Should they get the breakthrough here? And what we saw of the rest of the batting order, they didn't have a clue how to read him. So if he can't be bowling at that time, it will be a very sorry state of affairs. 276 for 6. And that single off the last ball of the last over took Brad Haddon to his 9th career 50. His 3rd against South Africa and his 2nd at the Wanderers, so he quite likes both those situations. New ball has been taken, which was well, let me ask a former captain, would you have taken it at this stage?
Yes. The game's drifting away. It's definitely a key moment in this game. Please bowl a yoker. What's that?
That'll please my mate Malcolm Dumfries. He keeps SMSing me saying, where's a Yorker? Can't somebody bowl a Yorker? Which I presume is what a yoker is.
Yeah, this is key time, this game. Australia are in a pretty good position now, but the second new ball.
Inside edge.
Mitchell Johnson is struggling. It might have felt like a spike going through his shoe, but might have actually done something a bit more to himself than that, the way he's limping around. Just a little inside edge, otherwise they'd have been up.
Yeah, he is on the hobble, isn't he? Not allowed a runner, of course. You really think that new innovation needs looking into already? fielded. Prince in the gully.
You need some good fielding, don't you, in these tight games? Ash Prince did well because the third man is not there. He's out at point, the man in the deep. So that goes past Ash Prince. That's 4.
Got some shape, Philander, which will have to be noted by the batsman. I see no Armada. Bowl, equally well played.
And the lights have been turned on. So that is at the request of the umpires. So I'd suggest there's a lot of sweaty palms out there. We've got light, we've got wickets, we've got runs needed. What a great finish to a series.
Especially if it's 8 to win, 9 down. We're going off, gentlemen. Sharp. Just width offered and let the hands go through the ball. Beautiful stroke. 281 for 6. Can the South African champion bowler find something really special? I'm told the last time he bowled more than 15 overs in an innings without taking a wicket was 4 years ago in Lahore.
And that can be very flat. Not something that's offering.
He's on target, but Johnson up to it. .28 required. Both dressing rooms will be just a little bit nervous at the moment. Australian dressing room, I think, happier probably than the South African one right now, but that can change in the blink of an eye. Want to, but Johnson's hobbling.
Yes, Mitchell Johnson have some sort of foot problem. Haddon was looking for 2, running the first one hard, but you can see Mitchell Johnson really labouring to get just the single in.
Wait.
Just an alteration in the field. Fine leg coming just a little bit squarer, not overly so. Steyn honing in from around the wicket now.
Tense look on all the faces, as you'd expect. Really trying to find something special.
Beautifully bowled.
Around the wicket, just changing the angle. A little bit of in swing on the inside edge of the bat, just past the off stump. Did it carry through to Boucher if there was an edge? Yes, good delivery, and he's in a bit of pain, Mitchell Johnson, with that foot.
It's a tough man, though. Shot. Beautiful shot. 287 for 6.
Talk about a good shot. We haven't seen a lot of these straight down the ground, and just a nice full straight bat and thump down the ground. Valuable runs.
Philander on target, Haddin up to it. Pensive faces in the crowd.
Has he gone? Yes, he has. Philander gets its fifth of the innings.
Oh, is there another twist in the tail here?
This is a huge wicket for the South Africans. Philander 5 for. What a performance from him. And a great performance from Brad Haddin comes to an end with a very good delivery. Just a little bit of a way shape. The faintest of edges. Everyone goes up and they know the significance of that wicket. Ian Gould, no hesitation, and Brad Haddin is on his way. He's made a very good 55. The score 7 for 287.
Peter Siddle. Oh, I can feel for him. Been in these situations myself, coming in at number 9, having to scramble around and find a few runs. Average is 16 in Test cricket. It's not the worst. If he can match his average, win the game. There's not many people in the stadium, but there's an awful lot of noise.
Have a look at the end of Brad Haddin. There was a noise, but and a very confident appeal. Brad Haddin was a little surprised, but he was confident to walk. You think I hit it? Yeah. Okay. He nodded from his mate up the other end.
Oh, and a play and a miss. 3 slips in a gully in position now. What a series this man's had. 3 for 63, 5 for 15, 1 for 47 and 5 for 64.
I'll tell you what, with his runs late in the innings yesterday and a 5 for, a couple of wickets, well, he's going to have to take a couple of wickets, isn't he, for South Africa to win.
Ooh, another swing and a miss from Siddle. No comment, I noticed, from Johnson the other end. Fellow fast bowler hasn't wandered down there and said, look mate, just try leave the ball alone, I'll finish this.
Yeah, just dragged wide, typical tail ender. Shot at the ball. Good delivery though. Swinging the ball.
Third man going back. Not a bad decision, that. Not a bad decision at all. Oboe, Vernon Philander, 287 for 7. 2, but they won't get it.
Nice, Jimmy. Come on, Stakey, nice and quick, go, boy.
Yeah, the Aussies can do without a run out. Mitchell Johnson hobbling, so optimistic call of possible 2 there. But there's tension all round. Just how you'd expect this series to finish, the way it's been played up till now.
Three slips. Third man in place. Steyn aborts the run up. Smith not happy that third man was fine enough. .22 required. Whipped away through mid-wicket. And it'll run away for 4. 18 required. It's the danger of Peter Siddle. He'll play and miss outside that off stump, but when you adjust and try and get it straight and get it too full, it's very capable of playing that shot.
Well, it wasn't that bad a delivery. Ball was swinging towards the off stump, and Peter Siddle just whipped it through the onside. Full delivery, just straightening a little bit towards off stump, and there was a bit of Viv Richards in that.
I don't think Viv would be happy with that, but anyway. Playing a miss. That didn't bounce very much. Didn't even carry the Boucher. Here we go. 292 for 8. I was 2 runs out.
Well, I expected twists and turns, and it's being produced. Peter Siddle, having whipped one through the onside, tries to do a repeat shot and just skies the ball to him, and a comfortable catch at long on and a big wicket for the Proteas. Peter Siddle goes. He's made 4. The score 292 for 8.
And they say Test cricket is dying. Well. This one, this Test match, as was the last, well and truly alive. Drama all over the place. Here's the last wicket to fall. Looking to just nudge it onto the onside again. A simple catch to mid-on. Tahir, no mistake this time.
Play too early, Peter Siddle. Comfortable catch by Imran Tahir. Can't beat the drama of Test cricket. Got a cliffhanger on our hands.
In the air and in the gap. A couple of runs is it. Is it 4? Graeme Smith putting the dive in. Will there be a third run? Yes, they will. It's Patrick Cummins who keeps the strike. Australia 15 away, 295 for 8. A look at the Australian second innings. 65 for Khawaja, 62 Ponting, 39 Mike Hussey. Brad Haddon, what a time to get some runs for his side. 55. Would have loved to take them over the line, but that wasn't to be. Another twist in this series, in this match between Australia and South Africa. Johnson on 36 and Cummins on debut is out there on 3, facing a Philander who's been on fire.
Philander's got the golden arm. What a test match he's had yet again. He's bowled quite beautifully, bowled brilliantly in Cape Town, won the game for South Africa there, doing a similar job again. Tension all around. Bowling coach Alan Donald looking for 2 wickets, 2 good deliveries. Big Merv, he can't bear to watch.
Sweaty palms, jangling nerves. Oh, past the outside edge, and it's ahs and oohs all around the ground and on it as well.
Doing the business, Vernon Philander. Lots of movement away from the right-hander. This will be difficult to deal with for any batsman, let alone the tail ender. That was a top delivery, swung away through the air, moved away off the seam as well.
Michael Clark in the change room. Nothing you can do from there. Watching, hoping. Oh, hello. Where's that come from? It's given us wide.
Rightly so. That was very short. Bounce was too high. Vernon Philander looking to push Pat Cummins back onto his stumps for the follow-up delivery for the away swinger, but that one just too short. Good gather by Mark Boucher.
Composure, composure, composure. Never mind for the blokes on the field. What about those off it? Bowled again, well played. Single. Johnson on strike.
What about if you're in the shed, if you're Nathan Lyon?
That tells you everything.
That tells you everything. He'd be thinking, if I can just get that 14 that I got in Cape Town, will be enough.
I tell you what, he'll be saying to himself, breathe, because that'll be hard to do right now. 13 required by Australia to win this test match and to draw the series. South Africa 2 wickets away. In the air, and there's a man back. Keeper's the call, but they'll get back for a couple comfortably.
Good cricket. Mitchell Johnson has played beautifully.
Tough one for Graeme Smith here. What does he do? Does he spread it, the field?
Well, he's 2 to go. I reckon he's got to bring them in. He's got to try and make sure that Pat Cummins is on strike for the next over. And also that might tempt Mitchell Johnson to try and hit a boundary.
They're still back. 2 slips in place. Strikes it well. They're not going to turn down any singles. 300 up for the Aussies.
What a game. What a series we've had. Australian dressing room, plenty of nerves there. They need this one to draw the series. 2 young players, Gawaja and Hughes, looking on. Australian supporters as well. One delivery left in the over. One delivery at Pat Cummins.
Yeah, what does he do? Play a shot? Don't think so. I think he'll just look to fend it off. 3 slips in place. Field relatively spread everywhere else. That's a good shot. It's a very good shot. And all calls down is get up and make sure that it stays at 1, and make sure also that Pat Cummins is on strike for the next over. 301 for 8.
Good leave. Way swing for Dale Steyn as well. Hasn't got a wicket yet in this innings. Correction, he's got 1. Such a quality bowler. If you're going to turn to anyone to finish off a test match, Dale Steyn is the guy you want to have in your corner.
In the air, oh, it's into his hands. And it's off to the boundary. It's Tahir who's after it. Can he stop it? No, he can't. Can he? Oh, I don't know about that. It may well have gone for 4. Goodness me.
An opportunity, a difficult one. Dale Steyn just in his follow through. Couldn't hang on to this one. Let's have a look at this. The umpires are having a look as well. See what happens when he picks it up.
Oh, there you go. A good thing that common sense took over there, because the rope was pushed back, and so it didn't have to hit the rope, just had to go over that line where the boundary actually is supposed to be. Oh, look at that. That's the chance. Doesn't know how it got past him, Dale Steyn. It was on the right side as well, because your follow through takes you that way. Oh dear.
Is it a good thing for Australia that it went to the boundary? Would 3 have been better, because it keeps Cummins on strike? Three deliveries left in the over. This was a good one. Moving away off the seam. Big swing and a miss. They can't bear to watch.
At 4, and Patrick Cummins off the bottom of the bat, so didn't get to Dale Steyn as quick as he would have expected. Still would have expected himself to catch it though. On a knife edge, South Africa will believe they can get 2 wickets before the 5 runs. Well, let me put it this way, before the 4 runs.
Short leg being brought into position as well, it looks like. Helmet coming out, Hashim Amla, he'll go in there. That's a good call as well. South Africa need wickets.
Australia will hope, those in the change room, those back down under, and those few Australian fans who are here in the bull ring, and the 2 out there will believe. Mitchell Johnson and Patrick Cummins will have belief in themselves and will look to just get the job done. Have to isolate, cut everything else out, and concentrate on the job at hand. Well bowled, well played as well.
Both good test cricket, good aggressive delivery directed at the body. Pat Cummins did well to keep it down. 2 deliveries left in the over. 2 deliveries for Pat Cummins to negotiate. South African change room as well. They can't bear to watch.
How about this for your first experience ever of Test match cricket? Patrick Cummins, just 18 years old. He's out there. He got 6 for in the Test. Now trying to get Australia over the line. Oh. Oh, hello. Fighting fire with fire.
The innocence of youth, that's beautiful. 1 delivery left now, the short one. Pat Cummins not holding back. There is a square leg back on the boundary as well for the miscued hook shot. Just the 1 left now. Can Dale Steyn get 1 on target?
It's a lusty blow for Australia, and they're over the line and the game is done. And perhaps that's the way he's thinking, Cummins. Here's Steyn with his final delivery of this over. Oh, past the outside edge again. Drama, drama, drama. 305 for 8. And the score, 305 for 8. Australia need 5 more runs to win. They tie the series. They level it if they win here. South Africa, well, would love to beat Australia in the series. Yes, they would love to win this Test match as well, but they've not been able to do that for a long, long time. Not since re-entrance into the big league, into the big world. Steyn bowling well, #1 bowler in the world. South Africa now have a leg spinner, an attacking one, and Smith turns to him.
A draw has been the best since readmission in South Africa. A 1-1. That was going way back to 93. So can Imran Tahir do it? He did it in the first innings. He wrapped up the tail then.
To Johnson. No run.
What's Johnson going to do? Is he going to try and block 4 of them and then look for the boundary off the last 2? How long will Graeme Smith keep the fielders back?
And that signal is 5 off the boundary to all those who are on the fence patrolling the deep. I'll take a single.
3 needed now for a tie, 4 for a win. Testing times for Pat Cummins. Look out for the wrong one.
Yes, here it comes. Let's just say it right now.
Ring that bell, here the wrong one comes.
Interesting to see what field is set. The thinking from Pat Cummins as well. With those shots that he played against Dale Steyn, may fancy himself just connecting one and getting a boundary. If he does connect one,
the temptation will be there to have a crack for Pat Cummins.
Oh, my heart. Here we go. Short leg, slip, short cover. Ah, big shout. No is the call from the ump. He says no, they're going to go upstairs, aren't they? If they've got one, they'll certainly have a look. Graeme Smith says, I just want to have a check of this one. He turned quite a bit. Cummins is quite tall.
Where was the contact point? Did it hit him outside the line? May as well have a go. He might not get another opportunity. No problem with where the foot lands. Where was the impact? Was it in line of the stumps or outside the line of off stump?
I tell you what, that's pretty close. Oh, I tell you what. It's got to be the whole of the ball hitting it in line. If he gets just outside, he's all right. Impact, umpire's call, and it's hitting the wicket. So what does that mean? I suppose it's umpire's call. It's got to stay that way. It may have been the issue when umpire Gould was making a decision. Yep, he'd have been thinking that the ball was striking the batsman outside the line of off, and it's marginal, so we go with him.
Good decision as well, tough one to make, important one. The match is on a knife edge. He was thinking, oh, don't give him out, please. Relief. We got Alan Border coming in. He was in a similar situation.
Oh, goodness.
Alan Border against England. He was in a similar position, batting with Jeff Thompson. The game was tight like this.
How's your heart, AB?
I was a lot better on that day. When you're out in the middle.
A big shot, and he's got it away. He's got it away. How about that? How about that? Superb stuff. Just fantastic. They finally get over the line. A fantastic test match between two titanic sides. And that's exactly what it means to them.
Just a second, I'm picking myself off the floor. Well, what a game. What an absolute brilliant game of cricket. Great result for the Australians. And what about Pat Cummins? What a game for him. On debut, hits the winning runs in a test match. Quite incredible, and great scenes in the Australian dressing room, as you can imagine. Record chase here at the Wanderers, and it takes an 18-year-old to get the job done.
Magnificent fight back by Australia. They were down and out after the first test at Newlands. They picked themselves up. They played well, and in the end you'd have to say they deserved the win. South Africa played well as well. They were in the game all the way through, and it was a magnificent test match.
Yeah, think back all the way back to the start of the test match. South Africa won the toss, decided to bat 266. You thought they'd have got more. Australia would have been happy with 266. They got 296. 30 was their lead. 339 South Africa batting again, and you thought, oh, 310's just too many. Not on the fifth day, not batting fourth in a test match. record chase required, as AB just alluded to. And Australia, after looking like they're going to get, well, not too close, have got over the line. They win by 2 wickets. And the series is 1-all. No, there isn't another. A look at the Australian batting card, second innings. A couple of early wickets for South Africa, and then Khawaja and Ponting together, 65 and 62. Super stuff. Khawaja just in his 5th test match, so new to test match cricket. Ponting under a whole heap of pressure, hadn't got a score for Australia in a long time. Pulled out a 62, played well. Clark, well, couldn't get any. Off he went, removed by Philander, and then Hussey in at the crease. And whilst he was with Haddin, 39 and 55 for those two, it looked as though they could get there. It was the partnership that was important. It was broken, and a man who was struggling like Haddin, well, with the ball before, Mitchell Johnson turns up. He loves playing against South Africa. 40 not out, and Siddle came and went, and Cummins was with him, and they get just over the line. 2 wickets to spare, 310 for 8. Look at his partnerships, AB.
Yeah, we had brilliant partnership between Khawaja and Ponting. I mean, that set the tone late yesterday. Khawaja got out right at the end of the day, and then all of a sudden it was down to basically the tail. Hussey Haddin, we don't call them tail enders, that was a good partnership there, but Johnson Haddin, 72, that was the telling partnership for me, because at tea time it just looked like it was going to be South Africa to wrap this game up. Wasn't to be. Those two played brilliantly well, and that last little partnership there of 18, just when the pendulum had swung again back to South Africa, that was a telling little blow as well.
Well, Vernon Philander, he did it again. He bowled quite beautifully. What a series he's had. Brilliant in Cape Town, excellent in this test match, and he's been a real find for South Africa in this series. Steyn tried his best. It wasn't to be for him. Morne Morkel also pretty good, and Imran Tahir just couldn't finish off the tail a second time.
Yeah, that 1 for 98 leaves Dale Steyn 249 wickets. And so he's going to be just a little bit slower than Dennis Lilly in getting to 250. That in itself is an achievement, I might add. So the summary of the second Sunfoil test match then between South Africa and Australia. 266. De Villiers getting 64, a couple of other 50s, Cullis and Prince in South Africa's first innings. Siddle 3 for 69 in that innings. Australia responded with a couple of 88s from Hughes and Watson, who put a partnership of 174 together. 4 for 64 for Dale Steyn, 296, a lead of 30. And then South Africa in their second innings, courtesy of a 100, a sparkling one from Hashim Amla, got to 339, and also had a partnership of 48 to thank at the end from Dale Steyn and Vernon Philander. Patrick Cummins on debut getting 6 for 79. And Australia set 310 to win. Got it thanks to Khawaja, Ponting, Haddin, Hussey. They contributed, as well as Mitchell Johnson and also Pat Cummins at the end. They win by 2 wickets and also go on in the record books, because this is the highest 4th innings chase at Johannesburg. Superb stuff. They do throw it up, these two teams, and they certainly haven't disappointed in this rather short series.
Michael, I've got a bit of news for you. It's 1-all in the series. We've cancelled all the air tickets. We're going to play a third test. What do you think?
Sounds good to me. When do we start?
You'll be up for that?
We'll be up for that, yeah. Look, what an amazing series. I think from all the supporters back home and in South Africa, I think they've seen a great indication of where Test cricket's at. I know both teams have had some ups and downs throughout this series, but look, it's been that exciting. As you've seen, all the boys sitting there counting every single run today, but I couldn't be happy with the result.
So just tell us how tense it was in the change room there towards the end.
I should have been sitting inside. I was yelling and carrying on like an absolute goose, but like I said, we're all counting every run. Mitchell Johnson was outstanding at the end there, and young Pat Cummins was fantastic.
What about the teenager?
Yeah, look, he's a hell of a talent, and I think not just opposition players, but all the Aussie guys know how good he is. It's just about now trying to manage him and making sure he turns into one of the greats for Australia. I think, as we've seen throughout this test, he's got a lot of talent with both bat and ball. Now we just got to look after him.
Okay, now you said you wanted to put Newlands behind you. You left it at Newlands. You had to come back and play well at the Wanderers. You've done that. So that in itself has got to be satisfying to get up in a close one.
Yeah, look, I think courage from all the boys is certainly something that stands out. To be able to, I guess, suffer a defeat like we did in the first test, then be able to bounce back. And I said after the first test, that's what good teams do. We know we've got a lot of work to do to continue to get better. As you've seen throughout this series, there's plenty of ups and downs, but we're working our backsides off. We're trying our best, and what a fight today. You know, that shows courage, and I couldn't be any more proud for the boys.
And a key contribution came from the former skipper, Ricky Ponting.
Yeah, great to see him make some runs. I said to him the other night that we don't actually know if he's not in form because he hasn't been out there long enough to find out, but as he showed, he's still timing the ball beautifully, under pressure, 2 for not many, and walk out and play his way. Again, tremendous courage, and what a player. It's great to have him around.
Okay, Michael, thanks so much for your time, and travel safely.
Thanks, Mike.